The Green Goblin of Gotham wants to become a hero. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. Red Hood left the Batcave long before Batman came back. Even though the Joker is dead now, the problems between them still exist. The gap in concepts and styles of doing things cannot be erased by a few simple words about their mutual care, not to mention that they are separated by life and death, the grief of the second-generation Robin who died tragically and was quickly replaced, and Batman's guilt. Alfred failed as expected when he tried to retain the Red Hood, but he didn't have time to regret it, as Batman had already flown back to Wayne Manor. After Alfred came up from the Batcave, the first thing he saw was Harry, who was covered in blood. Surgical supplies are ready. Batman had contacted Alfred in advance to ask him to prepare the medical equipment that would be used later and call a doctor. So Dr. Leslie came here almost at the same time as Batman, and she has been treating trauma for Batman and the others. If it was a general trauma, Batman could completely handle it for Harry, even a fracture would not be difficult, but this time Harry's hand injury was too serious, and some of his finger bones were even exposed. Such an open fracture requires more professional treatment. Harry's bloody right hand had been treated simply. At least the amount of bleeding was not too much now. Batman held him and put him on the operating table. Oh, God, Dr. Leslie had seen many serious injuries, especially on Batman, but she had never seen a case where only the hand was injured like this. His hand. Such a serious injury on any ordinary person would definitely affect the flexibility of the entire hand in the future. Batman didn't know whether Harry's self-healing ability was enough to smooth out the damage to his nerves. But thinking that Dr. Leslie didn't know Harry's physical condition either, Batman didn't finish the question. I'm afraid I can't guarantee that this young man can recover as before. Dr. Leslie had been staying in a small clinic in the East District and rarely paid attention to gossip from the outside world. Therefore, she didn't know Harry, nor did she know the relationship between Harry and Bruce. Batman stood by and watched Dr. Leslie clean up the gravel and dust embedded in Harry's right hand bit by bit, remove the completely necrotic flesh on his hand, and carefully put the bones that pierced the skin back in place, until the final fixation and bandage. It took a long time to treat the wound, and the sky even began to brighten. Looking at Harry's tightly bandaged right hand, Batman could not help but feel guilty. This was the hand that Harry used to make a glider for himself. He had an unparalleled talent. During the process of the doctor treating Harry's wound, Harry did not wake up once. Even the pain of putting the bones back in place could not wake up his consciousness. Laughing gas plus fear gas, Harry suffered double mental damage and physical damage. His body's defense mechanism is likely to choose to avoid damage and repair himself by falling into coma. Batman didn't know when Harry would wake up, but the premise for him to wake up must be that his mind was relaxed. It was not until the wound was completely treated and Dr. Leslie rubbed his forehead, which was tired from long-term concentration, that Batman finally contacted Harry again. He took off his hood and gloves at the same time, and used the gauze next to him and dipped in warm water to wipe the dried blood on Harry's face and hair. Harry's forehead was sweating coldly. Even if his mind fell into deep sleep, his body could still feel the pain. Patiently wiping away the blood on his ears and the back of his neck, Harry's face looked very pale without the dark red bloodstains. Harry, Bruce called Harry's name, hoping that Harry could hear that he was beside him. But just like before, Harry became more nervous after hearing his voice. Bruce could only guess that Harry's fear was related to him. In order not to expose his relationship with the Wayne family, Dr. Leslie usually left Wayne Manor before dawn, and today was no exception. Alfred sent her out of Wayne Island through a hidden road, but not long after returning to Wayne Manor, he actually received an unexpected visit request. After the doorbell at the door of the manor rang, Alfred turned on the video call and saw Harry's butler. Hello, Mr. Halls. Alfred knew that the full name of Harry's butler was Bernard Halls, and he did not hide the idea that he knew him from the other party. Is this Mr. Pennyworth? Bernard had tried his best to tidy up his appearance, but he still looked very haggard. I'm sorry for coming here intrusively. Is Mr. Wayne here? I can't find. I lost the news of Harry. Maybe Batman knows where Harry is. On the way here, Bernard had been thinking about whether to point out his guess about Bruce Wayne's identity, But when he really stood at the door of Wayne's house, he could no longer think so much. There was only Harry, and the only important thing was to confirm Harry's safety. Alfred could empathize with Bernard's feelings. He had also experienced a moment when Bruce had no news and danger, but he was frightened by the hidden information in Harry's housekeeper's words. He dared to guarantee that neither Batman nor Harry had revealed Bruce's identity to Bernard. How did he find out? Alfred led him in. Bruce, who had changed his clothes, appeared behind Alfred, followed by Tim and Damien, who had just checked on Harry's situation. Alfred did not resist this proposal. He immediately opened the door of the manor. Mr. Halls, you can drive in. Taking a deep breath, Bernard turned around and got in the car, and drove directly to the open space in front of the main house of the manor, where Alfred was waiting to greet him. Bernard's eyes were bloodshot. After getting out of the car, he immediately walked towards Alfred. Please forgive my presumption. Is Harry here? Mr. Osborn was injured. Alfred gestured to Bernard to go in. I'll take you to see him. Bernard followed Alfred, and he tried to calm himself down. If Harry's injury was not serious, he would not have lost contact with him. He guessed that Harry was at least unconscious. Maybe he should ask about Harry's condition, but no matter what the answer was, it would not be as good as seeing Harry with his own eyes. He followed Wayne's butler directly to the room on the corner of the second floor. The moment the door was pushed open, a strong smell of disinfectant emanated from it. Bernard's first reaction to smelling this smell was that Harry had suffered an external injury. There was no time to think about it, and the door was completely opened. Bruce Wayne and his two children were in this ward. Bernard ignored them rudely and focused his eyes directly on Harry on the bed. From head to toe, only Harry's right hand was tightly bandaged. There were even many splints tied under the gauze, and the gauze used for bandaging had begun to be stained with blood. Trauma plus comminuted fracture, Bernard came to this conclusion almost instantly. Seeing his young master fainting on the bed with a pale face, Bernard almost stopped breathing. Harry had been injured too many times, and he couldn't continue to wait at home peacefully for Harry to risk his life for anything else. Who did this? Who hurt Harry? In order to successfully release the detoxification gas stored by the Osborn Group, Harry gave his gas mask to Felicia. Tim took the responsibility of explaining the matter, so when he led the Scarecrow away, he was poisoned by laughing gas and fear gas. Scarecrow. Bernard walked to Harry's bed and touched Harry's hair soaked with cold sweat. The Scarecrow has brought many dangers to Harry, not only Harry, but also Master Norman. Osborn seems to be targeted by the Scarecrow. He stares at everyone with the surname Osborn like a terrier. If he continues to let it go, will Harry be hurt by the Scarecrow again? The whole ward seemed to be silent because of Bernard's low mood. After a long time, before Harry fell into coma, he had been controlling himself and didn't put his fist on the Scarecrow. Bruce looked at Bernard and seemed to be able to see what Bernard was thinking, but he was sure that this was not what Harry wanted to see. Hearing Bruce's words, Bernard tightened his hand on Harry's hair. Bruce Wayne is right, he should consider Harry's situation and Harry's mood. Bernard, who let go of some ideas, finally set his sights on the owner of this manor. They almost acquiesced to their identities in front of Bernard, and Bernard was also very sure that Bruce Wayne was Batman. He should thank Batman for saving Harry many times, if Harry hadn't gotten himself involved. Thank you for taking Harry to receive treatment, Mr. Wayne. Bernard had no interest in revealing their identities. His hand was still on Harry's hair. I think I should take Harry home. Harry needs to rest. Bruce refused Bernard without thinking. I think the Osborn family is the same. Bernard didn't finish his words. He looked at Harry. Maybe Bernard and Bruce's voices together had a miraculous effect on Harry, or maybe Harry's self-defense began to relax in a safe situation. In short, the unconscious Harry rubbed Bernard's hand on his hair unconsciously. This successfully stopped what Bernard was about to say. He gently touched his young master's hair, and his sadness almost overflowed from his heart that was instantly softened into water. I don't think you mind if I stay here with Master Harry. Bruce saw Harry's reaction, and he guessed that Bernard's presence might soothe Harry's spirit, so he naturally wouldn't object. Walking out of the ward with Tim and Damien, Alfred sighed. He is a very perceptive person. Maybe more than perceptive. Tim still remembered the arms smuggling incident. During the one afternoon Harry stayed in the hospital, his butler handled almost everything and pinned all the responsibility on the other party who was unaware of the incident, while the Osborn Group was perfectly invisible. What do you think? Tim rarely took the initiative to ask Damien's opinion. This is what a qualified butler should do. Damien certainly used Alfred as a comparison, but at least he should tie a tie before driving out. Tim was silent. He cares about Harry very much. Alfred certainly noticed Bernard's wrinkled clothes, but if it was him, he would probably not be much better. Bruce did not leave the ward. He watched Bernard unbutton a few buttons of Harry's shirt in the ward to ease his breathing, and in the process ignored the obvious red marks on Harry's chest, but soon pulled the thin quilt over Harry's chest. In fact, Bruce originally didn't think there was anything wrong, if the butler hadn't pulled the quilt over Harry so quickly. Then, Bernard found the room's temperature control system as if nothing had happened, and adjusted the room temperature to the temperature Harry was used to. After confirming that the air circulation system was working properly, he even opened the window a little bit, and finally asked for a humidifier to be placed in the corner of the room. Master Harry doesn't like the smell of disinfectant. Bernard explained why he still opened the window a little bit even though he knew there was an air circulation system. The smell of this room would make Harry uncomfortable. After finishing all this, Bruce saw Bernard sighing and standing by Harry's bed. Mr. Wayne. Bernard turned his eyes to Bruce Wayne on the side. Maybe I should call you Batman. The conversation he once wanted to have with Batman may not be too late now. Bruce did not respond to this sentence, and he also looked at Bernard. I'm not saying this to blackmail you or anything. Bernard didn't back down even though he knew who he was facing. Harry grew up alone away from home, and Master Norman believed that Master Harry's genetic disease would be stimulated prematurely if he was around him. So after Harry was 3 years old, he began to distance himself from Harry, until the age of 11, when Master Norman became seriously ill and sent Harry away. For nearly 10 years after that, Master Norman devoted himself to the study of genetic diseases and almost disappeared from Harry's life. I still remember that Master Harry cried and asked me why his father didn't love him before he left, but I couldn't give any answer. From the occasional words that were sent back, I only knew that after Master Harry left us, he was afraid to give his feelings to anyone. He had no friends and no close people. Bernard even needed to pause occasionally to calm down when he said this. Batman is the only person he has approached and loved in more than 20 years besides his family. Bernard said this just to let Bruce Wayne know how important he is in Harry's heart. I don't know what you think of Harry, Mr. Wayne, but if you don't want to hurt someone who sincerely likes you. Bernard took a deep breath to suppress the bitterness in his throat, and said respectfully and sternly, don't use your tricks on him. Bernard didn't want to mention the past. Harry was sad and collapsed because of Batman, but he turned around and still put all his thoughts on Batman, and even let him hurt himself in anything. Harry didn't know how to love someone appropriately. No one taught him this, so he gave everything he could, but now, Bernard wanted to take Harry's self back from Batman. Bruce didn't expect him to say this to him. He knew that in Harry's eyes, the butler was his only relative, and he also knew how protective Bernard was of Harry, not to mention that he seemed to have been misunderstood by his butler for a long time. But, he did hurt Harry, maybe more than once. Bruce thought that as a person who truly cared about Harry, Bernard's words were not offensive. On the contrary, he was happy that someone cared about Harry like this, Bruce Wayne, or Batman. He wanted to say that he was not indifferent to Harry's feelings, but it didn't feel so sincere to say it out loud. The nightmare completely faded away, wrapped in a familiar sense of security. While Bruce was thinking about what he should say, Harry finally woke up in a comfortable environment. Am I dreaming? What is the probability that Bruce and Bernard will appear at his bedside together? Harry didn't even have time to care about his injuries. Bernard sighed for Harry's timely awakening. Of course you didn't. Of course, Bruce also sighed for his timely awakening. How do you feel, Harry? Feeling that his whole body was in pain, but Bernard was there. Harry didn't say it. My hands hurt a little. Where is this? Harry confirmed that this was not his home. Wayne Manor, Bernard answered first. Are you going back with me? Compared to this, Harry wanted to know why Bernard was here, then you. What do you want to ask? Bernard knew Harry very well. Are you asking me why I was able to find you? Or when did I know Mr. Wayne's identity? Both. Harry wanted to know where he had revealed his flaws. Of course, Bruce also wanted to know this. Within 12 hours of your time, you had continuous conversations with Mr. Wayne and... Don't say it, Bernard. Harry's voice was weak, but he still raised his voice to stop his butler from saying what he was about to say. It turned out that the sight he felt when he left the Osborn family in the morning was really not an illusion. Bruce thought he might have a better understanding of what kind of image he had in Bernard Hall's mind. Bernard pulled the quilt and screamed in his heart. "I'm so sleepy, I wonder if it will be very creaky if I type while sleepy." Chapter 102. My hand will be fine. Harry was quite sure of this. After all, when his pumpkin bomb blew up his face at close range, he only had a large scar left. The recovery of the facial bones and nerves was no problem at all. So he confidently promised Bernard and Bruce, who were worried about his injury. Harry's enhanced recovery ability was still uncertain in terms of value. Bruce could not be as optimistic as Harry. "I hope so." Bernard did not speak. He could not stop worrying as long as he thought that one day Harry would be more seriously injured in a place he did not know. But Harry could not always be within his sight, especially when he followed Batman on night patrols or had any urgent tasks. It happened that he could not accompany Harry at the most dangerous time. This was the most helpless point for Bernard. Harry was awake now. If he was alone, Bruce could use various methods to keep him, but now Harry's butler, who was as close as an elder, was also there. If Bruce did not want to make his image in his heart worse, there were obviously many methods that could not be used. So with the butler watching, he could only say dryly, "Harry, just stay here and recover." Thinking of what Bernard had not finished saying just now, Harry first subconsciously glanced at the butler standing next to him with an expressionless face. With a look of inquiry, Bernard certainly understood Harry's desire to be with a person he liked, but he wanted to make sure that Bruce Wayne also liked Harry seriously. Even if he was not as unreserved as Harry, at least he should cherish him enough. But, at least now, he had no reason to stop him. Just do what you want. Bernard hoped that Harry could always do what he wanted without any scruples, but the fact was that Harry had learned to restrain himself when he didn't know. Harry's face was pale, but he was visibly happy after hearing Bernard's words. "I know, Bernard, you said that you could never refuse Harry Osborn. After you finish." Bernard suddenly stopped. He said this sentence after Harry said that no one could refuse Bruce Wayne. Bernard reflected on himself. If this was the case, wouldn't he also be unable to refuse Bruce Wayne? Seeing Harry's puzzled look, Bernard finally didn't say the second half of the sentence. "No, nothing." Bruce didn't think highly of Bernard's excessive care for Harry. If it was anyone other than Harry, his indulgence would only result in a child with a bad character and who would never grow up. But these can be discussed slowly. The important thing now is, did Harry agree to stay here to recuperate? "Harry, I'll ask Alfred to prepare a room for you. If you need anything, you can tell anyone here." Bruce immediately informed Alfred that Harry was going to stay in Wayne Manor to recuperate. Perhaps it was because of the Wayne family's hospitality, or perhaps it was to provide his master with an opportunity to be alone with Harry. Alfred kindly proposed to take Bernard to rest. However, even though Bernard could see that Alfred's actions meant to get him out of the way, for the sake of the Osborn family's face and considering the courtesy of being a guest, he could only leave the room with Pennyworth for the time being. Mr. Hall's, Alfred always subconsciously wanted to leave a good impression on Bernard when talking to him now. Does Harry have any special preferences or habits for living? Since they were going to prepare a room for Harry, of course they had to prepare it according to his habits. Maybe this room would be kept for a long time. Alfred smiled and wanted to prepare the room in one go, but then he remembered that Harry was not the young master brought home by Master Bruce, and that Wayne Manor had another owner. It was no problem to prepare another room, but it might be a bit redundant for Master Bruce and Harry. Bernard walked beside Alfred. He really wanted to correct Alfred's overly intimate name for Harry, but thinking that even if the name changed, Harry would still stay with Bruce Wayne, he stopped thinking about these self-deceiving ideas. Master Harry doesn't have many requirements for his accommodation, but according to his habit, it would be best if the sun could shine on his bed when he draws the curtains in the morning, otherwise he would unconsciously stay in bed. Bernard had observed a lot of Harry's habits during the months they lived together, and he didn't mind telling Alfred about them so that Harry could lie more comfortably here. He is used to walking barefoot on the ground, so it's best to have a thick enough carpet in the room. And the lighting. Harry is used to turning on a golden night light before going to bed at night. The light should not be too bright, it's better to be a little dim. Alfred wrote down all the requirements Bernard said as he walked, and planned to contact someone immediately to adjust a room that met these requirements. But when it comes to the morning sunlight, he remembered that there was a room near Master Bruce's room that met the requirements very well. Food, clothing, housing and transportation. These are the basics of the basics. So, does Harry have any preferences in terms of diet? It's just the basic work of entertaining guests, but Bernard seems to feel the importance of the Wayne family to Harry. Master Harry's not picky about food. If I have to say, he doesn't like fried eggs or boiled eggs, and doesn't like to eat cereal-related foods for breakfast. His favorite fruit is strawberry, preferably sweet enough and not sour. In addition, after adding some night activities to himself, he is used to drinking a cup of black coffee in the morning. Night activities. Alfred's smile remained unchanged, and his master Tim also fell in love with coffee after participating in these night activities. Diet doesn't have to be according to Harry's preferences, just like Bernard himself would add fried eggs that he didn't like to Harry's breakfast every day. You really know Harry well, Alfred sighed. He remembered that Harry had not been back to Gotham for a long time, and Bernard Halls had no contact with Harry for nearly 10 years. Bernard admitted that he knew Harry, but I should have known better. I understand how you feel. During the years when Master Bruce was away traveling, they had almost no contact until he suddenly came back as a reliable protector. At that time, his impression of Bruce was still that of the confused boy a few years ago. After Bernard left with Alfred, Bruce and Harry were the only ones left in the room. When they were not alone, Harry didn't feel anything special, but when they were really alone, he began to get nervous. It was not because he was nervous about being in the same room with the person he liked, but because he was affected by the fear gas. He still remembered what he did in the hallucination, even though those were fake, but the fear was real. He was afraid that he would disappoint Batman, afraid that he would be sad and miserable because of him, and afraid of being abandoned. After Harry subconsciously avoided his sight, Bruce saw that he was nervous, and thought of Harry frowning when he heard his voice when he was unconscious. Harry, after being infected with Scarecrow's fear gas, did you see me? Harry did not answer this question. He did see Batman, but he was not afraid of Batman. Harry, Bruce pulled his chair to Harry's bedside, looked at Harry who was still lying on the bed, and rubbed his soft hair to comfort him a little. No matter what you see, I promise that what you are afraid of will not happen. Harry was comforted by Bruce's simple action, and the uneasiness after Bernard left was quickly soothed. You don't know what I'm afraid of yet. Then, are you willing to tell me? As long as Bruce asked, Harry would never hide it, to disappoint you. Bruce sighed. His little boyfriend was more insecure than he expected. He brushed the hair off Harry's forehead and kissed Harry's forehead gently. If I did anything that made you feel uneasy, Harry, I apologize. He always knew that Harry had a sensitive personality, and his previous hesitation in love might have caused Harry's subconscious uneasiness. Harry's uninjured left hand grabbed Bruce's tie that had fallen down because he hadn't buttoned his suit jacket. Bruce's side just now seemed to be right beside his ear. Do I make you feel mentally exhausted? Never. Bruce's hand was still on Harry's hair. He leaned close to Harry, his deep blue eyes just above those gray blue eyes. You have proved to me that you will not let me down. Not only that, Harry, you are already good enough. Bruce might not be right to say this to his boyfriend, but he thought Harry needed it. Believe in yourself more. Just do what you think is right. Harry's gray blue eyes looked at Bruce, and Bruce was attracted by his eyes as usual. He kissed a corner of Harry's eye, and a drop of cold sweat from Harry's right hand due to the pain slid down his forehead, hung at the end of his eye, and was taken away by the kiss. Maybe Bruce's comfort was very effective, but this possibility was not high. Or maybe it was because he was still close enough to Harry. This guess was more reliable. Harry no longer felt subconsciously afraid of being in the same space with Bruce, and even wanted to stay longer. But Alfred had already walked out the door with Bernard. Besides these, after you recover, there may be other things we should talk about. Bruce suddenly said. Living with you? Harry boldly guessed. More than that. Bruce just wanted to check Harry's body. The degree of strengthening of his body, the specific value of his self-healing ability, and the degree to which his 5 senses were stimulated were all information that Batman had wanted to collect a long time ago, and we can start discussing living together now. Alfred was very surprised when he pushed the door in with Bernard, and Bernard followed behind with a livid face. Why hasn't Bernard joined the Bat family yet? Exclamation mark. A comprehensive review of the extra stories. 1. I love you so much that I either want you or not. The one suggested in the comments section of chapter 95. I don't know how to summarize it. 2. No hero returns, Peter and Norman. 3. Peter travels back to Gotham, the Bat is jealous, which is something we all know. 4. Harry and Batman travel back to the main universe Gotham. To give the main universe a little shock that Batman has a boyfriend, there are still some uncertainties. I'll take a look. It seems like there are a bit too many, but I still want to write them all. Chapter 103. When leaving Wayne Manor, Bernard still had a tense face, and the professional ethics of a butler was completely forgotten. Seeing that his young master was about to be kidnapped, he had no position to stop it. However, Alfred didn't mind Bernard's cold attitude at all. If he put himself in his shoes, if Master Bruce wanted to move to the Osborn family, Alfred gritted his teeth, and suddenly felt complicated when he thought of that scene, so he treated Bernard more warmly and considerately. Mr. Halls, you are welcome to come anytime. Alfred watched Bernard get into the car. We will take good care of Harry. After the incident was settled last night, all the news media workers who had recovered came out in droves. They took pictures of the disaster-like scenes in the streets and alleys of Gotham, and took pictures of the Osborn building spewing detoxification gas. All Gotham people know who saved them, the Osborn Group, Harry Osborn. Gordon even accepted media interviews to appease the public, and in the interview, he bluntly said that Harry was seriously injured and had been taken away for treatment. Since then, the title of Gotham's conscience has reappeared. In order to squat at the place where Harry was injured and recuperated, and to interview Harry at the right time, some reporters even ambushed near the Osborn family, followed the Osborn family's butler Bernard Halls from a distance in the morning, and then watched Bernard, who was described as embarrassed, drive straight to Wayne Manor. In just one morning, the news that Harry moved into Bruce Wayne's house had spread throughout Gotham. When Gotham Daily reported the laughing gas lockdown last night, the Osborn Group and Harry Osborn occupied the absolute center of the report. At the same time, the entertainment section of Gotham Daily also wrote an entire page centered on the gossip about Harry Osborn and Bruce Wayne. Gotham citizens have become accustomed to facing danger. They are good at finding something different from all kinds of crises. Moreover, the casualties last night were limited. After the incident was over, they had regrouped in a very short time, and the widespread gossip just helped people divert their attention from the nervous mood. For a while, the topic of whether Bruce Wayne is worthy of Harry Osborn jumped to the top of the Gotham topic list on the internet. In the past, there was only the question of whether others were worthy of Bruce Wayne, and it was unprecedented to discuss whether Bruce Wayne was worthy of another person. But Harry Osborn and Bruce Wayne, one is the owner of the Osborn Group who has saved Gotham from fire and water twice, and the other is a playboy who has only face and money except gossip. Even if he is Bruce Wayne, only 50% of the people in the above topic think that they are very compatible. However, among the 50% of people who support that the two Gotham tycoons are very compatible, there is still a large part of them holding the idea that Harry Osborn is very handsome and rich. Who else is worthy of him except Bruce Wayne? In short, the heat of their affairs is no less than the laughing gas lockdown incident. After all, one of them is the hero who solved this incident, and the other is Bruce Wayne. The bad computer kept reminding Tim that there were abnormal messages on the internet. Tim was very serious about solving the problem, but after reading it, he tried his best to suppress his laughter and forwarded these topics to the group chat. But at this time, almost no one was active in the group. Only Damian replied unhappily, "Drake, don't be so boring." The death of the Joker was wrapped in layers of news. Except for a little mention in social news, almost no one paid attention to it. The chaos he desperately created was also solved in a short time, and the large-scale performance that symbolized the end of the curtain ended hastily. And the seed he wanted to plant, called the Joker, also completely lost the soil for cultivation. Since then, no one cared about him, and no one mentioned him. The impact of the laughing gas lockdown was too great, but when Dick knew about it, Batman and the others had almost solved it, so he didn't rush back. It was not until noon the next day that Alfred, who was preparing lunch, received the news that Dick would be home soon. He came back really in time. This was Harry's first day at Wayne Manor, and he could just introduce them to each other, but at this time Alfred was a little regretful that Jason was not there. Bruce was accompanying Harry in the room. Harry's injured right hand was wrapped up so tightly that there was no room for movement, but he couldn't wear this blood-stained clothing anyway. Bernard had unbuttoned half of Harry's clothes, but perhaps considering Bruce Wayne was beside him, he didn't help Harry take them off directly. The gauze was wrapped very tightly, and the not-so-loose cuffs couldn't be pulled off his arm smoothly. Bruce carefully tore off Harry's right sleeve from the shoulder, and then helped him take off his clothes. 24 hours ago, The young man, who was still safely held in his arms and had no injuries except for a slight discomfort, now had a serious injury on his right hand that was difficult to heal, and his face was pale. Bruce felt complicated and uncomfortable. If possible, he hoped that Harry would not be injured again in the future. What should I wear now? Slightly formal clothes inevitably have sleeves, but you can't just put on a bathrobe like you do at home. Bruce came back to his senses and looked at the red kiss marks on Harry's body that not only did not fade but even became brighter. He thought for a moment, if you don't mind, I have some sweaters that are big enough for you. It would not restrict Harry's right arm and would cover his skin to the greatest extent. It was a good idea. Harry didn't mind wearing his boyfriend's clothes at all, but when Bruce took it, they found that even the smallest one for Bruce could fully expose the part above Harry's collarbone. The edge of the white sweater clearly revealed the red marks they wanted to cover. No one will care about this. If it was on the street, Harry would have no other thoughts when seeing this, but in Bruce's house. Wait a minute, you seem to have a very young. Bruce was sure that Harry was talking about Damien. Don't worry, he is. Anyway, don't worry. Harry didn't know the identities of Red Robin and Robin yet, which was actually obvious, but so many things happened in the past 2 days that he didn't have time to think about it. So when Bruce brought Harry to the restaurant, Harry finally met Bruce's family members for the first time. Timothy Drake, whom he had met at the banquet, a little boy with a cold face and a little arrogance, who looked very much like Bruce, a black-haired young man standing next to him and staring at him, and the butler Alfred, whom Bruce had mentioned to him many times. Master Harry, I'm glad to see you in good spirits. Alfred pulled out a chair next to Bruce for Harry. In fact, Dick had just returned, and he had not even been in for a minute. He originally wanted to ask Alfred and Tim about Harry in detail, but he didn't expect to see him in person. Hi, Harry. He walked to Harry's side and stretched out his hand to him as if nothing had happened. But when he saw the gauze wrapped around Harry's right hand, he immediately changed the direction of his hand, scratched his head, and then continued the awkward self-introduction just now. Richard Grayson, it's nice to see you again. Tim saw Dick's performance in its entirety and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He thought Dick really didn't mind at all, and had smoothly accepted the fact that his adoptive father's boyfriend was 5 years younger than him. After taking a look at the camera in the restaurant, Tim planned to cut this clip and send it to Jason later. Harry Osborn. Harry introduced himself as well, but again? Have they met before? So he glanced at Bruce. Nightwing. Bruce simply said Dick's current codename, and Harry would slowly learn more. Dick was sure that he saw Harry Osborn's shocked expression. Nightwing was Richard Grayson, and Harry had seen this name in reports related to Bruce. This was his first adopted son. The first adopted son was Nightwing, so what about the ones after that? So Harry naturally moved his gaze to Tim and Damien next to him. So, Red Robin. There were very few people who could let them reveal their identities so directly, and Tim could only say that this feeling was not bad. Damien stood beside him with his arms crossed. He did not introduce his code name, but said his name, Damien Wayne. Harry knew that there was a child with the same last name as Bruce, but he did not think that this child was really Bruce's, but looking at their appearance, things are a bit complicated. I will tell you slowly. Bruder covered his forehead. He did not want to talk about his birth in front of Damien, although Damien knew it very well. So Harry did not dwell on this point, and naturally focused his eyes on Alfred. One penny. It's a pleasure to get to know you again in my current identity. Alfred has been waiting for this day for a long time. Lunch is steak. Alfred has specially checked the guide for recovery after a fracture, which mentioned that patients need to supplement protein. However, considering that Harry's right hand was injured, Alfred has specially prepared a small piece of steak for Harry that can be eaten in one bite, and by the way, his cutlery has been completely replaced with a convenient fork and a small spoon. Strawberries are also very considerately prepared for the after-meal fruit. Everyone had the same food, but Harry looked curiously at Damien's plate without any meat, thinking that Robin was picky about food. Tim accidentally saw Harry's look, and he kindly explained, Damien is a environmentalist, the kind whose slogan is harmony between man and nature. After saying that, he even nodded affirmatively. Damien looked at Tim dissatisfiedly. Drake, it's really unpleasant to hear you say that. Apart from Dick's flustered behavior, Alfred thought this was a good start. Are you going to sleep in my room tonight? Bruce had never brought anyone home, let alone slept in his own room, But he really wanted to share his bedroom with Harry. In fact, Harry chose to stay here to recuperate. Wasn't it just to spend more time with his boyfriend? But I have to recuperate now, Harry reminded Bruce. They couldn't do anything in the next few days. But if Bruce took back his proposal, he was sure that he would be angry, even if the other party was Batman. So you have to sleep on my right side. Bruce took Harry's left hand and walked towards his room. Bruce's room was more stable than Harry's. There was no carpet covering the entire room, no freezer that could make ice at any time, and outside the French window was just a simple balcony, not a large terrace. But the whole room looked very comfortable, and most importantly, the bed was very big. When two people in love were alone together, they would kiss each other for no apparent reason. When Harry found out, he had already been put on the bed, but Bruce only kissed him lightly, and even his hands were only on Harry's shoulders and neck, not going any lower. But what should be done still had to be done, such as Bruce helping Harry take off his clothes. He only took off the white sweater from Harry, and when his hands were still on Harry's bare back, Bruce. Superman in a red cape suddenly appeared outside Bruce's window. He heard about what happened in Gotham last night and planned to come and see what was going on, and by the way, notify Batman to attend the Justice League meeting, but at Batman's strong request, Superman rarely monitors his condition at ordinary times. In addition, the light in the room is on, and Bruce will not do anything in the bedroom, so Superman shows up without thinking. Chapter 104. In the observation tower, Superman sat at the round table with his hand on his forehead. Green Lantern was the first to arrive here. Superman, I heard that you saw Batman and his boyfriend in bed. Hal was not a gossipy person, but that was Batman. Superman covered his forehead. After he ran away under Bruce's angry eyes, he accidentally ran to the Flash and told Barry about it. Who else knows? Superman had already anticipated how Batman would look at him. Know what? Diana appeared with a smile. You saw Bruce's boyfriend. Diana, why even you? Superman wanted to know who else Barry told. Diana smiled and shook her head. I saw Barry running towards the Atlantic Ocean. If he didn't turn halfway. Superman prayed that this matter would not be spread any further, but his hope was soon broken by Aquaman. Superman, Arthur came over and looked at Superman with admiration. You are very brave. Damn, Superman can completely guess why Barry hasn't come yet. Did he look for everyone? Cyborg was the only one who showed up with a blank expression. After he came over, Superman looked at him with hope. Cyborg, who already knew what happened through the surveillance here, came over in advance. The Flash has already contacted me. Until Barry finally showed up looking very happy, he didn't have time to see if Batman was there, and saw Superman looking at him with his arms folded. Speed Force. Is the fastest speed in the world used to spread gossip? Hey, isn't anyone curious about what Batman's boyfriend looks like? Barry didn't notice the grief and anger in Superman's eyes at all. Except for Cyborg, who had already started searching the internet, everyone looked at Superman, the only one who had seen Batman's boyfriend. Superman couldn't help but recall the scene he had just seen. Bruce was dressed neatly, and his boyfriend was almost naked and was pressed by him. Stop. Don't think about it anymore. Superbrains are not used for this kind of thing. The only impression of Superman who interrupted his memories was very, very white. So, how much did you see? Hal was more concerned about this. All. Of course not. Superman defended himself loudly. He didn't want to be mistaken for watching Bruce do that kind of thing. I only saw Bruce taking off his boyfriend's clothes. What did you say you saw? The moment Batman's low voice appeared, the entire watchtower fell silent. After Superman disappeared from Bruce's window at super speed, Harry was half a beat late to retract his gaze outside, but he saw Bruce still looking at the balcony with a cold face. So what is Superman here for? Harry thought, there must be a reason for coming to Bruce in the middle of the night. Why did he run away in such a panic? Bruce retracted his gaze, softened his expression and kissed Harry's forehead. I will call if there is anything, don't worry. It's time to let Superman know the truth of calling if there is something. And Bruce can guess why he came, for the Watchtower meeting tonight. Gotham's night patrol tonight will be led by Nightwing, Red Robin, and Robin. Alfred will provide backup for them as usual. Harry needs to rest for the next 2 days, so Bruce takes him back to the bedroom. There are still 4 hours before the meeting starts, and he could have held Harry to sleep for a while. But now, Bruce closed the curtains and came back to help Harry take off the rest of his clothes. He was careful not to touch Harry's right hand, so he moved slowly. "Harry, I think I have to leave early." "Don't tell me that." Harry didn't think about restricting Bruce's actions. "You are Batman." Bruce ruffled Harry's hair that had stood up when he took off his clothes just now. "Ask me more," Bruce said to Harry. "You are qualified. The result of having a boyfriend who is much younger than you is that you feel like you are in love, but also like you are cultivating. No matter what others think, Bruce feels pretty good anyway." Although Bruce said that he could ask for more, Harry couldn't think of anything he could ask for right now, so he had to start with the most urgent matter. "Can I use your bathroom to take a shower?" It had been a whole day since he was injured, and Harry had only cleaned the blood-stained parts a little. The habit of taking showers frequently developed when the genetic disease was frequent had continued to this day, so Harry's most urgent thought was to take a shower. "Of course, but your wound can't get wet." After Harry finished speaking, Bruce began to unbutton his clothes with one hand and walk towards the closet. Harry just thought that he was going to change clothes and leave, so he walked towards the bathroom almost without covering himself. "I'll pay attention." It was just a simple shower, which wouldn't take long, not to mention that Bruce wanted to go to the watchtower in advance just to warn Superman not to do this again when there were fewer people around, so it wasn't an urgent matter. So when Harry was studying the shower equipment in Bruce's bathroom, the bathroom door was opened again. Bruce, wearing a thin nightgown, pushed open the door and walked in. "You need someone to help you." "I think I can do it myself." Harry pretended to be calm. He felt that he was not injured to the extent that he needed his boyfriend to help him take a shower, not to mention that it was too weird. But Bruce had already come in. Under the shower, he pulled Harry's bandaged right arm to his shoulder. In order to avoid the splashing water from wetting the gauze, he adjusted the water pressure to a very gentle level before turning it on. The water splashed on Harry, and some of it also fell on Bruce's nightgown. The thin nightgown was wet and stuck to Bruce's body, and his full and explosive muscles were fully displayed in front of Harry. Feeling Bruce's calloused hand sliding on his body, Harry's muscles tensed instantly, and his body, which could only see vague lines, suddenly became smooth and tight. "Relax, Harry." This was not the first time Bruce said this to Harry, so Harry became more nervous. The mist soon filled the space between the two of them. Harry's hair was dripping with water, and he used his left hand to brush his hair back. In the dim light, Bruce held Harry's right arm and exchanged moist kisses with him. The mist obscured all their reactions. When Bruce walked to the Batcave in a half-dry robe to change uniforms, Nightwing and the others had not left yet. "Bruce, you're faster than I thought." Nightwing had already sat on the motorcycle, and after saying this, he accelerated out of the Batcave without looking back. Red Robin and Robin were also planning to set off, but Red Robin saw that Robin was not unhappy at all when he heard Nightwing's words, and suddenly felt very surprised. Compared to himself, Damian was more optimistic about Dick, but was he so good to Dick? Seeing Robin also leaving the Batcave, considering that he might just think this sentence is an ordinary greeting, Red Robin was instantly relieved. "Let's go." Red Robin followed Robin and left the Batcave. "Has Master Harry gone to bed?" Alfred changed his address very quickly, but it didn't sound very suitable for Master Bruce. Alfred was stunned when he thought of this, and suddenly felt that he was led by the topic that was spreading wildly on the internet. Well, Bruce's face had turned cold since he walked out of the bedroom, and now he looked unhappy. What happened? It couldn't be that they had a disagreement on the first day of living together? Nothing, just a Superman who needed to be warned. Bruce went straight to change his uniform and casually hung his thin robe on the rack. The founders of the Justice League, who all arrived at the Watchtower earlier than expected, cast gossiping and sympathetic eyes on Batman and Superman respectively. But looking at Batman's cold face and listening to his unhappy tone, at least most people were not so reckless to go to him to ask gossip. Hi, Bruce. Superman continued to greet him, hoping that he would quickly forget what happened just now. "I told you, don't call my name at this time." If it was normal, Superman would call him Bruce in the Watchtower, but he was unhappy now. The first time he arrived at the Watchtower, he already knew that before he warned Superman, everyone here knew that he had just done nothing. Meeting. Batman took the lead and walked towards the meeting room. Since everyone who was supposed to come had already arrived, there was no need to wait for the agreed time. Superman immediately followed and tried to explain to Batman, Is your phone just for show?" "No, it's just. Don't let me see you outside my balcony again." Hearing this, Superman finally breathed a sigh of relief. I promise. Hal, who was following closely behind the two, shrugged at Barry in a bored manner. Diana sighed slightly and sighed to Aquaman. Boys. Cyborg was still surfing the internet. He had successfully found news about Bruce and his boyfriend from the Gotham network, and was shocked to find that the boyfriend they were talking about was really a boyfriend. The kind-hearted Cyborg packaged all the information he had collected and sent it to his teammates, deliberately avoiding Batman's account. The sudden meeting was held because the Watchtower observed occasional instability in the universe. Green Lantern had already checked the universe and found no abnormalities. Wonder Woman and Aquaman also explored it in their own ways and found no special powers. But the Watchtower did give them an early warning. The signal fluctuations this time were similar to those during the Syndicate invasion, but they were completely opposite. Batman suspected that a reverse space force was brewing, and the effect might be to take the people in this universe away in the opposite direction, but it still needed to be observed. It might be a magical force. Diana had another guess, but this needs Zatanna to confirm. I'll contact Zatanna later. Batman tried his best to consider all possibilities, especially in the face of the unknown. Zatanna was on another mission, and it would take some time for Batman to contact her. After the meeting, except for those on duty, everyone could leave at will. Batman usually stayed longer before, but today he just simply checked the recent observation data and left here. As for the rest of the people, no wonder it attracted Batman. Hal looked at the photo sent by Cyborg of Bruce and his boyfriend kissing on the street, as well as Harry Osborn's personal photo, and sighed. Barry nodded in agreement. Osborn, is it the Osborn I thought of? It's the one you thought of? The space force that takes people away in the opposite direction. The extra story will take away XQL. Suddenly I remembered the update at 3 or 4 in the morning the day before yesterday. My cat's name is Jojo. That night, it probably felt the light was too bright, so it crawled under the table to sleep. There was a baffle under the table, so I couldn't reach it. I could only call its name to get it out, so I called it Harry. After calling it for a long time, there was no response. I thought that if I called it for a while, it would come out to look at me. Until I lay on the bed and closed my eyes, I realized that I called the cat's name wrong. Chapter 105. When Bruce came back, Harry was already sleeping soundly. The sudden relaxation after the injury and the mental tension was the most tiring and relaxing. After confirming that the gauze bandaged on Harry's right hand did not need to be changed, Bruce finally lifted the quilt and lay on Harry's left. The strong presence of another person in his room did not make Bruce feel uncomfortable. Listening to Harry's gentle breathing, he felt more peaceful than ever. It seemed that because he felt a familiar breath, Harry turned over and leaned against Bruce. There was no skin contact, just a simple approach. In order to prevent Harry from pressing on his right hand, Bruce carefully pulled Harry's right arm over and put it on his chest, and then moved his body slightly to actively stick to Harry. When the warm breath gently hit his shoulder, Bruce felt sad and satisfied for a moment. Perhaps he had longed for a normal family a long time ago, but his unstable life and secret identity destined him to have no chance of this. It is undeniable that he has had several relationships. It is not uncommon to find people who are obsessed with Bruce Wayne or Batman. There are also several people who know his identity under the mask, but the relationship between him and them has never stopped at a few dates, and they are tacitly aware of this. Harry was an accident. Bruce turned his head and put his chin close to Harry's forehead, kissing his soft hair. They will be together forever. When Harry woke up the next day, he was holding Bruce in his arms with his right arm on his body. The curtains were drawn, and there was a golden light at the junction of the ground and the curtains. The mobile phone was placed on the low cabinet beside the bed, and the wall clock was behind him. Harry turned his head slightly to look at the ray of sunlight falling on the ground. After finding that he really couldn't guess the time, he carefully turned his head back and leaned against Bruce. His hair rubbed against Bruce's exposed skin, bringing a strange itch. Harry suddenly felt that the hair on the back of his head was rubbed lightly, and then a slightly hoarse voice sounded in his ears. "Did you sleep well?" "It couldn't be better." Harry subconsciously rubbed Bruce's hand. "Did I wake you up?" "Not really." In order to ensure that Harry's hand would not be pressed, Bruce was very alert when sleeping at night, so he was awakened by Harry's subtle and careful movements. "Do you want to sleep a little longer?" Since Bruce was already awake, Harry simply turned his head to check the time. It was 10:30 in the morning. If he hadn't been injured, even if he was at home, He would probably feel ashamed for sleeping until noon for a while. After all, he had just promised to work hard a few days ago. Listening to Bruce's somewhat sleepy voice, Harry suddenly remembered that he had called him early in the morning before. I always thought you were so sleepy in the morning because your nightlife was too rich. It is very rich. Bruce had no intention of refutation at all. There are endless criminals in the whole Gotham waiting for me to kick. You're right. It didn't matter whether lunch or breakfast was placed on the table at 11 o'clock. Harry was standing aside and calling Bernard. Don't worry, Bernard. Harry was in a good mood after a good night's sleep. My hand has recovered a lot visibly. If the injury is serious, it will indeed recover faster in the early stage. Harry, who has barely rich experience in injuries, can fully infer how long it will take for him to recover. For example, this time, it is estimated that it will only take 3 days for the scab to fall off. What did you say? Harry looked strange, as if he had heard something incredible. Gotham government. As the head of the Osborn Group who made outstanding contributions to the nitrous oxide lockdown incident, the Gotham government intends to award Harry an honorary title. What title? Harry had a bad feeling. What do you think? Bernard asked in a settled tone. No way. Harry had already frowned. You should thank your assistant. Bernard thought that Harry's title was somewhat the reason why Felicia praised Harry too much in the media interview. She told you how you overcame all difficulties to rush to the Osborn Group building that night, how you decided to give her your gas mask, and how you resolutely led the Scarecrow away. Oh, yes, and you cut your hand to bleed. In fact, Felicia just wanted to divert their attention from how Harry rushed here at night to other places. It turned out that she was very successful. No one cared whether Harry flew here in the chaos and traffic paralysis. So is the title really what you wanted? Harry's tone was false and sincere. Can you not do it? These are what a Gotham citizen should do. Bernard prepared his own lunch alone, holding a newspaper and talking to Harry on the phone. Of course you cannot do it. You are an Osborn. Do whatever you want and refuse anything you want to refuse. Harry on the other side breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want any honor, especially that kind of strange title. But the government has issued a notice just now. Bernard picked up the teacup and took a sip of red tea. That is to say, whether you accept it or not, everyone knows your title. Bernard guessed that the rush to send these was probably to stabilize the government's precarious credibility in the minds of Gotham citizens, but they shouldn't send it out without asking Harry's consent. Harry returned from the call interface to check the recent topics. Since yesterday, he has not had time to see the follow-up of the matter. Since you can't patrol at night recently, should you consider coming back to recuperate? After only 1 day of not seeing each other, Bernard already missed his young master. But if he is here, he can hug his boyfriend to sleep at night. Give me a few more days, Bernard. Although I can't go out for night patrols, I can also stay in the Batcave to do some auxiliary work. How to solve the problem of living with Bruce and not separating from Bernard at the same time. Harry was a little troubled by this. Auxiliary work. Bernard put down the newspaper in his hand. For example, monitoring Gotham's emergencies or investigating data, a lot of things. Bernard pondered for a moment, and finally told Harry, I hope you can get enough rest at Wayne's house. Of course. Bruce helped Harry wash up before he started to wash up himself, so when he came down, Harry had already finished calling Bernard and sat at the dining table. What are you looking at? Harry, who was holding his phone and swiping through various topics, didn't even raise his head. The Gotham government is really outrageous. Bruce couldn't help laughing. He also learned the news just now. I heard that the title originally prepared was very serious, but that circulated too widely and deeply rooted in people's hearts. By the way, your assistant lady is not bad. He didn't mention what he did in front of the Gotham Police Department at all, but only said what Harry paid for it. I know it completely. Harry gritted his teeth a little, but Felicia was great. As for the other topics discussing whether Bruce Wayne was worthy of Harry Osborn, Harry complained about them one by one, using his real name. While the two of them were discussing these, Alfred had prepared all the meals. Where are Tim and Damian? Harry saw Bruce had already picked up his knife and fork, and Nightwing, Richard, don't we have to wait for them? School is open as usual. Master Damian has already gone to school. Alfred explained considerately. Master Tim should be in a meeting at the company now. Harry took a breath of cold air after realizing it. How old is Robin? 12. This is Bruce. Harry didn't care about the age issue when he didn't know Robin's true face, but after knowing who it was, he just felt. Bruce, is it really appropriate to train a child like this? He was sent to me by his mother when he was 10 years old. Before that, I didn't even know he existed. Bruce didn't want Harry to misunderstand that he abused the child, so he explained, his training was almost all completed by his mother. Harry didn't know if it was appropriate to ask these questions, but he was really curious about what kind of mother would train her child like this. Who is his mother? The daughter of the leader of the Assassin's League. Bruce didn't shy away from these thoughts. This was his past that he couldn't get rid of. But Harry must have no idea what the Assassin's League is, so he continued to explain. The leader of the Assassin's League is a madman who wants to exterminate humanity, and their entire organization probably acts in this way. If this is the case, Harry can probably guess the purpose of their training Damien. He still wanted to ask something else, but this topic seemed a bit too sensitive, so Harry gave up. As for Bruce, he thought that Harry should know about Jason's existence, and he wanted to tell Harry everything except his emotional experience. As for Master Dick, he has returned to Bloodhaven. It seemed that everyone in the family left in an instant. Alfred sighed secretly. Maybe older people always like to watch some lively scenes. Fortunately, Harry came. Felicia has been very busy in the past 2 days. Not only does she have to deal with reporters everywhere at any time, she also has to help Harry solve his recent work, and even find someone to repair the window in Harry's office that he broke. Of course, she also has to drag the hang glider on the floor of the office to Harry's lounge first. God knows how much effort she spent and how many tools she found before she successfully dragged that big guy away. All the equipment Harry had taken off that night was scattered on the floor of the lounge. Felicia ignored it and dragged the glider in and immediately locked the lounge door. However, she did not return the gas mask to Harry that night, but put it in her own cabinet. If she wanted to quit because her boss was elusive or not doing her job, she would take it out and have a look. Of course, it was only valid for 20 years. Bernard, who should have been very leisurely, became busy. He took out his computer and hacked into Gotham's security network to check Gotham's situation everywhere. While investigating, he was still thinking about how to use it. Recently, except for the Joker who was causing trouble everywhere in Gotham, the rest of the people were very law-abiding. At least Bernard did not see any news of large-scale fights, but the secret transactions between these gangs have never stopped. Bernard tried to find a loophole that could be exploited, preferably one that would happen recently or might be targeted by Batman. If you want to join the activities of those nocturnal creatures, at least you have to show your abilities. If things went well, at least he wouldn't have to wait at home for his young master to come back while Harry was on night patrol. Hey! This time he finally arrived before the agreed time. Chapter 106. Life in Wayne Manor is not much different from that in Osborn's. If Harry doesn't go to work, he just needs to find something to do to kill time. But maybe he can have a drink occasionally at home, at his boyfriend's house. Originally, he was restricted from drinking because of his age, and now he is injured, so Harry can only run around and take a look at Bruce's wine cellar. Bruce leaned against the wine rack and watched Harry's pale fingertips run across the whiskey inlaid with diamonds on the bottle. Wait until you are 21, Harry. Birthday present. Harry retracted his hand and looked at Bruce. I don't want something that can be bought. Of course not, Bruce said helplessly. You can take it and drink it any time after you are 21. Are you sure? Harry continued to walk deeper into the wine cellar. There are many unique collections here. If they can make you happy. My mood is too valuable. Wayne doesn't need to use a small bottle of wine to show his worth. Their greatest value is to be liked by those who drink it. Bruce himself and his family members tried to avoid drinking alcohol, so the value of the entire wine cellar was almost completely lost. You're right. Harry thought so too. Since his father was not keen on drinking, the Osborn family didn't even have a wine cellar. They only had a wine cabinet that could be opened at any time. Wines worth millions and hundreds of dollars were mixed together. Harry only needed to take what he liked at any time. After leaving the wine cellar, Bruce took Harry to familiarize himself with the route to the Batcave in Wayne Manor, the bookshelf that would open by pressing the button in the Shakespeare statue, the passage that could only be opened by turning the time of the big clock to a specified time, and even the dry well in the remote part of the manor. So many entrances. Harry suddenly felt that the attic of the Osborn family that he flew in and out of was so simple that it was unreasonable. How many Batcaves like this are there in Gotham? Needless to say, the one in the clock tower, Harry thought there was another one under Wayne Building. The only relatively large ones in Gotham are here and under Wayne Building. Sure enough, Harry was a little happy that he could guess Bruce's thoughts. Bruce spent the whole afternoon with Harry around Wayne Manor, from the Manor Hall to the Batcave, and from the garden to a remote corner. They could hold hands, hug, and kiss without restraint, just like any ordinary couple. Being with Harry was more relaxing than Bruce had imagined. Even though his boyfriend was much younger than him, he didn't need to be cautious about everything. They tolerated each other. "Can I join the night patrol tonight?" Harry lay breathlessly on Bruce's bed, his lips moist and bright red. Bruce sat on the bed and sorted out his clothes. "Not until the bones of your right hand heal." "My hand is already scabbed," Harry tried to persuade Bruce. "Harry," Bruce looked at Harry with his blue eyes, only called his name, and didn't say anything else. "I know. Batman and his team found out that there would be a drug deal in Crime Alley tonight. This kind of deal is very common in Gotham, and Batman and his team usually don't care, but tonight's batch of drugs has long been banned from circulation due to its high concentration. It has a higher addictiveness and mortality rate than any other drugs. Besides, they flowed into Gotham from outside. Since they were discovered, there was no reason to ignore it. When Batman and his team rushed to Crime Alley, the two parties of the drug deal had already met in a hidden abandoned building in Crime Alley. One party was the supplier from Bloodhaven, and the other was Tennyson, a famous drug dealer in Gotham's East District. They each brought their men with them, with their weapons lowered, as if they could aim at each other at any time. Just as they were about to open the suitcase to inspect the goods, Tennyson's phone suddenly began to vibrate. They stopped the transaction cautiously. "Don't you want to answer it?" The outsider looked at him suspiciously. Looking at the unfamiliar number, Tennyson finally chose to call. Not many people knew his number, and the fact that he could be contacted showed that he was not an ordinary person. "Batman will arrive at your drug transaction site in 1 minute." Before Tennyson could speak, such a sentence came from the other side of the phone. The person who spoke used a voice changer, which sounded very mechanical. "Who are you?" Tennyson didn't trust someone so easily, but Batman's threat was too scary. He waved his hand to signal his men to go outside to check the situation. "Don't worry about who I am. If you don't want to fall into Batman's hands, you can only choose to listen to me." The mechanical voice sounded calm and seemed to be sure that Tennyson would agree. "Do you think I will be easily threatened by you?" Tennyson stared at the door, waiting for the men he sent out to observe the situation to come back. "Batman is the threat, not me." Soon, Tennyson's men stumbled back and screamed softly, "Batman and Robin, they are coming." Tisk, the other party to the transaction Tiskockley, picked up his box of drugs and planned to run away first. No one present wanted to meet Batman, and it would be better to avoid him. "Red Robin is waiting for you at the main entrance." The person on the phone seemed to be able to see everything they were doing. "We don't plan to go through the main entrance." Tennyson should have hung up the phone directly and then found out who was monitoring them after the matter was over, but perhaps Batman's threat was too strong. "Side door." The mechanical voice laughed sarcastically. "Robin is waiting for you." "Damn it, where can I go?" The man who brought drugs to sell couldn't help but kick the wooden door here. He was chased and intercepted by Nightwing in Bloodhaven, and met Batman again in Gotham. "Trust me, or you will meet Batman on a narrow road." The mechanical voice was still unheard. Tennyson was so scared of Red Hood, not to mention Batman, who had been entrenched for many years. Under the pressure, he immediately admitted that escaping first was the most important thing. "Okay, I will thank you later. Now, tell me where to go to avoid it." It was great to be able to listen to him. The person on the other end of the phone had expected it. He told the drug dealers all the routes he had planned in advance, and it really helped them escape from the abandoned building smoothly. Red Robin and Robin blocked the two doors, and Batman went in from the roof, but half a minute before he arrived, the drug dealers had already climbed out of the ventilation duct connecting to another building. Batman looked at the dusty exhaust fan thrown on the ground, and then looked at the cleaned pipe opening. "They got the news and left early. But there was absolutely no news leaked about our operation." Red Robin was sure that they decided on this operation after they set out. How did they get the news in advance? Now is not the time to discuss this. Robin really didn't want to go into the ventilation duct, but if there was no other way, he wouldn't be so particular. But Batman turned around and went out immediately. He had seen the design drawings of all the buildings in Crime Alley and knew where the ventilation duct might lead to, the floors on the left and right sides of this building and the alleys. They can only leave from there. In the alley a street away, two groups of drug dealers were already planning to go their separate ways. It's not over yet. You are not safe until you escape Crime Alley. Batman will catch up soon. What do you say we should do? After helping the drug dealers escape, they already had basic trust in him, and only thought that the person on the phone was Batman's enemy or wanted to join them, or at least wanted to get some money. There is a sewer entrance under the trash can next to it. Tennyson and another drug dealer directed their men to move the pile of garbage, and then lifted the manhole cover. The stench of the garbage was still very obvious even in the cold season. But Batman was much more difficult to deal with than this. Even Tennyson pinched his nose and jumped down. They even covered the manhole cover again in the end. Escape again. Red Robin looked at the newly dug sewer entrance. How did they know so many hidden, dirty passages? Batman frowned. The underground sewer network in Gotham is interconnected, but the manhole covers of many sewer entrances are difficult to open simply. This one here is considered a fish that slipped through the net. Now that they have escaped into the sewer, the difficulty of finding them has increased significantly, but they still lifted the manhole cover and jumped in. Perhaps because there are enough of them, the footprints left behind are dense and obvious, which provides a lot of convenience for Batman and his team to track them. I hope we won't see an empty scene at the next location. Robin covered his nose with his sleeve, and really didn't want to run behind a group of drug dealers. After escaping into the dark underground passage, the two groups relaxed a lot, as if the darkness gave them a greater sense of security. What do you want? Tennyson said to the person on the other end of the phone. If you want money, just do something for me. Of course, the mechanical voice said without any intention of revealing its identity. As long as I take you out of this place, I will get what I want. We will certainly give you what you want. If we can't give it to you, we will get rid of the person who made the trouble. Now, you have walked out of Crime Alley. Someone here was using the navigation system, and the navigation system did show that they had left Crime Alley for a long time. However, since there were not many manhole covers that could be passed, they had not yet gone up. You are safe now, turn left ahead, and you can go up from there. The mechanical voice said with relief that the matter was over. I wish you a happy life in the future. As I said, you can come to me anytime. Tennyson directed his men to lift the manhole cover, and he had not given up trying to find out what the purpose of the person on the other end was. Gordon received a message in the evening. At about 11:15 tonight, there will be a meeting of contraband dealers at the second sewer entrance in the dark alley of Tammy Street near Crime Alley. Enthusiastic citizen? Regardless of whether it was true or not, Gordon took his men there. He led his men to lie in ambush in the house next door. He looked at his watch and saw that it was already 11:16 p.m. and there was still no movement. However, just when he was wondering if he had been fooled, the manhole cover was removed little by little, and a young man with gray hair and a dusty face poked his head out from inside, looking around cautiously, and then lowered his head and said to the people below, "It's okay, you can come out." The men of both parties led the way, and Tennyson and another drug dealer followed behind. When they were pulled up, dusted off their bodies and prepared to leave, they turned around and were surrounded by people in police uniforms. A number of police cars drove in from the corner of the street, and the red and blue flashes made the alley particularly lively. Tennyson's mobile phone was still next to his ear, and he heard a laugh from the other end of the phone. "Well, I got what I wanted smoothly, and I say hello to you." Then there was a busy tone after the phone was hung up. Tennyson threw the phone to the ground in anger, and then raised his hand while cursing. In the sewer, Batman saw what happened above through the open manhole cover. "We seem to have been following them all the time." Red Robin thought it was definitely not his illusion, "and we have been doing useless work for half the night. TT. Someone knows our actions and controls everything tonight." Batman retreated with a gloomy face. Find out who is on the other end of Tennyson's phone and who tipped off the Gotham Police Department. Alfred has begun to investigate the communication data. He thought the other party would be very vigilant, but unexpectedly, the other party used the same mobile phone signal to contact Tennyson and Gordon respectively. So Alfred followed the clues and located it, Osborn's house. Batman did not bring Red Robin and Robin with him on the way to Osborn's house. They had already guessed who did all this, but Batman did not understand why. Was it to vent his anger on Harry? But Bernard Halls was a rational person. He did not think that Bernard would do such a thing for such a reason when he thought Harry was under his control. Osborn's house was dark and lonely. Only the dim night light was on in the hall. Batman walked in directly without hiding his figure. "Batman, you're here." Bernard sighed, stood up from his chair, and smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes. "What do you want to do?" Batman just wanted to know his purpose. It's just a butler who cares about his young master and is forced to do so. Bernard walked up to Batman. "Maybe your team is still short of people." Alfred on the other end smiled knowingly. "If that's the case, it's not surprising. Just because of this." Robin didn't understand. Can't Harry Osborn say it directly? Anyway, his father would always consider his opinion. He doesn't want to see young Master Harry in trouble. Alfred understood this feeling. When he doesn't know whether Batman is sincere, he can't bear to let Harry consume any of Batman's patience because of himself. At the same time, there is the idea of showing his ability. Red Robin has long recognized his ability. At least it is not something that any butler can do. Batman listened to the communication coming from the communicator, still expressionless. Why? Just don't want Harry to be ignorant when he is in danger. After taking a shower in the Batcave, Bruce returned to the room. Harry was sleeping with his quilt in his arms. Moonlight was coming in from outside the undrawn curtains. The white moonlight sprinkled on Harry's side face, adding a touch of crystal to his pale face. Bruce sighed slightly as he watched Harry lying quietly in front of him. He was also worried about letting Harry move out of his sight. Just like every important family member of his, he wanted to watch them all the time. Bernard's mood was not only understood by Alfred, but also by him. Bruce's body was cold. He lifted the quilt and laid down at a distance from Harry. Even just like this, he was already relaxed enough. Chapter 107. Bruce had been resting for a long time because he had to accompany Harry to adapt to the life in Wayne Manor. Well, if 2 days is considered a long time, at least for Bruce, he had to get busy anyway. Originally, he wanted to tell Harry that he could walk around Wayne Manor freely when he woke up in the morning, but when he woke up at noon, Harry had already gotten up without disturbing him at all. So he lamented that his vigilance had dropped seriously, and walked out of the bedroom in his bathrobe. "Hey, Harry." While Bruce was away, Tim came to the study and sat next to Harry. "What do you want to say?" Harry was reading a bookmarked copy of Gone with the Wind with his chin supported by his left hand. At least he had known Red Robin for a long time, so Harry was quite familiar with him. Just chatting casually, Tim casually took a Sanskrit dictionary with obvious signs of age from the bookshelf next to him. The pages were very thick and looked very simple. Harry had seen this dictionary before, and he thought it was just for reference. "Do you know Sanskrit?" No. Tim flipped through 2 pages casually. In fact, he only knew a few limited characters, but Bruce does. Moving his eyes away from the old pages, Tim saw Harry's amazed eyes, followed by a proud sigh. "He's really amazing." Yes, he is amazing, but Tim is not here to listen to Harry's praise of Bruce. "I always thought you just admired Batman." Tim had never thought that Harry would want to be with Batman before the photo of them kissing in the street was circulated. But now they have such a relationship. Bruce is very serious about liking someone who can be called a boy to Alfred. Whether it is the night patrol or the identity of the night, Batman is open to him. It is undeniable that Harry deserves to be taken seriously by Bruce and anyone else, and now his butler is about to join the Batcave. If Harry likes him because of admiration, he hopes that Harry's admiration can last longer. Harry closed the book with his left hand, and the bookmark in the book did not turn the page at all. "Are you worried that my love is not stable?" Admiration itself is an unstable relationship, and Harry's now in a period of time when he is particularly sensitive to the attitude of Bruce's family. Hearing Tim's words, he inevitably thought deeply. "I don't deny this, Tim likes to talk to smart people, but we are all happy for your arrival." Batman's control desire is strong. Harry now sees him with a favorite filter, but after a long time, he can't stand this no matter how much he likes him. For example, he used to be like this. Tim thinks his worry is reasonable. Harry has never thought about how to make people other than Bruce believe his feelings about this. "I don't think I can make a guarantee. Perhaps only time can prove my sincerity." No, Tim also closed the thick dictionary in his hand. "What I mean is, if one day you can't stand Batman's control, Alfred and I, anyone who has been Robin, we will stand by you." Harry was stunned when he heard this, and he heard Tim continue. "So, maybe we can be friends." Red Robin and Green Goblin might be considered friends, but Tim and Harry are far from that close. Tim subconsciously wanted to reach out his hand. He had to shake hands at this time, but when he remembered Dick's helpless look the day before yesterday, his right hand stopped immediately. Looking at Tim in front of him, Harry's golden brown hair and the back of his neck under the collar turned red. He no longer had friends, but now he has a new one. Of course, Harry answered quickly, with an unconcealable pleasure in his voice, I'm happy. Bruce, who was wearing a bathrobe and had his hand on the door handle of the study, withdrew his hand that was about to push the door, raised his eyebrows, and turned to leave. Damien appeared quietly at the corner, come to see Osborn. Bruce had already discovered his youngest son approaching here secretly. Don't tell them I've been here. Believe me, Dick and Jason will also be happy to make friends with you. Since Harry had just added the identity of his adoptive father's boyfriend to his friend, Tim has relaxed a lot. Jason. Harry remembered that Bruce had an adopted son who had never shown his face, and at the same time, he remembered the badly damaged Robin uniform displayed in the Batcave, the second-generation Robin. Yes, Tim pointed to the bookmark in the book Harry was holding in his hand. Most of these literary books were read by Jason, and that bookmark was also put in there by him. However, after so many years, Jason should have finished reading the whole book somewhere else. You once said that he went to pursue his goal. Harry still remembered what Tim said before standing in front of the Robin uniform. Is he okay now? If you must say it, you have seen him. Tim did not intend to directly say Jason's current identity, but this level of hint was obvious enough. Harry touched his chin with his left hand and thought about the people he had met and had a good relationship with Batman. Hey, there is only one candidate. Red Hood. Oh, Tim did not refute. Oh. Harry covered his forehead, remembering that he had said in front of them that Batman and Red Hood were friends, and Robin's ridicule. So is there any conflict between him and Batman? They seemed to be at odds every time they met, at least that was the case when Harry saw it. If I have to say, it's probably a negligent father and a rebellious son. It's hard to explain in a few words, but Harry will slowly get to know the whole thing. Alfred originally planned to call Jason back on the day you visited Wayne Manor, but the plan was always ruined. So now Alfred is already planning how to get Jason home on Christmas Day in the near future. The quarrel was so severe that he refused to go home. It seemed that the conflict was deep. But Harry still remembered the Red Hood who caught up with him on a motorcycle that night in Metropolis and wanted to take revenge on Luthor together. At least he still cares about Bruce and cares about him very much. Red Hood is a great guy. He was even willing to put his legs down to praise a little boy, and he also helped him to some extent, although for a fee. I agree. Before Tim finished speaking, the door of the study was opened again. It seems that your stupid idea has succeeded. Damien said as he walked, become friends with your father's lover. Harry was still a little confused when he heard such words suddenly. Hey, Damien. Tim turned to comfort Harry. He is always like this, not very polite to anyone. But he always pretends to be very polite in front of outsiders. Tim still remembered the way Damien pretended to be in front of Bruce's female companion. Talking like this may mean that he is familiar to a certain extent. Harry and Robin had patrolled at night together, and he was indeed always impolite, especially to Red Robin. I know. Watching Damien, who rarely came to the study, walk to the bookshelf next to him, Tim felt very interesting. Are you just here to read books? Isn't it okay? Damien turned his head and glanced at Tim and Harry next to Tim, and then said, You talk too much, Drake. While Damien turned to look at the bookshelf, Tim shrugged helplessly at Harry. Harry was a little envious. He also wanted to have a brother. After Bruce left the door of the study, he went directly to the Batcave. The cosmic fluctuations collected by the watchtower have been backed up here. He needs to try to analyze the impact of this fluctuation and find out its effect. However, he still needs to contact Zatanna. Although Zatanna is a great magician, the connection between them still depends on that. Yes, the mobile phone. Hi, Bruce. Zatanna answered the phone quickly. It seems that she is not in any magic barrier now. I heard that you found a boyfriend. Bruce opened his mouth and closed it again. Superman also saw him. Enough. Bruce interrupted Zatanna. I didn't talk to you about this. I know, the problem with the fluctuation. Zatanna has already seen it. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with magic. So, your boyfriend knows that you. Bruce quickly hung up the phone without waiting for Zatanna on the other end of the phone to finish. Do you know that you are a control freak? A new text message was sent quickly. After deleting the text message, Bruce put away the phone expressionlessly. After excluding the effects of magic, the rest. Bruce, who had experienced the invasion of the Syndicate and even observed the Lord's world, knew that there were countless universes. He had already guessed this, but the means to prevent invasions from other universes still needed to be gradually improved. Or to prevent people from being taken away from his own universe, this also needed to be prepared early. How is Harry? Bruce heard the voice of his butler coming over. He is reading in the study with Master Tim and Master Damien. They get along well. Alfred was in a good mood. The process of accepting new family members was smoother than he thought. Have you decided on Mr. Halls? Well, Bruce had made a decision when he was lying next to Harry last night. Tim will pick him up tonight. Harry will be very happy. Alfred was not sure whether his master would agree to Bernard, the butler who had outstanding abilities but placed all his good and evil on Harry. But now it seems that Master Bruce must trust Harry very much. Should I tell him about this in advance? No need. Bruce still remembered that Harry wanted to join the night patrol last night. I'll see you tonight. Yet, a Batman-style surprise. So, Tim, who had agreed to watch the latest movie with Harry in the home theater before the night patrol, broke the appointment temporarily. Bruce held Harry and sat on the soft and low sofa. Tim seems to be very busy every day. Harry found a comfortable position and leaned on Bruce. Thinking of Tim, who had to go to school, go to work, do night patrols, and deal with Titan affairs from time to time, even Batman was speechless for a moment. Maybe their team should be expanded. It's much better with you here. At least the night patrol does not require Red Robin to appear frequently. Bruce put his hand on Harry's waist and hugged him towards him. Harry wanted to ask why he couldn't help Tim with some company affairs, but suddenly thought of his assistant who was working diligently, and Harry shut his mouth with a guilty conscience. Besides, it's not just Tim. Bruce himself is also very busy. Even Damien seemed to have joined another organization and needed to go out frequently for missions. After thinking about it, in the entire Wayne Manor, including Alfred, the most leisurely person was actually himself. Looking at the comedy clips projected by the projector, Harry suddenly felt a little uneasy. Is there anything I can do? When everyone around him was busy, he couldn't help but want to join in. Bruce certainly sensed Harry's absent-mindedness. He could tell Harry directly that he could stay in the Batcave tonight, but, you just need to get a good rest. Even if it's your bed, it's boring for me to lie alone. Harry simply sat astride Bruce's thighs, with his knees bent and sunk into the sofa. Harry slowly moved closer to Bruce until his bandaged right arm was placed on his neck, his left hand was against his chest, and his nose was touching his nose. Batman, please. Bruce's Adam's apple moved slightly, just that. Harry's left hand had already slipped under Bruce's shirt and placed on the obvious muscles of his abdomen. More than that. Enough. Bruce pressed Harry's hand through his clothes. We still have a long night. What about before that? Harry did not give up easily. He felt that his injury would not prevent him from doing some simple work, and he wanted to help Batman do something. You can stay in the Batcave tonight to help Alfred. When helping Harry change the bandage, Bruce had also confirmed that Harry's right hand was recovering much better than he expected. The external injuries had all scabbed over, and the bones and nerves were also recovering effectively. In short, as long as the bandage was done, Harry could do whatever he wanted. When Harry contentedly shrank back to Bruce's side and continued to watch the movie, Bruce felt complicated. He felt that he had brought it upon himself. But didn't Harry feel anything? Bruce glanced at Harry, trying to find some unnatural signs, but he was finally sure that he was the only one who was upset. Chapter 108. Bruce, who was absent-mindedly watching the movie with Harry in his arms, received a message from Tim that he had taken Bernard back to the Batcave. Harry, we should go. Hearing Bruce's words, Harry immediately climbed out of his arms. I'm ready. Since the movie was watched just before the night patrol began, when they were about to leave, the movie happened to be broadcasting the wedding of the two protagonists at the end. With a joyful wedding march as the background music, Harry and Bruce walked out of the screening room hand in hand. The picture on the screen stayed on the green grass and the clear blue sky. In the Batcave, the first thing Bernard saw when he came in was countless screens occupying the entire wall. This was really unexpected, but when he thought about Batman and the others watching the entire Gotham, he immediately felt that these were not exaggerated. Mr. Holmes, Alfred had come here in advance to wait. It's nice to see you here. Bernard took off the scarf that wrapped his face tightly, and took off the wide-brimmed hat on his head. I should be honored for this. He thought he would at least have to go through other tests or temptations, but he didn't expect Batman to agree to his request so easily. There must be a reason for Harry. Maybe he took Harry's feelings into consideration, or maybe he told Harry, and Master Harry begged for mercy. If it was the former, Bernard could barely believe that Batman had some sincerity towards Harry. Where is Master Harry? Red Robin, who was texting Bruce on his phone, said, he's watching a movie with Bruce. Originally, he and Harry were supposed to be watching a movie together. I hope it's just a simple movie. Bernard always remembered what Batman did to his master when his injury was not healed. Don't worry, Alfred saw Bernard frowning slightly, and he thought Bernard was worried about Harry's injury. Harry's injury has recovered a lot. I hope so. Bernard put aside the scarf and hat that concealed his identity. If possible, Mr. Pennyworth, please introduce me to the basic work at night. Since it has been decided to help Harry through this, at least show your value as soon as possible. While their night patrol has not started yet, now is a good opportunity. Of course, this is what I should do. So Harry, who came down from the passage of the study and walked into the Batcave, saw Bernard sitting in front of the supercomputer at the first sight. He looked at Bruce behind him in surprise, and then turned to look at Bernard. This is Bernard, who heard the noise, happened to turn his head and saw Harry with a shocked expression, so he knew that Batman did not agree to this matter because of Harry's request. It seems that Mr. Wayne did not tell you in advance, Master Harry. When Harry looked at Bruce again, Bruce just said calmly, a surprise. Harry's eyes lit up almost instantly, a very surprise. That's all. You know it's not. Harry never thought that Bernard would be willing to leave the Osborn family and come here to accompany him. He walked to Bernard and gently hugged his butler with his left arm. Bernard, thank you. It's nothing. Bernard knew why Harry was like this. He patted Harry on the back. You are more important than that house. Even if it was left by my father. Even if it was left by Master Norman. Bruce had gone to change his uniform, and Red Robin stood next to Alfred and watched the interaction between Harry and Bernard. They often remind me of you and Bruce, Red Robin sighed. Perhaps Mr. Halls will remind you of me, Master Tim. Alfred himself sometimes couldn't help but have this association, but Harry is much less troublesome than Master Bruce. You are right. At least before he liked Batman, Harry had no idea of becoming a masked vigilante. When Batman changed into his uniform and came out, Harry had been arranged to sit next to him, with Alfred's cookies and freshly squeezed juice in front of him. Master Harry, you need to have a good rest. Batman heard the new butler say this, and with Harry's tangled expression, he wanted to laugh. He has restricted Harry's activities for 2 whole days. It seems that more professional people will be responsible for Harry's recuperation in the future. Robin worked out in the training room until Batman was ready to leave, and then came out. It seems that your surprise ended faster than I thought. Logistics or auxiliary work is not difficult for Bernard. With more advanced and convenient equipment, his ability is almost perfectly exerted. Whether it is monitoring and screening events, or identifying and processing various data intercepted by the supercomputer, he can complete it quickly. Bernard can already help me do a lot of things when he uses a notebook. Harry marveled at Bernard's ability and explained to Alfred, Bernard also helped me make all my weapons. Alfred, who shared half of the workload with Bernard, even had time to chat with Harry. In fact, Master Tim told me a long time ago that Mr. Halls was not simple. Bernard, who as the center of the topic, was screening the location where the supercomputer issued an alarm. Batman, the 24-hour convenience store opposite the Cavaliers Stadium, was robbed. Upon hearing this, Harry immediately turned his chair and came to the screen, and the surveillance screen selected by Bernard was presented in the center. Batman was not far from the Cavaliers Stadium at this time. His grappling gun was hung on the building next to the stadium. It instantly swept across the entire stadium and came to the door of the convenience store. At this time, one of the 3 robbers was pointing a gun at the clerk, and the other 2 smashed the cash register and stuffed change into their pockets. Kicking the glass door open, Batman's batarang accurately hit the robber's gun-holding hand, disarming him while turning over and kicking the other 2 robbers behind the counter unconscious. Harry held his chin with his left hand and stared at the screen. If it was before, he would simply admire Batman's skills and his whole person, but now his attention is always unconsciously attracted by the sense of strength Batman occasionally showed, his strong arms, powerful waist and abdomen, and the explosive thighs wrapped in the uniform. Harry is looking forward to more than that tonight. Bernard next to him saw his young master with bright eyes. He silently supported his forehead and sighed inaudibly. Alfu, who happened to come over, patted Bernard's shoulder happily. Think about it, Bernard. He even called Bernard by his name directly. Think about what? Harry heard Alfu's words and turned to look at Bernard. No, nothing. Bernard refused to answer this question. Can I go see your room later? When this question came out, not only Harry, but also Alfu was stunned. In fact, Alfu had prepared a room for Harry 2 days ago and asked his master to take Harry to see it, but as far as he knew. My room. Harry was puzzled. Bernard shouldn't have believed what they said about taking good care of Harry. That's all for tonight. We'll continue tomorrow at noon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. Harry moved into his own room that night. Even though it was not far from Bruce's room, they were not together. After drinking the milk brought by Alfred and Bernard, Harry sighed and lay back on the bed. He did not feel that staying with Bruce delayed his recovery, but Bernard seemed to really think that Bruce would press his hand. Considering that it would take only a few days for his hand to heal, Harry, under the guidance of Alfred, stepped into his room for the first time in a few days. Unlike Bruce's simple and practical room, Harry's room was more comfortable and the overall decoration was warm wooden. The thick carpet covered the entire room. There was a large window next to the big bed. The thin curtains blocked the night outside the window. As long as the sun rose, the warm light would immediately shine on the bed. Even the closet in the room was full of newly bought clothes according to Harry's body and size. Looking at the dim golden night light in the room, Harry felt pretty good. Bernard also reluctantly accepted this late room. Bruce did not see Harry in the room after changing into his uniform. He thought, maybe Harry was trying to get along with his butler? Master Bruce, Alfred happened to come in at this moment, holding a glass of milk in his hand, and smiled at him strangely. Harry has returned to his room to rest. You should also go to bed early. Return to the room? Watching Alfred turn and leave, Bruce remembered that he asked him to show Harry the room a few days ago. Very good, I can totally guess why. How can I improve my image in his butler's mind a little? Harry, who was lying in bed and couldn't sleep, heard a knock on the door. Who else would come to see him at this time except Bruce? Come in. In the dim light, he saw Bruce in his pajamas walk in, holding a glass of milk in his hand. Harry, who had just finished a whole glass under Bernard's witness, dared to guarantee that this glass of milk belonged to Bruce. Would you like a glass of milk before bed? Bruce put the glass of milk in his hand on the low cabinet beside Harry's bed. Harry had already sat up against the bedside. Bruce, are you here just to give me milk? Bruce leaned over and propped his arms on Harry's side. He lifted Harry's face with his right hand and looked at Harry's skin, which was dyed with the warm colors under the golden night light. Maybe there's something else. Shadows covered Bruce's face and his charming blue eyes, but Harry could clearly see his Adam's apple rolling when he swallowed, and his smooth and sharp jaw. Because he was leaning against the bedside, he could even see the hard chest muscles under Bruce's slightly open nightgown. Something else? What? Bruce's kiss answered him. Harry's chin was forced to lift up, with the bedside and wall behind him, leaving no room for retreat, and Bruce's tight embrace in front of him. It was not until Bruce saw that Harry's eyes began to turn red and felt a slight resistance in his chest that he loosened his grip on Harry's jaw. He pressed against Harry's forehead with a disordered breath, like a kiss. Just that. Harry, whose left hand had already climbed on Bruce, grabbed his nightgown. Perhaps Bruce originally wanted more. I don't want to leave any strange impression on your butler, Harry. Before Harry's hand injury healed, if he dragged Harry to do something else, he didn't want to confirm his label of sexual violence. Even if he would be very careful in the process, he dared to guarantee that Bernard Halls would only be glad that Harry was physically fit enough. For the long-term harmony of Wayne Manor, he felt that it was okay to restrain himself occasionally. Bernard won't know. Or he already knows that I'm in your room. Obviously it's his own home. Obviously he's a serious boyfriend. Bruce calmed down and got off Harry. I should leave before I'm really discovered. He finally rubbed Harry's hair, then stood up and was about to leave. Your milk? Harry stepped barefoot on the carpet with a full glass of milk and stopped Bruce, who was about to open the door. So Bruce went back the same way he came. Although Bernard was a guest in Wayne's house, he still insisted on doing something. I don't want to lose the ability to take care of Harry when Master Harry and I leave the Wayne family. Believe me, that day won't come. Alfred respected his wishes, so he took Bernard to the kitchen. Mr. Wayne has too many love affairs. Bruce Wayne was still in Bernard's investigation stage. Although his investigation results would hardly affect Harry, he could secretly make plans early. Even though most of them are not true. Take away most of what you said, Bernard said in a very easy-to-talk manner, and the rest is still beyond Harry's reach. There was no way to refute it. It would be faster for two people to prepare breakfast together than for one person, especially when the two people cooperated well. Bernard, do you feel that you are taking too much care of Harry? Alfred was spreading honey on the waffles. He is already an adult with a complete personality. This is my duty, as long as Harry still needs me. Bernard, who was washing strawberries, was unshakable. Besides, isn't it the same for you to Mr. Wayne? Alfred felt that he was more rational in this regard. It's still a little different. Fried eggs. Harry had guessed that he couldn't escape this with Bernard around. He looked around the table, trying to find the black coffee he usually used to suppress the taste of eggs, but he should have thought that there was more than one housekeeper in this family. In the absence of anything urgent, black coffee is rarely seen on the breakfast table of the Wayne family, the lunch table too. Damien, who always gets up early to exercise no matter when he rests, has gone to class. Harry has long accepted that Robin is very hardworking and self-disciplined, and he can't compare to him at all. At the same time, he also accepted that Tim seems to be working all the time. Seeing Tim's fingers quickly replying to text messages on his mobile phone, Harry ate the fried eggs on the plate with a sigh of inferiority. Maybe it's time for him to go back to work? But before that, Bernard, I want to go home and get the pumpkin bomb we made halfway. Why not just move everything we need to the Batcave? Tim finally replied to the work message. Bruce can help drive. Bruce, who was not present, woke up at noon and learned that he was arranged to accompany Harry to the Osborn family to pick up something, and Bernard and Alfred were also going with him. You mean Tim? He has already gone to work. The four of them drove 3 cars from Wayne Manor. Harry, of course, sat in Bruce's co-pilot. Bernard and Alfred drove a van with a relatively large space, but Bruce, who went to help, drove a sports car that couldn't fit anything. I didn't expect you had this kind of car in your garage. Harry looked back at the van driven by Bernard behind him and sighed a little. After all, this kind of car would never be seen in the Osborn family's garage. Sometimes it will come in handy. Besides, Wayne Manor is not too big to fit. After parking the car in the Osborn family yard, Bernard took the lead and led them to the weapons research and development room. Bruce still remembered this route, which led to the laboratory when Harry asked him to help. With every step closer to the basement, Bruce could remember more of Harry's appearance at that time. His painful frown, the pale skin that was tightened, the black robe, the neck that was tilted back because of helplessness, the red marks of struggle, the hope in his eyes when he looked at himself. Maybe he was attracted to Harry because of his beauty. Bruce admitted this in his heart quite decisively. After all, his Harry did have a face that was enough to make people attracted to him. The pumpkin bombs that had been made were neatly arranged in the glass cabinets on the wall, all the walls of the entire basement. Are 2 compartments enough to fit these? This was Alfred's first thought. In fact, there was more than that. Their purpose was the weapons that were being made, which were piled on Harry's operating table and the floor of another room. Bernard found the boxes that contained these things. Master Harry, you can go and see if there's anything else you want to take. After all, Harry's hand was injured, and it was always inconvenient for him to pack these things. Maybe you can go and help Harry, Master Bruce. Alfred not only wanted to create more time for Bruce and Harry to be alone, but also had something to say to Bernard. So Harry and Bruce went back upstairs together. There was no need to bring clothes and daily necessities, as Alfred had already prepared them for him. If there were anything he needed to bring, he might have a look in the small study in the bedroom, where he might find some useful documents. Bruce had been here before, though only once. Seeing Harry flipping through the bookshelf, Bruce walked to the desk. He remembered that Harry was sitting here and asking why he was the one doing it. Can you help me look through the documents that record all the plans of the Osborn Group? There were too many documents here, Not only those he had collected, but also those left by his father. Harry couldn't look through them all. However, in order to gain a deeper understanding of the Osborn Group and prevent something like what happened last time from happening again, Harry felt that he needed to take a closer look at that. Of course, so Bruce sat on the chair behind the desk and quickly flipped through the few documents on the desk, but they were all about charities. He opened the drawer again, intending to flip through them quickly, but he stopped just as he opened it. A will signed by Harry, and the bottle of blue crystal drugs. Harry. Bruce took out the will, but he didn't open it. Harry, who was flipping through the bookshelf, turned around and saw the will in Bruce's hand. His mind and thoughts were quickly brought back to the time when he was eager to make a will so that he could die calmly. He tried his best to act indifferent, that, I thought I couldn't survive. Yes, he knew that he would never forget the painful struggle of Harry when the genetic disease occurred. Bruce had felt sorry for this matter a long time ago, and he still felt sorry for it now. He looked at Harry and said, "I should have met you earlier." He thought so for the umpteenth time, but this was the first time he said it directly. It was like responding to Harry's words when he was lying on the sofa on the terrace after being drunk and confused a long time ago. "If I had met you earlier." Harry did not answer. He also wanted to meet Bruce earlier, but the earlier Harry was not him. The will that had never been opened was put back in its place, and Bruce took out a bottle of drugs again. He wanted to ask why he kept it, but that sounded like an interrogation. He also wanted to ask why he was tempted to take it in the first place. Harry seemed to know what Bruce was thinking. The memory of this scene is extremely clear. He walked to Bruce, who had already stood up, and said, "All I need is a bottle of whiskey that I didn't open myself." The update at noon was delayed until midnight. I am worthy of it. The next chapter will be around 1 o'clock, everyone go to bed early. There is one last extra chapter and it will be finished. It must be added before the main text is finished. Chapter 110. What do you want to tell me? Bernard was always very sensitive. He could see that Alfred wanted to say something, let me guess, about Mr. Wayne. Alfred raised his eyebrows. You can say that. I will trust my own observations more about his character and whether he is suitable for Harry. Bernard was not prepared to listen to anyone about Harry. Of course, Bernard, you have the right. Alfred did not refute at all. I just want to say that Master Bruce has been trying to get your approval, and I hope you can give him this opportunity. You are Harry's only relative, and he wants Harry to be more relaxed in this relationship. Alfred felt that Bruce had restrained himself a lot. I think you also hope that Harry can be more relaxed. Bernard could not refute. He really hoped so. I am also trying to let go of my preconceived ideas. Alfred smiled and continued to collect bombs in the box. His goal had been achieved. As long as Bernard was willing to take a serious look at Bruce and Harry, he would know how well they matched. The two vans reluctantly pulled all of Harry's things back to the Batcave. The news about Harry and Bruce 3 days ago is still very popular. They drove from Wayne's house to Osborn's house, moved a lot of luggage out of Osborn's house and drove back to Wayne's house. It was perfectly filmed. So the next day, the news that Harry Osborn officially moved to Wayne Manor spread all over the streets of Gotham. However, with the previous news warning and the fact that the last incident had passed, the people who strongly supported Harry calmed down a lot, so most people were happy to see it happen this time. The focus of their discussion was more on some personal issues. It was really difficult to successfully install your pumpkin bomb with your left hand alone. Harry bit a screwdriver in his mouth and tried to install the small screw to the connection of the parts, but he didn't succeed until his saliva was about to flow down. Bruce, who was sharpening batarangs nearby, reluctantly took the screwdriver off his mouth. Harry, you don't have to be so anxious. You can start these things after you recover. Frustrated, Harry had to admit that this really didn't work. I just don't want to stay idle anymore. Every one of you is busy. The time for rest will become less and less. Bruce did not force Harry to do anything, and Batman is not yet at the point where he can't leave the Green Goblin for a moment. What about Bruce? Harry's lips were particularly red because he was biting the screws just now. Bruce couldn't help but rub Harry's lips with his knuckles. Bruce can't leave Harry Osborn for a moment. Harry finally accepted that he needed to recover from his injury. He began to rest well every day, very obedient to recuperate, and always looked forward to his hand recovering as soon as possible. The potential stimulation of the strengthening potion is really effective. Even if it is continuously offset by the genetic disease, Harry's severe open fracture is recovering at an extraordinary speed. In just over 10 days, he has removed the bracket that fixed the bones. If it was just a flesh injury, Harry felt that he would recover faster. As soon as Bernard helped him remove the bandage, Harry raised his right hand and ran to the Batcave to find Bruce. Bruce, who was planning with Damien to go to the East District to stop an illegal transaction at night, found him the first time Harry ran into the Batcave, and also saw his raised right hand with the bandage removed. "Will you take me with you on the night patrol tonight?" Harry held his right hand in the air and stretched it between Damien and Bruce. Looking at his right hand, which had become wider and tenderer due to the tight bandage, and had no scars left, Bruce's evaluation of Harry's healing ability increased a little. He held Harry's right hand in his hand, touched his bones inch by inch, and confirmed the recovery of his hand bones. "That's enough." Damien gritted his teeth and turned away. "Why didn't you do this when Holmes was here?" "Anyway, the plan has been set, and Bruce has no intention of calling his son back." Harry, who was waiting for Bruce's answer, didn't know what was so shameful about just holding hands, so Bruce didn't answer directly. He turned around and took out a new dark green mask from the place where he usually made equipment. "I think you need this." Harry had long forgotten that he gave the mask to Felicia, but Bruce still remembered that Harry wanted to run around his boyfriend 3 times to express his happiness. "I will definitely keep it well this time." Harry put away the mask and suddenly remembered what he had neglected recently. He left the Green Goblin's hang glider and all his equipment in his office in the Osborn Group building. But until now, no one has guessed that he is the Green Goblin. Felicia must have helped him deal with this matter, so Harry called Felicia directly. Felicia, who was working, was very unbelievable when she received a call from her boss. She looked at the documents piled up on the entire desktop and quickly answered, "Mr. Osborn, are you going to come back to work?" No, but she always felt that she couldn't say this in front of Felicia. "Yes, I will go back to work tomorrow." "Okay, I hope you can come on time tomorrow." Hearing that he was not coming now, Felicia became much colder and wanted to hang up the phone immediately. "Hey, wait." Harry was used to being hung up by his assistant. "Felicia, my one." "What?" "It's the one in the office." "If you mean your little secret, it's locked in your lounge." After saying this, Felicia hung up the phone without hesitation. Her boss, who had been recovering for so long, finally remembered the trouble she left behind, but it was too late. But Harry was relieved. He knew that Felicia was very reliable. Taking advantage of the fact that the night patrol was not yet over, after it got dark, Harry drove Bruce's sports car directly to the Osborn Group building. He would leave directly from Osborn Group when the sky was overcast, and then rush to the East District to meet up with Batman and Robin. After get off work, there was no one left in the Osborn Group building except for the security guards, but the security guards would not stop Harry, and the security guards who were only patrolling on the lower floors would not find out what happened in Harry's office, so Harry got on the elevator without a care. His office was very clean, and the broken window was well repaired. But this kind of window has always been unable to open wide, and can only be opened downwards to reveal a gap that is neither wide nor narrow, so it seems that the window needs to be repaired again. But this little thing can be completely handed over to Felicia. Harry easily opened the door of the lounge with his fingerprints, and sure enough, he saw a lounge and his equipment that was a little dusty. But it didn't matter. Harry picked up the armor on the ground and shook off the dust on it. His fingers were flexible and quickly unbuttoned his clothes and put on the Green Goblin equipment. Tonight, the sky over Gotham was still dark and full of dark clouds. Harry dragged the glider out of the lounge and stood on it, waiting for the darkest moment in the sky to break out of the window. After confirming that there were no pedestrians below, Harry flew higher up the sky on his hang glider, and his figure quickly disappeared in the dark clouds. But a moment later, he flew back on his hang glider. After taking out his phone from his armor with difficulty and taking a photo of the broken glass, Harry found Felicia in his address book and sent her the photo by text message, adding a sentence, "Felicia, thanks to you last time, please help me this time too." Harry, who thought he was a good boss, put away his phone and quickly disappeared in the black clouds. Felicia, who was applying a facial mask, heard that she had received a text message, slowly touched the phone from the side and opened her eyes, and then saw that the sender was actually her boss. "Don't you know not to contact employees after get off work?" Although Felicia thought so in her heart, she still dutifully clicked on the text message, and then saw the French window that had just been repaired a few days ago and was broken again in the same position. And that sentence that made people angry. Felicia tore off the mask with one hand. She took a deep breath and told herself that Harry Osborn was a good man. But she found that it was useless to simply do so, so she opened the cabinet and took a look at the mask she had put away. Ah, Felicia sighed, and this sigh seemed to contain the bitterness of resignation. Batman and Robin have arrived at the illegal transaction site. Bernard was directing Harry, just keep flying forward at the current speed, and you will arrive above the target location in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Harry sped up again. He rode his hang glider through the clouds and flew freely over Gotham. I want to get there quickly. It's 1 minute now. Bernard paid attention to Harry, and this kind of attention made him feel extremely relieved. How do you feel? Alfred brought Bernard a cup of brewed tea, watching the child I care about fly outside. He's very happy, that's enough. He was much more energetic than those days when he was recovering from his injury. Harry was happy for what he could do, and Bernard was also happy to see Harry like this. What about you? How do you feel? Bernard didn't think that someone as profound as Batman would relax because of the night patrol. He would only be more disappointed and more exhausted. So how did Alfred feel, watching the child he cared about forever depressed and lonely? As long as he's better than before every day, Alfred only had such a simple hope. I just want to see him getting better and better. Having experienced the most profound sorrow, Alfred hoped that Bruce would never lose in the future. The transaction took place in an abandoned building in the East District. The building was square with 4 exits in the east, south, west and north. Batman, Robin and Red Robin rushed in before the Green Goblin arrived. The two parties to the transaction reacted immediately after they broke in, but their immediate reaction was enough for Batman to rush in front of them and knock down several people with his fists. Red Robin wielded a long stick, and Robin held a samurai sword. The person in charge of keeping the goods immediately took advantage of the chaos to run upstairs. The 4 doors were closely guarded by Batman and his men. If anyone tried to go out, he would be the next to fall. Seeing the 2 people escaping upstairs, Batman was about to chase them, but the next second they fell down the stairs neatly, and the counterfeit banknotes of the transaction fell all over the floor. Hey, am I late? The Green Goblin rushed in directly from the upper floor on a hang glider, and intercepted the 2 leaders who were trying to escape under Bernard's instructions. Just right. Red Robin knocked out 2 people with a stick, but if it was 1 minute later, the matter would be over. After knocking down the last person, Robin put away the knife and returned to Batman, looking at the Green Goblin who arrived last. You are of some use. Batman put his hand on Robin's head and patted him gently. But everyone was used to the way he spoke, and even Bernard would not be upset by it. If you are done communicating, there is a suspected theft in the residential building 3 streets away. Bernard had to interrupt them. The 4 of them immediately stopped talking and walked out together. There's a knife attack in Burnley. Alpha also made a new discovery. It seems you have to act separately. Green Goblin, Robin. Batman just finished speaking. Robin jumped in front of Harry's skateboard, for the sake of flying faster. Stand still. The next second, Harry stepped on the glider and grabbed Robin's shoulder and flew out of the door. I originally planned to finish the plot of the brand, but it's almost time for the second one. My hand speed is terrible! Exclamation mark. Chapter 111. After this night patrol, Harry did not go to the clock tower base again. He went straight back to the Batcave with Batman on his hang glider. The dark green hang glider was parked next to the black Batmobile. Harry got a dressing room of his own in the Batcave. This feeling was really great. He could do the most important thing in his life with his favorite people, and he was happy from it. His family, who cared about him the most, also supported him and accompanied him. He even made new friends and met new family in the process. Not only Tim, but Damien and Alfred were also great people. As for Dick and Jason, it remains to be seen. For Harry, Gotham has become a second home that is as important as New York. One is his past and the other is his future. It was already late after the night patrol. After resting, Harry left the Batcave through the study passage he was used to. In the study, Bruce was leaning on a chair with his legs crossed, flipping through the book at hand. He didn't look like he was resting, but more like he was waiting for someone. Sure enough, after Harry came out, he put the book back on the table and looked at Harry, who was walking towards him with dampness on his body. Are you waiting for me? Harry leaned against the desk and looked down at Bruce, who was rarely so leisurely. Obviously. Bruce's eyes flickered and he looked away from Harry. In fact, my room is a little leaking. Harry was stunned for 2 seconds. He even seriously thought about whether he could fix the water pipes, but then Harry figured out something and smiled. "I'm happy to take you in, Mr. Wayne." Bruce felt a little ashamed for doing this for the first time. On the way the two walked side by side to their room, looking at Bruce who was a little silent beside him. Harry couldn't help asking, "Why didn't you tell me directly?" Besides, the excuse was direct enough, so why did he say it like that? "Don't forget our relationship, a boyfriend in love," Harry reminded him. "Of course we are." He could tell Harry directly that he wanted to stay with him and sleep in the same bed with him. Given their relationship, this was completely legitimate, but on the other hand, he always felt a little difficult to speak up whenever he thought about inviting a 20-year-old young man. However, his boyfriend was passionate and energetic enough, and being young was not a disadvantage. Throwing aside that bit of shame, Bruce hugged Harry and fell on the bed the next second after entering the room. Bruce could no longer think of the age issue when he kissed his boyfriend without any scruples. Harry's clothes had been stripped off during the tumbling, but considering that Harry had joined the night patrol again tonight and was a little tired due to excessive excitement, Bruce had no intention of pulling him to do anything. Their warm skins pressed against each other, and after a passionate kiss, Harry felt that his thoughts were slowing down in this atmosphere. He was quietly held by Bruce with his eyes slightly closed. The thin screen window was blown by the night wind, and Harry opened his eyes and looked out the window. The oppressive dark clouds still covered Gotham, and the moonlight occasionally cast a beam of white light from the clouds. Harry thought of the bat lights projected on the clouds in the night sky at an inopportune moment. Everything in the Batcave seems to have the mark of Batman, even Gotham. Even Gotham is branded by Batman. Bruce is rarely so leisurely. He strokes Harry's smooth back with his hands, speaking lightly and slowly. "Since you want to deter criminals, it is necessary to mark your belongings." Harry climbed up with his hands on Bruce's chest and looked at him expectantly. "Can I have it too, the mark of Batman?" Wanting to be marked, this is obviously not a thought that would arise in a healthy relationship. Bruce's stroking hand paused imperceptibly, and then moved down as if nothing had happened. "So, where do you want to stay?" His slightly calloused hand touched Harry's waist. "Here." Before sleeping with Bruce, Harry was far from being so sensitive. He suppressed the desire of his body and moved closer to Bruce. No, not there. He could not imagine carving another person's mark on himself at any time. Even when he made this request just now, Harry was surprised by his own idea. But he did not have any thoughts of regretting it. The desire to carve the bat on his body was extremely strong. He felt Bruce's hand stop briefly and then move to another place, but not there. The calloused fingers passed through more and more places, almost passing through all the skin that had to be covered. Bruce could feel Harry's increasingly hot breath and his reaction. He turned over and put Harry on the bed, his knees pressed against Harry's most vulnerable position, here. Of course, he would not use any tools to leave a mark on Harry, even in a private place that no one except him could see. No, Harry resisted the urge to immediately wrap his arms around Bruce, and tried his best to ignore the knees that were getting closer and closer to his defenseless body. It should be on the corner of the forehead, on the side of the neck, where everyone can see it. Bruce kissed Harry's red eyes. "You know I won't do this to you, Harry." Even if it was a kiss mark, he tried to keep it within the range that could be completely covered by the clothes. Harry was his lover, not a doll that he could customize and play with at will. Harry should grow up in his love with himself. What he lacked would be made up by himself. His spirit would become richer day by day, instead of losing more and becoming increasingly barren around him. "You are not mine." Whether it is body or soul. Harry's body was very tense, and it took a long time for him to relax. He said in a trembling voice, at least at this moment, I am." The sky had turned white unconsciously. Bruce, who had just taken a shower, sat against the head of the bed with wet hair, rubbing the red knees of Harry who was lying horizontally with his legs on him. "No one has the right to leave an indelible mark on you." Bruce's voice was gentle. He looked at Harry's tired and dependent eyes. "Even if I am voluntary." Bruce certainly knew that Harry was willing to do this for him. If he wanted to leave a black bat on any part of Harry's body, as long as he said it, his boyfriend would do it. Never do this voluntarily. Whether it's himself or, there is no or, only himself. Bruce sighed. He was very glad that the person Harry liked without bottom line was himself, and he would never hurt him. He moved his legs off Bruce and lay beside him. His voice was hoarse and tired. "I will restrain myself. Rubbing Harry's slightly damp hair, Bruce laid down and held him in his arms. The sunlight spread from the floor to the bed bit by bit, and slowly climbed up the white sheets to shine on the intertwined arms. Harry unconsciously buried his head in Bruce's chest, using him to block the rare sunshine in Gotham. Feeling the furry head on his chest, Bruce, who was used to the touch, tightened his arms around Harry and was not awakened at all. The thin screen window was lifted by the breeze, and the cold wind blew into the room, and was constantly warmed by the room temperature. The two butlers who were preparing brunch in the kitchen had already packed up. Bernard looked at the time and planned to wake Harry up, but he was stopped by Alfred before he walked out. "Give the young man some space, Harry needs to rest." Alfred didn't mean anything else, but he was used to the family members sleeping until noon. Bernard didn't want to wake them up at this time, but he remembered that Harry said last night that he would go to work today. But Alfred pointed to the wall clock next to him. "You are already late for a long time." Sometimes you have to admit that Alfred always says something simple but very reasonable. Anyway, Harry's absence will not affect the normal operation of the group, just like when Master Norman was in the laboratory all day. Accepting this, Bernard simply gave up the idea of waking Harry up. Thinking of the pile of documents on her desk that needed to be processed urgently, Felicia was angry about what her unreliable boss said. Anyway, she shouldn't have believed what he said about coming to work today. Felicia, who was standing in Harry's office to supervise, was anxious to work and angry because Harry didn't come. She completely suppressed her anger by speculating that her boss might have gone out to do some unrewarded good deeds last night. But how long will this kind of life last? Will it really take 20 years? Double salary is not worthy of her labor. At least she should add mental support. Noon should be the time for the Wayne family members to wake up naturally, but Alfred and Bernard waited until 1 o'clock, and Harry and Bruce still didn't come down. Although it is necessary to ensure sufficient sleep, this is too much. There is no way. The two butlers went upstairs side by side, intending to wake up their own masters. Bruce just woke up from Harry's bed, but Harry was still sleeping because of exhaustion. After kissing Harry's forehead gently, Bruce gently removed Harry's arm from his body and got out of bed. In order to avoid waking Harry up, he put on a wrinkled robe and went back to his room to wash up. He opened the door and awkwardly looked at Bernard, who was about to knock on the door. On the other side, Alfred was standing at the door of his room. Chapter 112. Bruce was somewhat surprised to see Bernard the first thing he saw when he came out of Harry's room after waking up. Bernard saw Harry was still asleep through the open door, so he put down his hand that was about to knock on the door and lowered his voice. "Good afternoon, Mr. Wayne." Afternoon even used an emphasis on his tone, and it sounded very unhappy. What a coincidence, Bernard. Bruce originally planned to say something to explain so that Bernard would not be so repulsive to him, but he soon saw Bernard sigh and turn away. Bruce closed the door and walked towards his room, where Alfred was still. What happened? Why did it seem that Bernard was both unhappy with him and somewhat accepting of Harry being with him? It might have something to do with seeing Harry on night patrol last night. Alfred guessed in his heart, "Believe in your own personal charm, Mr. Wayne." Since his master didn't need to be called, Alfred left immediately after saying this, and walked in the direction that Bernard left. Bruce didn't believe what Alfred said about personal charm. After all, for Bernard, he should be a person with negative personal charm. No matter why, Bernard's improved attitude towards him is a good thing, and Bruce will not dig into such things. But if he can know, he still wants to hear it. Bernard and Alfred walked to the fir forest behind Wayne Manor. Christmas is coming soon, and they plan to pick a fir tree suitable for the Christmas tree in advance. I have already made up my mind that Harry will be alone for the rest of his life. The weather has become cloudy and the wind has become colder. Bernard can't help but talk to Alfred about his feelings. Harry once told me that he is not going to start a family with anyone. I hope he can be happy and have someone to accompany him forever, but at the same time I have to respect his ideas. Not long after Harry said these words, he fell in love with Batman. I have never thought that Batman is an ideal choice for Harry. He usually shows that he doesn't like Harry that much. But since his young master is very blind to this, Bernard can only try his best to accompany him. Until he found Batman smoothly and entered the Batcave effortlessly. From here he really thought that Batman cared about Harry, but this alone was not enough. Harry deserved better treatment. But the more they got to know each other, the more he could feel Bruce Wayne's care for Harry. He didn't have so many sweet words, But at least his company was not perfunctory. Harry should be happier than before, isn't that what he wants? Bernard sighed and seemed to be much more relaxed. Maybe I should take a closer look. After hearing what Bernard said, Alfred was quite happy. To be honest, Master Bruce once told me that he didn't have time to think about the issue of love. But he was soon attracted to Harry and fell into self-struggle and doubt. However, since you have already thought about it, why did you still have a bad tone just now? Alfred was still a little curious about this. After all, Bernard didn't look like he was ready to give Bruce a chance just now. Bernard turned his head to look at Alfred. Do you really want to ask? He dared to guarantee that any parent would not be happy to see an extra person in their child's room in the morning. Bernard quickly refuted himself in his heart. He didn't mind Harry not coming home at night before, so the problem was indeed with Bruce Wayne. No, it's okay if you don't have to answer. The fir forest is full of old trees. They are thick and tall. For a family with not many people, they don't need such a large Christmas tree, even for the Wayne family. The two of them searched for a long time before they found a younger one that would not be too tall in a room with a fireplace. The turkey should also be pickled. Bernard reminded Alfred. Of course, they will deliver it today. The two butlers haven't prepared for Christmas properly for a long time, so they are looking forward to this Christmas. Dick came back from vacation with a huge box of gingerbread houses. On the way home with the gingerbread house, he was even dreaming of building this dessert house with his brothers under the Christmas tree. Of course, if Harry doesn't mind, he can join. Bruce, forget it. A lot of things have happened at home recently. Fortunately, after the group chat was established, Dick has been much more informed. He has already learned remotely that Harry's butler has joined the Batcave to help them with their night patrols, and that Harry's right hand has healed. I have to say that this group chat is great. At least his news will no longer be so delayed. If there is one thing that is not good, it is that Jason posts a video of himself being at a loss when he greeted Harry for the first time as Richard Grayson every day. Alfred, who was preparing to marinate the turkey in the kitchen, came out immediately after receiving the news that Dick had returned, and Bernard, who was preparing the marinade, also came with him. Out of courtesy, he still went to say hello to Mr. Wayne's first adopted son and see what kind of person he was. It seems that we are missing one Christmas decoration to buy. Alfred saw the big box next to Dick as soon as he came out. Dick held the box and smiled happily. I am looking forward to assembling this. Maybe after assembling it, he can take the opportunity to stuff Damien in to let him experience what it feels like to live in a candy house. It would be even better if Jason and Tim were willing to join him. I don't know if Harry wants to do this. Dick really wants to get along well with Harry. Although the age and status between the two of them are a bit awkward, this is no big deal, right? Bernard followed Alfred over, and Dick soon saw this butler who was rumored to be no less than Alfred. Nice to meet you, Mr. Halls. Very good, you can extend your hand this time. Nice to meet you, Mr. Grayson. Bernard felt that he was a nice person. Harry didn't wake up until the afternoon, and Bernard was even worried and came to see if Harry was sick. Bruce was also worried. After all, he didn't close the window last night, and Harry didn't cover himself with a quilt until he went to bed. He was sweating all over and was blown by the cold wind. Who knows if he will get sick? So after Bernard left Harry's room, Bruce went in to check again. Fortunately, Harry's forehead and body temperature were not high. It should be because he was a little tired after the night patrol last night and couldn't sleep for a long time. Bruce, who was relieved, went to the Batcave to continue studying the problem of fluctuations. He felt that this matter was not urgent, and it seemed that no big problem would happen if it was not solved. However, this unreasonable feeling made Bruce more alert, so he decided to figure it out the next second after he had this idea. Harry couldn't tell the time when he woke up. He lay on the bed and turned his head slightly to look at the gloomy weather outside the window. His first reaction was that it was not dawn yet, but he soon remembered that he didn't go to bed until dawn, so now it was evening. Harry sat up suddenly, looked at the time on the wall clock, yawned and lay back down. It was only the middle of the afternoon, far from being evening. Obviously, the two of them were together, so why did Bruce get up earlier than him? The temperature dropped sharply from today. He didn't feel anything when he stayed in the room, but Dick, who had just returned from outside, felt it deeply. It was sunny in the morning, but it was gloomy in the afternoon. According to the weather forecast, it seemed that it would start snowing in a few days. For Gotham and Batman, The probability of encountering robbery or theft in the days before Christmas would increase significantly, but on Christmas Day, as long as no one in Arkham caused trouble, they could have a fairly peaceful Christmas. I hope they can be more peaceful this Christmas. Dick planned to help Alfred and Bernard deal with the turkey, but he couldn't help when Alfred was alone, not to mention that there was now Bernard. So he could only watch from the side. When Harry stretched and walked into the kitchen, he happened to see Dick leaning against the wall and talking to the two butlers, holding a plate of snacks in his hand. "Dick?" Harry called out after hearing Tim call him so many times. For Dick, who was looking forward to getting along well with Harry, this was a very friendly signal. "Glad to see you're well again, Harry." Even if he was Bruce's boyfriend, so what? Dick put down the snacks in his hand and walked to Harry and held out his hand. "Want to make up for the handshake before?" Of course, Harry smiled and held out his hand to shake his hand. "Nice to meet you." "Me too." "I can already feel the Christmas atmosphere," Alfred whispered to Bernard next to him. After many years, Alfred felt, it's hard to say what feeling he had in Wayne Manor again, but it made people feel at ease. "In fact, I feel the same way. Although this is not the Osborn family, the Osborn family has not had a Christmas party since Harry was sent away 10 years ago. The Christmas tree has not appeared in the Osborn family for 10 years, and so has Harry. Bernard will not indulge in past regrets. Harry is now in front of him. "Master Harry, you are finally awake." As he spoke, he handed Harry the refreshing salad he had just prepared. "Thank you, Bernard." Harry was really hungry, otherwise he wouldn't have come directly to the kitchen. "Anything else? If you eat too much now, it will affect your dinner." Dick brought the snacks back. "Would you like to eat together?" The butter and cocoa flavored snacks. Harry only took a look and nodded quickly. "Yes. It would be even better if there was a cup of coffee." Harry took the salad and went to the lounge with Dick. He happened to meet Damien, who came back, so Damien, who had not changed his clothes yet, was half pulled by Dick to go with him. The reason why it was half pulled, Harry guessed that the voluntary half was because of Alfu's snacks. "Next time you exchange feelings, don't pull me." Damien washed his hands and sat at the table. He picked up the cocoa-flavored snacks with a clear goal. "I still have a lot of things to do." Harry was eating the salad at this time. "As far as I know, you don't have any tasks recently." Dick took the butter-flavored snacks. "Are you going to play with Xiaoqiao? Don't make us sound like we are playing house. Is Xiaoqiao your friend?" Harry couldn't imagine what kind of friend Damien would admit. Would there be people of the same age who are more mature and as good as him? "You could say that." Damien nodded casually. Dick added, "Superman's son. Kryptonian." Thinking of Superman, whom he could not beat at all, Harry understood a little. The three of them could only rely on snatching to eat the single-portion snacks together. Although this phenomenon was not obvious, Harry only managed to grab 2 pieces while eating salad, one with butter flavor and one with cocoa flavor. Damien didn't seem to like the taste of butter. "Am I late?" Tim pushed open the door with a pot of coffee, only to see empty plates and 3 people who were obviously not satisfied. Taking a white porcelain cup that had been disinfected and placed here on the table and placing it in front of him, Harry looked at the coffee in Tim's hand. "You came just in time. Here comes a chapter of the daily life of the Wayne family. Before 2 o'clock. Ho ha ho ha, I think it's still noon." Chapter 113. Bruce was the last to know that Dick had returned home, but he had expected Dick to come back today or tomorrow. "If Master Jason is here too." Alfred walked over to Bruce and stood on the steps like him, looking at the dining room below. 4 people sat around the not-so-long dining table. Harry was on the far left, holding a strawberry in his hand and looking at Tim on his right. Tim had a cup of coffee in front of him and was arguing with Damien across from him about whether the fireplace should be lit on Christmas. "Does it make any difference whether it's lit or not?" Damien obviously didn't think this question was important. Every room in Wayne Manor is thermostatically controlled. This is Christmas. Tim hadn't seen a lit fireplace for a long time. How can a thermostatic system compare to a fireplace? Just think about it. Everyone was in the room with a fireplace, with an oversized curtain covering the entire wall. They could watch Zorro while eating Christmas snacks, and the crackling sound of burning wood could be heard from time to time. There must have been a year when Christmas was spent like this. Such a scene seemed to exist only in his childhood memories. Tim can guarantee that Damien has never experienced such a Christmas. Listening to their argument, Dick, who was sitting next to Damien, raised his eyebrows at Harry. "See, they have a good relationship." Harry looked away and nodded in agreement. I felt this way for a long time. Perhaps because they heard the conversation between Dick and Harry, Tim and Damien stopped their meaningless argument at the same time. It was obviously not up to them to decide whether to light the fireplace or not. Alfred and Bernard agreed that the fireplace would create a more Christmas atmosphere. Damien didn't care at all, and Tim agreed with both hands. Bernard was standing next to Harry, also looking at them with a smile on his face. Young people full of vitality, whether they are their own children or not, are always easy to like. Bruce did not answer Alfred's words. He also hoped that Jason was here at this time. The weather seemed to have suddenly turned cold. The temperature at night was not very important for Batman and Robin, who had enough exercise during the night patrol, but it was a bit uncomfortable for Harry, who was in the air blowing cold wind most of the time. Especially when flying at high speed, the cold wind is likely to cause Harry to lose temperature. This is not the same as his body's self-healing ability. Even if the body can heal itself and the organs are greatly strengthened, it cannot generate heat out of thin air to maintain body temperature. Considering all the circumstances, Bruce plans to make a new set of armor for Harry, adding heat preservation and automatic heating functions, while increasing toughness and reducing weight. The first step in making is always to measure the size. Harry has raised his arm, and Bruce is holding a ruler to help Harry measure, but he suddenly sees Bernard staring at him. "Bernard, do you want to help Harry measure?" Bruce just asked casually. But Bernard immediately came over to take the tape measure and said, "You can leave this kind of small matter to me in the future." Harry, who raised his arm, just thought it didn't matter who measured it. "In fact, I can do this kind of thing myself." "Of course you can, Harry." Bernard agreed with Harry's words and put his arm around Harry's waist to tighten the tape measure. Since he didn't need to measure the size himself, Bruce had to prepare the materials. He wouldn't be able to wear the new armor for the night patrol tonight, but the temperature today was not high enough to keep warm. Maybe it's because the weather has cooled down, or maybe it's because it's before Christmas. The robberies on the streets of Gotham tonight are equivalent to 3 days of normal robberies. Fortunately, Nightwing is here tonight. Harry and Robin act together. Batman is alone, Nightwing and Red Robin. They have been divided into 3 groups and are running around Gotham. They rely on insiders to communicate with each other. There's a fight on the upper streets of the East District. This is not the first time Bernard has observed a fight since he came to the Batcave, but it is the first time that he can't find the other party in the fight. He can only see a group of people who seem to be running away with guns. "Hey, where are you?" Red Robin wanted to confirm who is closest to the upper streets of the East District so that he could rush over in time. "Nightwing and I are at Gotham Port. Robin and I are in the East District and are on our way." Harry's voice came from the inside line. This time there was no excessive wind noise next to him. The sky was too cold, and the Green Goblin had been completely exposed in Gotham. Harry no longer needed to hide carefully, so he followed Robin, who was jumping between the tall buildings and was now flying at a normal speed. "Be safe," Bernard told Harry. "I will." This fight was not what Harry had imagined. He thought it would be like the previous fights with multiple enemies, but he only saw a group of black-clad men fleeing, and bullets were fired from various blind spots from time to time. The person behind the scenes did not seem to be in a hurry to deal with them or catch them, but simply wanted to deter or punish them. "I'll go to a higher place to see." Harry wanted to find the person who fired the gun, which was obviously the most convenient and quickest way. He was about to fly up when he was suddenly stopped by Robin. "I know who it is. There are not many people in the East District of Gotham who can perfectly avoid all surveillance, not expose themselves at all, and chase a group of people alone. If you add another condition, the gun skills with a 100% hit rate and the bullets that only hit the opponent's limbs, there is no other candidate in the East District except him." "Who?" Harry just sighed that Robin knew Gotham well enough. He felt that sooner or later he would be able to remember more people and things. "Red Hood." Robin's eyes looked in the direction where the last bullet of Red Hood was fired, very close to the two of them. As soon as Robin finished speaking, a tall figure suddenly appeared above them. "Good evening, Bat-Boy, and Green Guy." "Red Hood, are you talking about yourself?" Robin was obviously not satisfied with this address. "Hi, Red Hood, long time no see." Harry could hear people mention the Red Hood's name almost every day. Jason, Alfred missed him very much. Although Harry wanted to ask Jason on behalf of Alfred what his Christmas plans were, now was obviously not the time to greet him. Were those people your target just now? The group of black-clothed men he was chasing just now? The Red Hood sneered. Why are you here targeting me? Let's go. Robin turned around and chased the group of people just now. With this little time, he would have caught up with them and tied them up. If you want to know something, why not ask them directly at that time? If it's your target, Harry said before catching up with Robin, it seems that we can only compete. Anyway, the person being chased by the Red Hood must not be a good person, so Harry immediately chased after him. If it was someone else, Red Hood would have already pulled out his sniper rifle and aimed at the two of them, but now he could only grit his teeth and chase after them. It's a little late to start writing tonight, so I can only write a little bit. There's more tomorrow at noon. Chapter 114. Red Hood is really alert. He is familiar with most of the methods of the Batman family and can almost perfectly hide from the side of the Batman family. Except for the occasional encounter during night patrol, it is difficult for them to see him. The only means of contact may be phone, text messages and group chats. But there are always some things that can only be expressed in person. Their insiders communicate with each other, and what is said here can be clearly heard by the other parties, so they all know that Green Goblin and Robin have encountered Red Hood. Nightwing immediately contacted Alfred and asked him to keep an eye on Red Hood, at least to find the approximate location of his current safe house. Harry's speed is very fast, but it is difficult to use in the East District where there are low alleys everywhere. If he knows the destination, he can go from the air, but it is still not as convenient as Robin to chase people. Although the methods are different, everyone's purpose is the same. Robin and Red Hood jump between roofs and floors, and Harry steps on the glider to avoid curves in tall buildings. The 5 men in black with guns finally ran into a dark alley. A short but imposing figure stood on the roof above them, ready to jump down at any time. It's Robin. Who hasn't seen this figure when they go out to work in Gotham at night? So they quickly retreated, wanting to go back the way they came and continue running in another direction, but as soon as they turned around, they saw Red Hood following closely. Robin was on top, and Red Hood was behind. Damn it. The 5 people stood back to back, alert, and some of them were already pale and sweating. Red Hood would kill, so they turned around and ran to the only exit that no one blocked without thinking, even if they were afraid of Robin's pressure at any time. The gun seemed to have become a decoration. They had already realized from the chase with Red Hood that guns were useless to them. Robin did not jump down, he just stood on the roof, the wind blowing his cloak. From a distance, he was just a black shadow. Red Hood was not in a hurry to catch up. He approached the few people step by step, and the sound of his footsteps without any restraint seemed to step on their nerves one by one. The exit was right in front of them, but before they could even see it clearly, the Green Goblin was already floating in front of them on a glider. Ah! Someone screamed without any preparation. Under the cover of darkness, Harry floated in front of them on a glider in the shape of bat wings, with a mask without facial features covering his face, dark and weird. When the Red Hood walked in front of them, these people had completely given up resistance. At the beginning, the Red Hood's bullet chase had already put a lot of pressure on them, and the addition of Robin and the Green Goblin later made this pressure reach the maximum. For these drug dealers who usually just followed orders, this was enough to deter them. Originally, he had no intention of killing them. The Red Hood glanced at the few people who had lost their fighting spirit and turned away without interest. It's your turn. He wanted more than anything not to have to deal with the follow-up himself. 1 penny, how about it? Red Robin stepped on the back of a robber while contacting Alfred to see if he had succeeded in tracking him. It was still very difficult to track him just by surveillance, but their trackers and signal transmitters would always be discovered by Jason very quickly. Even if he followed directly, he would be caught immediately, so he could only rely on this stupid method. We are trying hard. Alfred looked for Red Hood along the surveillance, and Bernard was helping him. But Red Hood is Red Hood, he is very good at avoiding surveillance. It was just a blind spot that the surveillance could not capture, and they completely lost his trace after Red Hood entered. How to say it, Alfred felt very relieved. If this skill was not used to avoid his own tracking, it would be better. Red Hood has been tracked like this several times, and at the beginning he lost several safe houses because of this. After completely avoiding the sight from the Batcave, he climbed into an apartment through the winding alleys. Batman was standing at the highest point in the center of the East District. With the night vision and telescopic function of the lens, he saw everything that happened in the distance. From Red Hood avoiding tracking, to him taking off his hood after jumping into the apartment window, stroking his hair and tightening the curtains. Batman took a look at the apartment, then jumped down from the tall roof and continued their unfinished night patrol. The festive atmosphere has begun to brew. On the busier streets, even in the middle of the night when no one is around, colorful lights and various glowing Christmas decorations are still on. Everyone is looking forward to the arrival of Christmas. Santa Claus doesn't care about your background, whether you are rich or poor. He only cares whether there is a sock next to your pillow. Every child has him equally, and every adult has expected him equally. Harry, who was flying through such a street on a hang glider, remembered the last Christmas he had spent a long time ago. He spent it with Peter, Mary Jane and May. They ate together, gave each other gifts, and everyone tried to be happy. Robin jumped past Harry. "You are too slow, Green Goblin." Harry blinked and pushed away the picture in his memory. He followed Robin. "Did you prepare gifts for each other before? Christmas gifts?" "No." Robin answered very straightforwardly. "Don't believe him." Nightwing retorted in the back line, "I prepare for him every year, but he never replies." "Every year?" Robin asked back. "I remember that I only celebrated one Christmas after coming to Gotham, and this is the second one. So can I get a gift this year?" "Don't dream." Harry didn't listen to their arguments anymore. He was thinking about what gift he should prepare for Bruce. But until the end of the night patrol, Harry still had no idea. In Harry's room, two people with their own thoughts hugged each other. Their lips were very close, and their breaths intertwined. The room was very quiet tonight. The windows were closed tightly, and the cold wind was blocked outside the house. The golden dim night light was on, looking warm and comfortable. The feeling of warm skin against each other and the hug brought comfort to Harry's spirit. He closed his eyes and no longer felt depressed because of thinking about the past. And Bruce, he was thinking about Jason. Tim and Dick wanted to know the location of Jason's safe house. Bruce knew it, but he was not prepared to tell them just like that. Maybe he should go find Jason. But he was still not ready to meet Jason. When he was Batman, they could cooperate tacitly in battle, but without Batman's armor, what identity would he use to face Jason? An unqualified father? Or an extremely negligent elder? Would Jason really want to see him? Bruce closed his eyes and hugged Harry tighter. Feeling Bruce's tightening embrace, Harry followed the direction of the breathing sound and leaned over. He kissed Bruce gently. "I'm glad I didn't give up." "Give up what?" Bruce moved one hand to the back of Harry's head and took the initiative to kiss back. The two seemed to be exchanging breaths and words. "Love you." Harry didn't remember whether he had said love to Bruce, but it didn't matter to them anymore. He was sure that he was important and irreplaceable to Bruce, and Bruce was also important to him. When their noses touched, Bruce finally spoke. "I feel the same way." Same love, same glad that Harry didn't give up. When he was unsure whether his feelings would be reciprocated, he took a gamble and leaned over. He was unsure whether he would be loved in the same way, and whether his feelings would be seen as trouble. Bruce still remembered what Harry said when they were sitting in the bar and talking to Bruce Wayne, that if his feelings would bring trouble to Batman. Even so, Harry still persisted until now. In love, he was much braver than himself. "Thank you, Harry." He should go to Jason, regardless of whether he was really hated. If he never took this step, Jason would never come back. Early the next morning, Bruce got up while Harry was still sleeping. After returning to the room to take a shower, he even changed into a neat suit. He didn't even eat the breakfast that had been prepared. He didn't tell anyone about his whereabouts and drove away from Wayne Manor directly. Gotham often undergoes great changes in a short period of time, but fortunately, the hot dog shop 5 years ago still persists to this day. Ignoring the gossiping eyes of the people around him, he quickly packed 2 spicy hot dogs and got in the car and continued to drive to the East District. This time he drove to the apartment building where Jason was, but Jason should still be sleeping at this time. Bruce told himself to wait patiently for a while, no need to be so anxious. He hadn't thought of what to say yet. Knock on the door, and then what? Leaning against the back of the driver's seat, with his forearms on the steering wheel, Bruce sighed. Think about it for a while longer. Until he finished a whole spicy hot dog. The more hesitant, the more timid he will be. No matter how fearless Batman is, Bruce Wayne is just a mortal. He finally pushed open the car door and stepped out of the car, his shiny leather shoes stepping on the dust on the ground. The morning has always been Jason's time to catch up on sleep, and no one would look for him at this time without looking. But this morning, there was obviously such a person. Holding up his pants and listening to the knock on the door, Jason swore that if it was a salesman, he would make him look good. The belt of his pants was still hanging down, and he was completely naked. Although he had few clothes, Jason, who was full of momentum, opened the door of the safe house aggressively. Bruce, wearing a neat suit, stood outside the door, holding a box of spicy hot dogs. Jason's morning mood deflated like a punctured ball. He turned aside and went back to the house indifferently, but the door was not closed. "How did you?" Jason wanted to ask him why he knew this place, but then he thought, "Batman, why are you here?" Not being turned away was a good start. Bruce followed Jason in, closed the door and put the hot dog in his hand on the table next to him. "If you haven't had breakfast yet. I bought the one we had together. I ate mine in the car. Considering that we came too early." Jason looked at the familiar logo on the box and looked away again. "What are you doing here?" "Alfred missed you. Christmas." Bruce spoke intermittently. Even after more than 10 years, he was still the one who couldn't honestly say he loved. But Jason was impatient to listen to him say this. He didn't need it anymore. "Don't think that we can reconcile just because the Joker is dead, Bruce Wayne. I don't have time to show you the deep love between father and son. You should go find your Robin. Pour your fatherly love that has nowhere to vent into the right place." "I know." Bruce listened to Jason's words in silence. "I'm not here to beg for your forgiveness, Jason." Even for Alfred, Bruce excluded himself. He has made spicy hot dogs countless times over the years. Before this, Alfred rarely allowed them to eat these. "Your room has always remained the same, and even the book that was opened is still on the table." No matter what happened between him and Bruce, Jason would never be able to refuse Alfred, but he was not going to go back like this. Subconsciously, he described going to Wayne Manor as going back. But Jason did not find anything unusual in his mood. Just this Christmas, Bruce's tone seemed to contain a little hope. "You are irreplaceable family irreplaceable?" Jason looked at Bruce with his blue eyes. He never felt that he was irreplaceable to Bruce Wayne or Batman. Bruce had Dick before him, and Tim and Damian after him. Batman had Robin before him, and a new Robin after him. You let your irreplaceable family die innocently and tragically, and the murderer repeats the cycle of evil. But looking into Bruce's eyes, Jason found that he could no longer say this sentence. It is predictable how much sadness will be filled in those hopeful eyes if he said it. Maybe he once wanted to hurt Batman, both physically and mentally, but after confirming his importance to him countless times, Jason no longer wanted to hurt him with his own death. "For Alfred, I'll consider it. Now, get out of here." He thought about using some big events to reconcile Batman and Jason, but he felt that love is enough between family members. Chapter 115. This trip was more rewarding than Bruce had imagined. Jason had promised to consider coming back. He believed that Alfred and Dick would find Jason recently to persuade him that he was not that important. But he finally told Jason that he was irreplaceable to him. Words that were not so simple as imagined were actually easy to say. Wayne Manor was getting more and more lively every day. Light strips were hung in the courtyard, snowflake decorations were hung in the house, elk ornaments appeared on the dining table, the carpet was changed to red and green, and a fireplace was lit in the projection room. Bruce went directly to the Batcave to handle work afternoon and has not come out until now. Alfred and Bernard were busy decorating Wayne Manor. Only Dick, Tim, Damian, who were on holiday for Christmas, and Harry, who is on holiday at any time, were still idle. The four of them walked out of the warm room and went outside. Finally this day has come. Dick's expression was solemn. "Yes, I've never done this before." Tim was also serious. "What about you?" "Me neither." Harry frowned. "Are we really going to do this? Why not use the car?" Damian thought it was stupid. Nightwing would never drive a car to do this kind of thing. Dick insisted on this point, although there was nothing to insist on. Doing it yourself is different. Tim also thought it was very good, and even a little eager to try. Damian curled his lips. "I don't think it's any different." Harry didn't have any objection to doing it himself. "It looks simple, as long as you have the strength." Everyone present, "If you admit that you don't have the strength, you can watch now." Dick nodded at Damian, who was the least enthusiastic. "TT. It seems that no one wants to quit," Tim concluded happily. The four people surrounded the Christmas tree that Bernard and Alfred had chosen, discussing whether to saw it down manually or drive a cart to shovel it, but the very confident people had obviously decided to do it themselves. "So, who goes first?" Looking at the saw on the ground that needed to be operated manually, Harry felt that who went first was very important. Each person pulls it once, and whoever pulls it off last is the loser. Dick felt that he had come up with a good idea, but each time must have obvious results. What is the punishment for the loser? Tim felt that he should be more cautious about this kind of thing. Although Dick was barely a good brother, he was also ruthless when it came to cheating people. It was just a joke before Christmas, no excessive punishment was needed. Dick thought for a moment, be responsible for moving the Christmas tree back. The four looked at each other and seemed to agree with the proposal. The oldest one goes first. Damien suggested, anyway, he would definitely not be able to saw it down with the first strike. Although it was strange, he was indeed not the oldest person present, so Harry, Tim and Damien looked at Dick together. Dick was now completely desensitized to the topic of age. He picked up the saw and walked to the tree with a handle. This fir tree was not as tall as the one next to it. It was only more than 4 meters high and the trunk diameter was less than 40 centimeters. It was not big for several of them. With his saw teeth close to the bottom of the trunk, Dick pulled very hard. He was very strong and had good skills, but due to the limitation of the tools, the cold pine was only sawed a little. Harry was next. Although each person pulled once, from the second person on, he had to push the saw back before pulling, which was equivalent to 2 times. Harry pushed and pulled hard, but the blade of the saw was originally relatively soft and it was difficult to exert force at all, so his result was only slightly better than Dick's. The same thing happened to Tim and Damien. For those who rarely used such tools, the first round was just to develop their skills. The real competition started in the second round. The results of the second round were obviously more successful than the last time. They had already sawed 2/3 of the tree. It was Dick's turn again. He carefully pushed the saw in the middle forward, and pulled the saw with a force that would not cause the tree to fall immediately. Finally, he wiped his sweat and made way for Harry. Harry repeated Dick's steps, but because their cuts were a little tilted, the whole tree was no longer stable. Harry pulled the saw back very carefully, not daring to use any more force. Although each of them had a way to transport the tree back, no matter what, as long as the prefix of the competition was added, it would inevitably make people more serious. Seeing that the trembling tree was about to fall, Harry, who had pulled the saw back, immediately let go and stepped back. But before he even had time to take a step back, the whole tree had already fallen in front of him. The winner is decided. Harry sighed regretfully. Tim patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. I almost thought I was going to lose. Although it was not obvious, Damien did not want to lose either. It seems that someone is going to carry the tree back from here. Dick, who did not know much about Harry's strength for the time being, was a little worried. After all, Harry did not show that he had good physical fitness. Can you ask for help outside the field? If you need. Can I call Bruce for you? Tim quickly took over before Dick finished speaking. Damien, who often acted with a Green Goblin, knew Harry's strength very well. He doesn't need it. Harry took a deep breath. Although the air quality in Gotham was worrying, Wayne Manor was different from Gotham. Especially in the woods behind the manor, the cold wind mixed with the fragrance of soil and grass was very refreshing. He rolled up his sleeves and stood beside the tree, lifting it up with one hand. Dick looked at Harry's relaxed look as if he was holding a small branch and suddenly felt that he was very ignorant. Wow. It was really inconvenient to lift the tree by himself when only the bottom trunk could be used as a force point, so Harry threw the whole tree on his shoulders, with the thickest part of the bottom trunk on his shoulders and the tree head dragged behind him. The tree was really lush and leafy, and Harry was completely surrounded by dark green needles. Even if there was not much dust on its leaves in the wind and rain, the dust fell on Harry's hair and face, but hey, I've never carried a Christmas tree on my own. Harry felt that he could drag the tree and run back to Wayne Manor now. For the sake of the leaves on the ground, Tim covered his forehead, not expecting Harry to be so happy. We can walk slowly. In the hall of the manor, Bernard and Alfred looked at the red and green carpet and the snowflake ornaments hanging on the ceiling, and were thinking of ways to add a little more Christmas atmosphere here. After all, tomorrow is Christmas. Even though these things had to be restored to their original state after Christmas, it did not stop the two of them from being enthusiastic about the holidays. Bernard and Alfred were planning to go out while discussing hanging more Christmas wreaths, when they suddenly saw the moving fir tree. In order to reduce the number of leaves that fell from the tree, the four of them finally carried it back together. Harry was at the front carrying the trunk, Dick and Tim were in the middle, and Damien was at the end holding the tree tip. Hey! Bernard! Alfred! Harry, who was covered in dust, lifted the leaves that blocked his face and greeted the two butlers happily. Which room should the Christmas tree be placed in? Bernard smiled and looked at Alfred. It seems that we don't have to go to the woods later. No wonder Tim asked where the Christmas tree we chose is. Alfred didn't know they would act so quickly. The two walked in front, leading the whole Christmas tree behind them to the projection room. That place is completely used for leisure and relaxation, and the space is large enough, so they chose to put the Christmas tree there this year. In fact, they were already late in preparing the Christmas tree, but considering that they were too busy at other times, they didn't care about these trivial matters. Dick was throwing a golden star in his hand, which would be placed on the top of the Christmas tree later. I originally wanted to wait for Jason to come and decorate the Christmas tree together. I don't think he would be interested in this. Even Tim didn't think Jason would be happy about this. In fact, it was not just Jason. Damien had already found an excuse to slip away. Harry didn't participate in their discussion. He almost wanted to get into the big box next to him that contained all the Christmas decorations. He had never experienced a Christmas that really made him feel lively. Peter was not a very lively person, and they would not spend Christmas together before their father died. In the past, it was just him and his father. Or his father would take him to some Christmas parties, but it was boring, and Harry just felt that he didn't fit in. He took out a large bag of balloons and an air pump from the box, and sat cross-legged on the carpet and started to blow up the balloons. Red and dark green balloons, occasionally with reindeer or snowflake patterns. Did Jason say when he would be back? Tim was more concerned about this. He knew that Dick had called him a lot recently. He said he would consider it and asked me not to bother him. Jason was worthy of being his younger brother, with a very unique personality. As he was talking, Dick took out his phone and frantically added Jason in the group, and swiped several screens with the phrase "When are you coming?" So will he really come back? Tim thought this was doubtful. I'm really worried that Jason will quit the group because you're too annoying. Don't worry, Alfu said he has promised to come back. Dick believed anything Jason promised. I think tomorrow at the latest. Nonsense, tomorrow is Christmas Day. Tim just thought about it and didn't say it out loud. While the two of them were talking, several balloons had been laid on the ground. At this time, Bruce was in the Batcave, holding a piece of metal and polishing it flat, as if he was making something. The joyful atmosphere of Christmas did not invade the Batcave. It was as cold and hard as always, and the white light sprinkled on the metal walls made it even more inhumane. However, the orange bombs piled up not far away neutralized a lot of the coldness, and it even seemed to add a little vitality. The Batcave has unknowingly added a lot of things that were not originally there, and Bruce did not feel it was inconsistent. Not only was the Batcave changing, or Wayne Manor was changing, but every one of them was getting better. The main text will be finished tomorrow. It just started to rain heavily outside, perfect weather for sleeping. I feel like I am not suitable for writing daily life. Such a few mediocre chapters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. On Christmas Eve, there were almost no murderers on the streets. If the Joker was still around, he would not miss such a good day, but he has completely disappeared from Gotham and there is no possibility of a comeback. Tonight is the most peaceful night Harry has experienced since joining Batman's night patrol. Almost all those who had bad intentions were thrown into detention centers or prisons in the past few days. The remaining people with evil intentions were also frightened by the high-intensity patrols of Batman and the Gotham Police Department in recent days. Their dark hearts and short-lived criminal passions have long since shrunk back into ordinary bodies that conceal their presence, waiting to bloom black flowers or wither away on their own in the future. Since there was no situation that required them to form groups, Harry flew in the air wearing his new armor, and the strong cold wind was completely blocked outside the armor. Gotham is very beautiful recently. Almost every road is hung with light strips that emit warm light. From the sky, every road is full of light. Harry stood between heaven and earth, looking up at the dark clouds and looking down at the bright starry sky. A huge Christmas tree was set up in the city center square. Santa Claus's sleigh and reindeer were parked next to it. Golden bells were hung on the treetops. If you fly close, You can hear the crisp jingle of the bells when the night wind blows through them. Harry passed over the city center and flew to the highest point of Gotham where Batman was. Batman was standing on the gargoyle next to the tall building. The strong wind in the sky blew up his black cape, but he and the gargoyle were not shaken at all. When there was no incident to deal with, Batman liked to stay here and look at Gotham. He turned off the telescope function of his glasses and could not see the pedestrians and vehicles on the ground. He only knew that this place was prosperous and tolerant. Harry slowly landed in front of Batman on a hang glider from the sky. Batman, I seem to like this city more and more. People who stay here will always like her more and more, or hate her more and more. Batman is very happy that Harry likes this place. More and more people will like her. Harry wanted to say something else, but Batman suddenly stretched out his hand. A small, standard hexagonal white snowflake fell on his black glove. They both looked up, more snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, and the surroundings seemed to be quiet in an instant, with only the faint sound of bells. Does it look like a scene from a romance movie? Harry watched large flakes of snow fall from him and Batman, landing on the gargoyles and Harry's hang glider. Maybe it's still missing something from a romance movie. Compared to Batman, this is more like Bruce Wayne. Harry controlled the hang glider to approach Batman standing on the gargoyles, then folded the modified mask on his face to reveal the part under the bridge of his nose. Batman put the hand that took the snowflakes on the back of Harry's neck, and the two of them got close and kissed. I think we should leave here immediately. Red Robin, Robin and Nightwing, the three of them stood on the rooftop not far away. They originally came to meet Batman. Robin felt that Red Robin's suggestion was completely unnecessary. It's not like they kiss all the time. Do they do this at home? Nightwing had just returned not long ago and had not seen Harry and Bruce get along much. With family members around, B will be more restrained. Red Robin was the one who witnessed Bruce's changes before and after Bernard came. Of course, Robin was also the one who witnessed the changes in Bruce. The three of them didn't leave in the end, but going to disturb them was the only respect they had left for Bruce and Harry. It was very romantic for two people to kiss in the snow, if you don't consider that the Batcave was monitoring the situation around them in real time. Alfred zoomed in on the screen where Batman and the Green Goblin were, turned his head and smiled at Bernard. He didn't say anything, but Bernard knew what he meant. You can't make me believe that they are a good match just based on this. Bernardo took a look. In fact, if Harry wasn't in the picture, he would definitely think that this was a couple with a great relationship. But thinking of the unhappiness of his own cabbage being taken away, Bernard didn't want to admit it at all. Tisk, Jason, who took advantage of Batman's night patrol and came to the Batcave again openly, drank the tea brewed by Alfred. After seeing the enlarged screen, he suddenly felt a little toothache. It really doesn't look like a good match. Hearing this, Alfred looked at Jason again. Jason quickly lowered his head and drank his tea. This tea is good. When the night patrol was over and a few people returned to the Batcave, Alfred, who was doing the final tidying up, said to them meaningfully, "Fortunately, Master Jason's room is usually cleaned." Dick, who was taking off his eye mask, quickly looked at Alfred. Jason is back. Even Bruce, who took off his hood, stopped walking to the locker room. Just went up before you came in. Great. Dick raised his eyebrows at Tim and Damien, but not everyone can be silent with him here. Speak human language, Grayson. Go find Jason. Tim couldn't see why Dick raised his eyebrows, but now there was no other option except to find Jason. Brothers' night talk? Pillow fight. This is an experience that everyone should have, but Dick has never played like this for various reasons. He believes that Tim and Damien have never played this either. Harry, join us. It's more lively with more people, and Dick thinks Harry should have never played this either. This is your brother's night talk. Harry, who took off his mask and goggles, was a little surprised. We are not much different from brothers. Tim thought this was a good suggestion. Harry and Jason were not strangers and they seemed to get along well. Come on. It will be fun. Dick could see Harry's hesitation. Although Damien had never been exposed to these things, he himself felt that he would not be interested. I don't think it's fun. Alfred was of course very happy to see the children at home getting along harmoniously, and even Bernard felt that it was good for Harry to make new friends. Only Bruce listened for a while and felt that it had nothing to do, so he continued to walk towards the dressing room. What's the point of sleeping with one person all the time? Dick said to Harry next to him while grabbing Damien's clothes and walking towards Jason's room. Are you serious? Tim couldn't bear to hear it any longer. Having someone like you at home is enough. Dick seemed to realize that there was something wrong with what he said, and quickly explained, I mean that distance creates beauty. Distance creates beauty. Damien repeated the sentence, then can you take your hands away? No, don't try to run. TT. 4 people stood at the door of Jason's room and banged on the door. Jason. Open the door. Jason, who was about to sleep on the bed, covered his ears with a pillow. He knew this would happen. But open the door? Dream on. Would not opening the door be able to stump these people outside? Dick removed the door lock in 3 seconds. Before they pushed the door open and broke in, Jason had quickly put on his pajamas and opened the door, his eyes locked on Dick, the culprit. What's wrong with you? You know, Tim said as if he was used to it. Even Damien turned his head and curled his lips. Harry was the most normal one. He extended his right hand to Jason. Nice to meet you, Jason. Looking at Harry, it was hard for Jason not to think of the scene he had just seen from the surveillance. He was silent for a moment and reluctantly patted Harry's right hand. This was considered very friendly. Finally, they successfully walked into Jason's room. Several people sat on the carpet leaning against a bed or sofa. By the way, the carpet was temporarily added by Alfu. It was bright red, which matched Christmas very well. It was inevitable that there would be some heavy topics when they were together. Tim didn't want to talk about those at this time. Harry, seriously, one day in the future you can't stand Bruce. Don't alienate us because of this. Harry had a question mark on his face. He remembered that Tim told him this. Why must I not be able to stand Bruce? Don't you think B is sometimes cold, or do you always feel that he is monitoring you? Dick felt that no matter who was with Bruce, this was a challenge that must be faced. Come on. Jason still remembered what Harry said when he asked the Green Goblin that night in Metropolis if he couldn't stand Batman's control. He doesn't think Batman has such a problem of being controlling. Dick looked at Harry in shock, as if there was disbelief in his eyes. Maybe you feel it wrong. Harry tentatively refuted them. Batman is just a little worried about the people around him. Dick didn't know what to say. Jason was silent. Love makes people blind. Tim concluded. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. Damien himself couldn't accept it, but it didn't stop him from speaking for Batman subconsciously. Tim grabbed a sofa pillow and threw it at Damien next to him. Damien reacted quickly and blocked it with his arm. Drake. Don't get me wrong, I just feel a little angry when I hear you talk. Damien quickly grabbed the pillow and threw it back at Tim. Tim slapped it away with one hand and slapped it on Jason's head. Seeing this, Dick took the pillow from the bed behind him and joined the melee, and threw the soft white pillow directly at Harry. Shall we build a gingerbread house together tomorrow? Dick asked as he dodged a pillow. Damien, who was hit in the face by the double attack, picked up the pillow and jumped up to pounce on Dick. Boring. No problem. Tim's pillow hit Jason's feet. Jason kicked it away. The devil kid is right. I haven't built it. Admi won. Harry dodged the pillow that attacked from behind, and the pillow hit Tim on the head. Are you staying this time? Dick could only ask such a question directly at this time. What are you staying for? Jason didn't want to discuss this, and he hit the pillow harder. See if you are having a happy family. The premise of a happy family is that everyone in the family is here. Tim didn't dare to agree. Without Jason, they would never be able to have a happy family. That's not what your family portrait says. Jason became more and more angry as he thought about it, and deliberately stepped on Dick. Hiss. An oil painting doesn't mean anything. Dick jumped up, holding his foot. We can still have countless family portraits. Harry had seen an oil painting in Wayne Manor. Bruce, Alfred, Dick, Tim, and Damien were all painted on it, but Jason was not there. You are really too much? How can it be called a family portrait if the family is not complete? He knew that Jason must have a reason for not coming back. Jason, were you excluded before? Harry consciously stood in Jason's camp and hit Dick and Tim with him. Jason didn't know what to say. Harry Osborn obviously didn't know about his own affairs, but his guess was quite right. It was not just before. Dick wanted to refute, but he thought about what happened in the past and felt that he was not qualified to say so. Now he is excluding everyone. Damien felt that he was also the one who was excluded by Jason Todd, especially since he had hid him several times just now. Dick has realized his mistake. Tim knew the whole picture of the matter most clearly. Although he spoke for Dick, he turned to Jason's side and started to attack Dick after a while. Damien took advantage of the situation and hit everyone. It was a pillow fight at an incredibly fast speed, with all kinds of pillow after images flying back and forth, and the play almost escalated into a group fight. Until the end, Jason didn't say whether he would come back or not. Several people slept on the floor in a mess. Pillow fights with people of similar strength were much more tiring than simply patrolling at night. Bruce slept alone in Harry's room, half asleep and half awake, waiting for the boyfriend who said he would come back to see him after playing for a while. Until noon the next day, feeling the cold temperature on the other side of the bed, Bruce felt a little confused. On the way downstairs to wash up, he didn't meet anyone, only Alfred and Bernard were preparing Christmas dinner. Even at the lunch table, he was the only one. Looking at Alfred, who was still busy serving him lunch, Bruce couldn't help asking, "Where are they?" "Of course they are still sleeping," Alfred's tone and expression combined, as if wondering why Bruce asked this obvious question. Bruce kept asking nonsense questions. "Where's Harry? He must have been tired from playing and slept with Master Dick and the others." Alfred didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Young people always have more common topics. Harry got along well with Dick and the others, and Bruce thought he should be happy, right? It was not until the middle of the afternoon that several people came downstairs one after another, rubbing their waists. Bruce sat on the sofa downstairs with a newspaper. He had read today's newspaper over and over again. Looking at the few people who were obviously sleep-deprived when they came downstairs at this time, he really couldn't help but, "What did you do at night?" "It's hard to say." Dick stretched his waist and it was difficult to summarize the situation of the battle last night. Tim felt that he urgently needed coffee. Where did Alfred hide the coffee? Harry walked towards Bruce with a yawn, leaned against Bruce and sat next to him with sleepy eyes. "The pillow fight was much more tiring than I thought." "Pillow fight?" Bruce put down the newspaper and rubbed Harry's hair. Jason was very hungry, and he went directly to the kitchen following the smell. Damien, with a dark face, was the last to come down, even holding a knife in his hand. The morning exercise that he had never missed during school was delayed until the afternoon because of a pillow fight. Several people were looking for things to do, but soon they all heard Jason's protest. "Alfred, don't do that." As soon as he walked into the kitchen, Jason was driven out with 2 slices of dry bread, without even a piece of smoked ham in it. "Dinner time will soon be here, Master Jason." Alfred closed the kitchen door mercilessly. In the kitchen, Bernard was putting the turkey that they had marinated for several days into the oven. Seeing Alfred closing the door, he was very puzzled. "The child will be starving. I remember you only gave Harry a bowl of salad last time. Bread slices are more filling than salad. You also said it was 1 bowl, which is different from 2 slices." The efforts of the past few days were just to give the Christmas night patrol a day off. All the bad guys were stuffed to the Gotham Police Department. Batman and his team can finally relax a little today. In order to have a more Christmas atmosphere, Alfred and Bernard changed the dinner location from the restaurant to the projection room. Considering Damien's age, they chose the Christmas special edition of Tom and Jerry as the first movie tonight. "Grayson, this is what you wanted to watch." The turkey was roasted golden, and the roasted vegetables and corn were placed next to the turkey, and fresh rosemary and cherry tomatoes were placed as garnishes, which looked very delicious. There is also a limited supply of red wine. Smoked ham always has to be paired with red wine. Bernard saw his young master's eyes light up instantly, and after waking up, he put him in front of Harry. "The age limit is only relaxed for Jason." Bruce blocked Tim's hand that was about to take a wine glass, and handed him a glass of juice. "Don't do that, Bruce." Tim just said this subconsciously, but suddenly felt that he seemed to have heard this sentence somewhere today. In addition to Harry, Bruce, Dick, and even Jason, they deliberately controlled their drinking. Even tonight they refused to drink too much. Damien held a cup of pudding and had no interest in fermented wine. Of course, he had no interest in Christmas dinner, but there were Bernard's strawberry waffles with honey and Ford's vegetable salad. Speaking of Christmas, how can we miss gingerbread? The decorated Christmas tree stood on the other side of the room, with warm little colored lights, golden bells and small animal dolls hanging on the branches, and bows tied one after another. The wrapped gifts were piled up under the tree, and the colorful boxes looked very lively. Dick's long-awaited gingerbread house had not been put together yet, but the super-large gingerbread house box was placed under the tree. Jason, who had been hungry for the whole afternoon, was eating the turkey on the plate when Dick pulled him up to put together the dessert house. "Let go of me, Dickie Bird." Jason stuffed the piece of turkey into his mouth, threw down the fork and strangled Dick's neck. Tim quickly grabbed his arm and led him to the Christmas tree. "You can open the gifts directly later." Compared with facing turkey and smoked ham, Damien would rather put together that damn dessert house, so he took the initiative to participate in Dick's stupid activities for the first time. Harry felt that he should give them some space to communicate their feelings, and the red wine was only available for a limited time. If he missed this time, he would have to wait until he turned 21. The movie had been played from Tom and Jerry to Zorro. Harry, who accidentally drank a little too much, leaned on Bruce's arms and watched this very classic and old-fashioned movie, as if he suddenly felt the joy of life. The chocolate gingerbread with icing as the roof and candies as the embellishment of the wall, the complete gingerbread house appeared neatly under the Christmas tree. The four brothers quarreled and built this small house. But the next second after it was built, Dick and Jason looked at each other, Tim nodded, and the three of them grabbed the struggling Damien with 6 hands and stuffed him in. Damien rushed out to take revenge the next second. "You guys are dead." The assembled gingerbread house immediately turned into a pile of broken gingerbread, and the furious Damien chased the three people all over the house. A dessert house is every little boy's ultimate dream. Tim ran in front. "Damien, no need to thank me. Why don't you go and experience the ultimate dream yourself?" Ho ha ho ho ha ho ha. Dick, whose wish came true, felt that there would never be a happier moment than now. "Don't chase me. It wasn't my idea." Jason felt that things were a little out of control. How could he feel relaxed after staying with this nest of bats for such a long time? After a while, several people sat together under the Christmas tree and picked up the gingerbread scattered on the ground to eat. "Don't waste it. I spent my entire month's salary to buy it. Isn't it a little late to feel sorry for this now?" Alfred and Bernard sat opposite each other with a glass of red wine. Wayne Manor hasn't been so lively for a long time. Alfred raised his glass and took a sip with emotion. The Osborn family has never been so lively. Bernard suddenly felt that he had lost. "It's not bad now." Alfred looked at Harry, who was leaning against Bruce, and then looked at the young master sitting under the Christmas tree, eating gingerbread and opening gifts. "I should say, this is great." Bernard did not refute this time. He smiled and drank the wine in the glass. His expression was rarely relaxed. "Why is there a photo frame in such a big box?" Dick didn't understand. "There's not even a photo in it." "Do you know what I opened?" Tim threw a book at him, not to be outdone. "Look, a complete food collection." Afu took out a camera from the drawer under the table and casually captured everything that happened here. The four young masters who had just assembled the gingerbread house together, Harry and Bruce, who secretly kissed when Zorro was in crisis, Bernard, who saw them secretly kissing. Bruce and Harry slipped out of the screening room before the end of the movie, and they kissed all the way to Harry's room. "Merry Christmas." Bruce pushed open Harry's pure white knitted top and kissed him. Harry grabbed Bruce's hand, as if he wanted to pull him up a little. "Merry Christmas." The temperature in the room was very comfortable, but Harry was getting hotter and hotter. Their clothes were thrown on the carpet one by one, Bruce's shirt pressed against Harry's pure white shirt, and Harry's pants were hung on Bruce's belt. The suppressed gasps repeated in Bruce's ears, and he held Harry, trying hard but restrained. The wall clock had been turning for an unknown amount of time, and the vague sounds in the bedroom went from clear to blurry. Harry's legs limply rested on the edge of the bed, and were lifted up again. When Harry finally couldn't hold on and became unconscious, Bruce took out a box from the low cabinet next to him, took out a silver ring from it and put it on the ring finger of Harry's left hand. In the flickering light and shadow, an elaborately carved little bat was looming. "Harry," Bruce whispered in Harry's ear, "Batman's mark." The mark engraved by Batman selfishly. Harry subconsciously clenched his left hand and didn't let go all night. The end. 3:47 in the morning, barely still around 3 o'clock. Thank you to all the readers and friends who are following the update. Love you. Chirp chirp chirp. Chapter 117, The Original Harry, Buy with Caution. A magician who tried to summon dark creatures had just been dealt with, but the Justice League members who returned to the Watchtower were all silent. Batman's arms were drooping limply in Superman's arms. He had his eyes closed and was unconscious. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, he would have looked like Superman. Frowning, carefully placed Batman on the bed in the lounge, and most of the Justice League members were standing by. Zatanna, What kind of magic has he been under? Diana and Superman tried many ways to wake Batman up, but failed. When the damn magician was facing failure and struggling to death, he aimed his last blow at Batman, whom he hated the most. The black magic beam with an ominous aura instantly sank into Batman's body, and then Batman collapsed to the ground. Zatanna's expression was more solemn than ever before, a magic that traps people in the past, trapped in the past of those close to him. Only when the person in the past to whom his soul is bound dies in the present can this person escape from the past. The specific effect is unknown, and the book only records this sentence. Zatanna was glad that she had read this book, the complete book of forbidden magic. What do you mean? Flash was a little confused. It means that Batman's soul is now trapped in someone's past. If we want to wake up the Bat, we have to let this person die. After Flash asked a question, the atmosphere fell silent. Ho-ha, how is it possible? Barry touched the lightning on his chest. I'm just talking nonsense. It's okay if it's not true, right? The room was still silent, and his voice became smaller and smaller. Is there no other way? Superman didn't think his partner would agree to them using this method to save him, and Zatanna said that it was someone close to be. Zatanna was silent. She remembered that this magic was marked as high risk. Other than that, there is no solution. Hey, be optimistic. Green Lantern tried to think in a positive direction. I think we should first find out who he's with. Maybe the most important person who has died? It's not impossible, right? Is there a way to know who it is? Cyborg felt that what Green Lantern said made sense. Even if it wasn't, they should at least know who it was first. Of course. If it's just about finding someone, Zatanna can still do it. Batman has a temporary mission from the Justice League, and Red Robin also has to participate in the Titan operation. Only the Green Goblin and Robin are on night patrol tonight. After all, Harry has been patrolling with Batman for so long, and he has some experience in this matter, not to mention that Alfred and Bernard are here. The prison doors of Arkham are now closed, and the Green Goblin has sponsored a lot of special anesthetic bullets to the prison guards out of friendship. The frequency of riots in Arkham has dropped significantly this year, but the death of the Joker may also have a share of the credit. There is a knife-wielding robbery in Crime Alley. Hearing Bernard's voice coming from the inside, Harry quickly flew over the Gotham high-rise buildings on a hang glider. Robin took the opportunity to hang the grappling gun on the hang glider, and the two of them went straight to Crime Alley. A blue light shot towards Harry rapidly, and Harry, who couldn't dodge in time, watched it disappear in his chest. Did you see any light just now? Harry asked Bernard and Alfred on the inside. No. In the watchtower, Superman retracted his gaze. His expression became even more serious. It's Harry Osborn. When Batman regained consciousness, he was standing in a room with a very familiar decoration style, with a little boy of 7 or 8 years old beside him. He looked out the window, and the scene outside was also very familiar, but the entire window only had the reflection of the little boy, not his own. One guesses that he has no entity and exists in the form of a soul or consciousness. Batman looked down at his body. He was still wearing Batman's armor. This is the Osborn family, so this little boy. The little boy with golden brown hair was lying on the floor of the room drawing, with a single photo of a blonde lady next to him. Bruce had seen this photo when he was investigating news about Harry. It was Harry's mother who had died in childbirth. He knew that he was hit by some kind of magic, so the effect of the magic was to bring his soul to the side of Harry when he was a child? Or was he trapped in some kind of hallucination? Or was it another world? There was not enough information to be sure. But since he appeared here, there must be something crucial here. Batman focused his eyes on the little Harry who was drawing on the floor, and finally squatted down to take a closer look. It was already amazing that a boy of 7 or 8 years old could draw the basic image of a character fluently. Batman saw the 4 people Harry drew on the paper, him standing between a man and a woman, and next to him, Bernard? The boy's gray-blue eyes were full of obvious expectations, and he painted the long golden hair of his mother bit by bit. Will my father praise me? Little Harry, who was lying on the ground, muttered to himself while drawing, and when he thought of something happy, he would hook his legs back and shake them gently. At this time, there was a knock on Harry's door. Come in. Although little Harry was only 7 or 8 years old, he was already very polite and cute. Batman looked at the door and saw Bernard coming in. Master Harry, you will catch a cold if you lie on the ground. Bernard came over and pulled Harry up from the ground, and picked up the painting he had just finished. Harry looked at Bernard happily. Bernard, will my father be happy if I show it to him? The Osborns didn't have a family photo of them, and Harry had always wanted such a photo. Bernard looked down at Harry's painting, and the childish lines outlined a family of 3, and even had himself in a bow tie on it. He sighed in his heart, whether it works or not, you are the best. At dinner, Harry happily hugged the painting in his arms and ran to the dining room downstairs. This was the only time of the day when he could see his father. Batman had already tried everywhere, and he couldn't leave Harry too far away. The key to leaving here might be with Harry, so he returned to the Osborns, and happened to see Harry expectantly handing the painting to his father. But the boy's father took it and threw it on the ground. Don't waste my time on such boring things. Little Harry's eyes almost turned red in an instant. He withdrew his hand helplessly and quickly lowered his head. Like a man, Norman said with undisguised disappointment, you are an Osborn. Batman stood beside Norman and saw his trembling right hand hidden behind his back. Harry picked up the painting that was thrown on the ground and held it tightly. The carefully preserved paper was wrinkled. He followed behind Harry, watching the little boy, who was not even as tall as his waist, walking up the stairs to his room step by step, his shoulders trembling slightly. Small transparent water droplets soon appeared on the wooden steps, every now and then at first, and then on every step. It was not until he returned to his room and closed the door that Harry covered his mouth and cried out. The painting fell to the ground again. He kept sobbing, his clothes were wet. The sleeves wiped the tears from his cheeks again and again. Batman looked at the little Harry who was crying on the floor, and couldn't help squatting down and rubbing his hair. He watched the black gloves he was wearing disappear in an instant, and his clothes returned to Bruce Wayne's appearance. The painting that he had been looking forward to was disliked by his father. What value did it have? He picked up the painting on the ground, grabbed it tightly with both hands and was about to tear it apart. Suddenly, a big hand was placed on Harry's hands. Little Harry, with tears on his face, froze in place and raised his head little by little. Who are you? Harry's voice was still crying. When he saw Bruce's face, his fear had been eliminated by more than half. He looked at his uncle squatting beside him with red eyes, with one hand on his forehead. After realizing that Harry could see him, Bruce gently rubbed his soft hair. I am your future best friend. Don't be sad, Harry, you have a lot of love, but you can't see it for the time being. He was not sure if this was his own Harry when he was young, but even if it was a strange child he did not know, he would still comfort him like this. Curiosity and fear suppressed his extreme sadness, and Bruce did not even have time to comfort Harry more, because Harry could no longer see him. Harry stood in the lounge of the watchtower. He had not had time to change his Green Goblin equipment, and only took off his mask and goggles. He only knew that Bruce had been attacked by magic and fell into coma, and his soul was sent back to someone in the past. So, how do we wake Bruce up? Nightwing and Red Robin had come in advance to understand the situation. They also knew that Bruce was now with Harry in the past, and they knew that Bruce could only come back if Harry died. But the two of them were silent. This method was too cruel. Whether it was Harry or Bruce, they could not lose either of them. Harry, there will be a way. Nightwing could not say it. He was afraid that Harry would use himself to exchange for Bruce. Only when that person dies can Batman return to the present. Aquaman didn't think there was anything to hide. He believed that Batman's boyfriend would not be so impulsive. The eyes of the people around him were focused on him, and the atmosphere seemed to cool down in an instant. That person is me. Harry had to guess so. Their reactions were too strange. No one answered. It seemed to be a tacit agreement. Harry relaxed a lot in an instant. Red Robin, who was standing next to him, noticed his abnormality. What do you want to do? Don't make Batman more sad. I won't do anything. After all, both he and the original Harry had a short life. If I only live to be 20 years old, when can Batman come back? She said she wouldn't do anything, but asked such a question. However, Zatanna answered Harry truthfully, one night at most. Harry was silent. If Bruce didn't wake up tomorrow. The next second after Harry saw Bruce, Bruce felt that he was pushed away from Harry. He opened his eyes again at the door of Osborn's house. Am I not doing well enough? Harry's low voice sounded in his ears. He turned around and looked. Harry was obviously much taller than the last time. Bernard had reluctance on his face. You are the best. So, Dad, Harry paused, suppressing the bitterness in his throat. He finally asked the question that had been in his mind since he was old enough to understand: why doesn't my father love me? He did his best in everything he could, whether it was grades or etiquette, or even hobbies that his father disdained. Why couldn't he pay more attention to him? Bernard couldn't answer. He watched with his own eyes as Harry got into the car that sent him away. What happened here was almost the same as the information Bruce had investigated, but there was still no way to prove that it was the past of his own world or other worlds. However, since everyone around Harry still had their own logic of activities, illusions could basically be ruled out. Bruce sat in the car, right next to Harry. As they got farther and farther away from the Osborn family and drove out of Gotham, Harry gradually became expressionless. Disappointment and loneliness could no longer make Harry lose control of his emotions, even though he was only 11 years old. Bruce has always been. He knew that Harry was very lonely after he turned 11, but he was not happy before he was 11 either. He thought that Harry could see him this time, just like last time, but until Harry moved into the boarding school and was unknowingly ostracized by everyone, he did not wait for the day when Harry could see him. Comparing the differences in conditions between the two times, excluding external factors, only age and emotions have changed. Perhaps such a time jump will come again soon. He can continue to observe, and then find a way to go back. Superman, Cyborg and the Flash are trying to study whether they can find Bruce through the Speed Force, but even if the Flash can go back to the past, he can't do anything if he can't find Bruce. When it comes to issues involving the soul, they are too powerless. That's Batman. The Flash kept stuffing chips into his mouth. He had consumed too much energy. He needed these to be able to use them in time next time. As for Harry, he didn't stay by Bruce's side. Looking at him lying unconscious on the bed, Harry couldn't think. He had died before, once personally, and there was another time that was still vivid in his memory, but this time, he wanted to live with Bruce. At the age of 15, Harry had already moved out of boarding school. Bruce was still in the classroom of the boarding school in the last second, and in the next second he came to a spacious bedroom with large floor-to-ceiling windows, but the blackout curtains were tightly drawn, and no light came in. On the shelf in the bedroom were medals from all the competitions that Harry had participated in over the years, knowledge competitions, school sports meets, and even oil painting competitions. Bruce didn't remember Harry having painted oil paintings. He recalled the previous investigation materials, but the focus of the materials was on very turning points. As for the school oil painting competition, I know, Harry lay on the bed and seemed to be talking to someone on the phone. Me too, Bernard. The entire bedroom was devoid of any photos with friends, not even any individual photos of himself, no class photos, no activity photos. Harry's life was as lonely as when he was 11 years old. But looking at the medals on the shelf, Bruce was inexplicably relieved. He saw that Harry was working hard on his own, and it seemed that he still hadn't given up on attracting his father's attention with his excellence. This time, Bruce was still not seen by Harry. When he appeared again, Bruce didn't find any obvious difference between Harry this time and the last time. The bedroom curtains were drawn, and Harry sat at the desk, looking at the unopened gift box on the desk nervously. Anyone here could see his expectations. Bruce looked at the clock on the wall with a date display and confirmed that today was Harry's birthday. It seemed that he had received a gift from the Osborns. Harry carefully untied the straps on the gift box, and then opened the box expectantly. A bottle of expensive whiskey was placed in the exquisite box. Harry's expectant expression froze for a moment, and he pulled out the greeting card placed on the whiskey bottle. With my best regards, Norman Osborn. Harry smiled bitterly and threw the card into the trash can. After 5 years, he finally realized that he had been completely abandoned. Bruce watched Harry angrily overturn the box of wine. The expensive whiskey fell to the floor, and the golden liquor shattered all over the floor. Harry lay on the table, holding an old notebook. His shoulders began to tremble, followed by uncontrollable sobbing, and finally broke down and cried. The cover of the old but well-preserved notebook was wet with tears. If he looked up, he might see that someone had been by his side. The scenes switched faster and faster, and Bruce would be pulled to the next one after only seeing one clip. The previous scene was still Harry in the bedroom, and the next scene went directly to a chaotic bar. There was smoke here, which was specially created by the bar to create an atmosphere, and more young people were smoking, or smoking other things. Only informal small bars dared to do these underage businesses. Bruce frowned and looked for Harry. He saw Harry sitting in the middle of the crowd, He drank the wine handed to him by others with both hands. He seemed to be like a fish in water, but also seemed to have abandoned his nature. As for the person next to Harry, Bruce remembered that it was Bird, who was trying to stimulate Harry's genetic disease with Mike. Bird was working hard to recommend some paralytic and addictive drugs to Harry, but Harry ignored him completely. Scantily clad salesmen came to Harry one after another to recommend various wines to him, and expensive wines were served bottle after bottle. A thick stack of large denomination bills was placed next to it, as if it was a self-service cash withdrawal, and anyone passing by could pretend to take a few accidentally. Harry didn't care at all, he just drank one glass after another. Bruce didn't know how to make Harry see him. Now Harry was obviously starting to give up on himself because of the last incident, and he couldn't watch Harry go on like this. Just as he was secretly worried, Harry's right hand holding the wine glass suddenly became weak, and the wine glass fell on the wet floor in the noise. Genetic disease. Bruce rushed towards Harry. At first, Harry didn't care when his arm began to tremble frequently, until disgusting scars began to grow on the side of his neck. He went to see a random doctor, but the doctor only said it was a skin disease. Harry applied ointment that had no effect and locked himself in the room every time he had an attack. Bruce appeared in this dark bedroom while running towards Harry. Harry was holding his neck with his arm trembling. He didn't know what was going on or why it was like this. A teenage boy, lonely and scared. The time he stayed was getting shorter and shorter, giving Bruce a very urgent feeling. He didn't know why, but it must be related to Harry. Period. Maybe it has something to do with the way he went back. As soon as he regained consciousness, Bruce immediately saw the same smoke as the previous times. The young man was foaming at the mouth and trembling all over and fell to the wet ground. Bird handed Harry an open bottle of whiskey and threw the remaining blue crystals under the sofa. Bruce just saw these, and his anger ignited before his reason. He instinctively rushed towards Harry, trying to stop him from taking the whiskey. Taking the first step with anger, he once again became Batman from Bruce. The black armor covered his whole body, and the illusory black cape broke through the smoke. "Harry, stop." But Harry couldn't see him or hear him speak. Bruce was even more uncertain whether this was Harry's past. He was pessimistic and extreme. He had never experienced this kind of emotion in Harry. His hand went through the bottle of drugged wine in vain, watching Harry pour it into the glass and watching Harry swallow it. This was Batman's most powerless moment. Your body is weakening, and your organs are failing to the point of no return. The doctor looked at Harry with a strange look. Why do you take such a strong drug when you are fine? How long? Harry's face was pale. What? The doctor didn't react. How long can I live? The new green scar on his chest hurt a lot. Harry knew it was not because of the drugs, but it was undeniable that he was tricked into becoming addicted to drugs. No one cared, no one ever cared about him. 1 week. When Bruce appeared again, Harry stood in front of the mirror and looked at the disgusting scars on his body. Almost at the moment he appeared, he and Harry looked at each other in the mirror. "Harry, can you see me?" Bruce felt very tired. Being unable to do something was more exhausting than trying his best. The boy once had a magical friend. Harry did not answer Bruce's words, he even only looked at Bruce in the mirror. He comforted the boy when he was sad and told him that he had countless love. Harry's face was expressionless, but the pain made his eyes red. Even if I never see that magical friend again, I believe someone loves me. Fake. There was no trust and dependence in the gray-blue eyes, only grief and despair. Bruce wanted to say something, at least to make Harry not so sad, but he was taken away uncontrollably again. Only Harry was left in the mirror, his eyes looking at the place where Bruce disappeared. On the table next to him was an old notebook, with a little man with blue eyes drawn on the first page. "Uncle with beautiful blue eyes, my first friend." When Bruce saw Harry sitting with his back to him in the dim room and Norman lying on the bed, he felt that he was about to leave. "I didn't expect to die like this." Norman leaned against the head of the bed with scars all over his body, looking dying. This was what happened when Harry was hastily taken back to Gotham. Even if he suspected that this was not his Harry, their experiences and some personalities were the same. Norman Osborn didn't tell Harry why he ignored him for so many years until he died. He only knew that Harry had neglected his studies in recent years, but he didn't care why. "You have great potential, Harry. You have a very high IQ, and you are wasting it." Bruce wanted to move forward and get closer to Harry, but he found himself disappearing. "No, you abandoned me." This was the last sentence Bruce heard, A low roar of suppressed anger and sorrow. Batman woke up in his own lounge in the Watchtower. Nightwing, Red Hood, Red Robin, and Robin were all here. The first time he woke up, Red Robin was the first to notice. "You woke up." There was not only no surprise in his tone, but even a little panic. The other three people who were worried all focused their attention on Batman, and then Red Robin ran out with him. Something must have happened to them, so Batman immediately turned over and got out of bed and chased him out. The Flash was the first teammate Batman met. "What happened while I was in a coma?" "You woke up." Barry looked more panicked than his four children. "To wake you up, don't you need? What do you need?" "What happened to Harry? The person you bound to when you went back in time died." Barry summarized the situation in one sentence with his excellent summary ability. "So how did you wake up? Where is Harry Osborn?" Taking out the monitor installed in his universal belt, Batman went straight to the location of Harry's signal. Harry was in the conference room with Zatanna and some members of the Justice League. They were discussing other ways to save Batman. Nightwing and the others rushed into the conference room and saw Harry sitting in a chair in one piece. "Are you okay?" The four people ran over at the fastest speed in their lives. They thought of all the bad scenes on the way. Batman and Flash appeared next. Without answering anyone's questions, whether it was Superman or Wonder Woman, Batman passed by and looked at Harry. "We need to talk." Harry followed Batman back to his lounge. "Who are you?" This was Batman's first question, and his tone was light questioning, but he was just very tired. If Batman woke up successfully, he would definitely find out that he was not the original Harry. Harry had expected this. It was enough for Batman to ask him directly instead of observing him secretly. "Osborn, Harry Osborn, multiverse." Harry leaned against the door and looked up at Batman. "Maybe, a world without Gotham. So the original Harry has already died. Is this why Harry refused to let Mac and Bert go?" Bruce didn't want to believe this. He almost witnessed the boy's lonely life with his own eyes. Well, Harry couldn't be happy that Bruce woke up smoothly. This just reminded him of the death of the original Harry again. "What about you?" Bruce was sensitive enough to Harry's emotions. He walked closer to Harry and brushed his black gloved fingers across the end of his eyes. "What about your world? Why did you come here? Why did you take over Harry here? What about the other world?" Bruce felt that this was not a good question, but he wanted to know. Harry subconsciously raised his right hand to cover his chest. "It doesn't matter. In another world, I am already dead." Batman, who was unable to stop Harry from going to destruction in the past, felt powerless again. He hugged Harry and patted his back gently. He couldn't comfort the lonely boy in the past, but fortunately he still had time to comfort his own Harry. The past cannot be changed, and regrets are regrets. Even for Batman, he can only grasp the future. Only when he feels angry, Bruce's soul will have a bat armor. The more exciting settings in the comments are automatically transformed into simpler and easier to write in my mind. Is this a lazy dog? Chapter 118, No Hero Returns. They couldn't find Peter. The news was broadcasting Spider-Man's latest report, a completely destroyed building, several unknown monsters, and MJ watched the news in silence, while Ned tried to contact Peter by phone. "We have to find him." After what happened, MJ was very worried about Peter. Even if they couldn't help more, at least she could accompany Peter through the difficult times. "You're right, we have to at least see Peter." Ned's fingers trembled as he said this, and he almost triggered the portal. He looked at MJ in disbelief. "Try again, Ned." "Okay, I can." "Peter needs help." Ned took a deep breath to encourage himself, and as his fingers opened and closed, a golden portal with sparks flashing opened in front of them. On the other side of the portal was a gloomy sky and a gothic spire. Before the two of them could react, the portal quickly disappeared from their sight. MJ was stunned. "So where did you go just now?" "I don't know." Ned looked even more confused. "I didn't mean to open the portal, I just gave myself a boost." Harry flew over Gotham on his hang glider as usual. Now that he was familiar with the terrain of Gotham, he could fly all over Gotham with his eyes closed, so he adjusted the speed of his hang glider very quickly. When the golden circular space door with sparks suddenly appeared in front of Harry, Harry almost couldn't control himself and rushed in. Fortunately, he turned the direction at the critical moment and passed by the strange-looking door. Harry turned back on his hang glider. He stood in front of the golden space door and looked at the dark inside, which was different from the weather in Gotham. The equipment in the Batcave that was always monitoring Gotham detected energy anomalies at the moment the golden halo appeared, and the observation tower in space also detected the abnormal fluctuations they had been tracking in Gotham at the same time. Batman received alarms from the Batcave and the observation tower at the same time. At this time, Harry contacted them on the inside line. "What is this?" In the Batcave, Alfred and Bernard looked at the golden hole in front of Harry at the same time, and shared what Harry saw with Batman and Robin. "Green Goblin, stay away from that," Batman warned Harry in a low voice. If it was only Gotham's energy detection that was abnormal, Batman could not quickly determine what it was, but if the watchtower also detected the abnormal cosmic fluctuations, he had to suspect that it was related to another universe. In addition, he just learned that Harry was not originally from this universe some time ago, and this fluctuation suddenly appeared next to Harry. Obviously, it was not simple. "I'm going to stay away from this thing." Harry looked at the bottomless darkness inside, feeling a little cold in his heart, and when he was close, he could even hear the cold wind coming from inside, the sound of countless sharp blades cutting through the air when they fell from the sky. In short, it was not good. Harry turned around by controlling the glider. Just as he was about to speed up and leave here, a voice came from the golden round door behind him. "Peter needs help." Harry turned back suddenly, and the next second he had rushed in. After realizing what he had done, he immediately said to the communication, "I will be back. I don't know if there is a signal here, but Harry will definitely come back, no matter what." Batman was originally rushing to the place where the abnormality occurred. He saw Harry suddenly change his mind and rushed in, and then heard the intermittent voice coming from the inside line. "I will come." The thing that seemed to be a space door disappeared instantly after Harry's voice came, and the night sky of Gotham was still quiet and dark, as if nothing had happened. Batman landed next to the spire where the space door appeared, clenched his fists, and he would come back. Almost within a few seconds, everyone in the Batcave knew that Harry had disappeared. "We have to find him back." Red Robin followed Batman, and they were on their way back to the Batcave. In the Batcave, Alfred and Bernard repeatedly played the surveillance video of Harry rushing into the door. "There is an unclear sound inside," Bernard continued to watch. "We can't extract this sound alone, it attracted Harry." Harry has never immediately regretted what he promised Batman. Since he said he would stay away, he would definitely stay away. What made him rush in regardless? Not only Batman himself, but everyone in the Batcave thinks so, including Bernard. On the other side, the three Peter Parkers have reached a consensus at the highest position in New York. Cure those intruders who have mistakenly entered this world, and then send them back. In the laboratory, all three Peters, they are developing antidotes for different opponents. Just after a simple understanding, their lives are almost exactly the same, not so beautiful, but still worth looking forward to. Ned slid to the side of Peter, who was holding a dropper in a chair. He was a little curious. "So, do you have a best friend too?" He is Parker's best friend. He is a little curious about whether the other two Peters have the same friend, but he is probably more curious about whether their friend is another Ned. Peter's hand holding the dropper froze for a moment. Best friend? The moment he heard this word, only the name Harry Osborn appeared in his mind. Even though Harry had been dead for too long, his appearance, the voice of him calling his name when he walked towards him, and his gray blue eyes that gradually darkened, these are like engraved in his mind, and he dare not forget them no matter how painful it is. "I used to," Peter heard himself speaking softly. No matter how many times, he could not think of Harry without feeling indifferent. Once. Peter, who was beside them, also paid attention to the conversation between Ned and Peter. Speaking of his best friend, Peter did not sound happy. "He died in my arms," Peter tried to be concise. He looked expressionless and his tone was getting softer and softer. "Before that, he tried to kill me." One sentence was far from enough to sum up him and Harry, but Peter could not say more. "His death made me heartbroken." Harry, who subconsciously rushed into the golden light circle, was gliding in this space where he could only move forward and was raging with hurricanes. The wind blades scratched his armor like steel knives. He dodged more carefully, but sometimes he could not avoid it. The omnipresent wind seemed to be desperately trying to stop him from moving forward, trying to kill him before he rushed out of here. Harry could fully understand that if the voice he heard was real, then he must be on his way to another universe. The barrier of the world is not so easy to break through, although it does not seem so solid. "Peter needs help," This sentence seemed to linger in Harry's ears. Peter must have run into trouble again. He was really good at asking for help across the universe. He accelerated again, dodging the increasingly dense wind blades. The armor specially made for him by Batman blocked the inevitable attacks, but his waist, abdomen and forehead, which were not covered with armor, were still injured. The straps of the windproof glasses were cut when he was dodging the wind blades, and then they were blown away from Harry's head by the strong wind. In such an environment, it was impossible to open your eyes without windproof eyes. Harry raised his arms to block in front of himself. Before the windproof glasses were taken away, he saw the exit with warm light. Without caring about more, Harry relied on his subconscious reaction to avoid attacks from all directions. He accelerated again and rushed towards the exit. Batman couldn't do more in the Batcave, so he went directly to the observation tower. At the same time, he notified Zatanna and Cyborg. But when he arrived at the observation tower, Superman and Flash were also there, as well as Diana, who was on duty today. Zatanna went to the place where Harry disappeared to check if there were any traces of magic left. Robin and Red Robin would take her there. Batman, on the other hand, needed to check the frequency of the wave that appeared in Gotham and try to locate Harry. In particular, he needed to know what sound came from inside that led Harry away. What happened? Although Batman was always serious, Superman felt that Batman was in a particularly bad mood today. Batman forced himself to calm down and did everything he could so far. He played the video file sent from the Batcave in the conference room of the Watchtower, and finally answered Superman, "Harry is missing." At the same time, Cyborg arrived. "Can you parse the voice in this video?" If there was only one person in the world who could do this, Batman thought it must be Cyborg. Are you kidding? Cyborg had already connected to the video. He was immersed in the model constructed by the data, and at the same time, he seemed to be in the scene. Peter needs help. This sentence was clearly played from the computer in the Watchtower. Peter. Red Robin and Robin arrived and happened to hear this. Red Robin had never heard Harry mention Peter. Who is Peter? Batman pursed his lips. He guessed that it was someone very important to Harry in another world. He looked at Zatanna. What was the result? There are traces of magic left, but unfortunately, I have never seen that kind of magic system. Zatanna rarely felt difficult with magic, but this time she couldn't track the magic in reverse. Magic plus space fluctuations. Batman has already made a preliminary inference. The magic channel of another universe took advantage of the fluctuations in their universe to open the door here. Is there a way to see the scene around the Green Goblin? Batman has completely recorded the frequency of that fluctuation. With the technology of the Watchtower, he can temporarily reproduce it, and Zatanna's magic can also be transmitted to another universe through the channel they set up artificially. Of course, everything goes well. No. Zatanna can't even track it in reverse. Batman pondered, and suddenly remembered that he had placed a lot of powerful monitors on Harry, and the signal receiver was on him, so he took them out and asked, "Can you build a magic channel that can connect these two signals?" Of course. Using magic to replace the signal station is not difficult. In other words, people other than Batman don't know that this is a test between the two worlds. The space fluctuations created by technology and Zatanna's magic were activated at the same time, and Batman finally connected to the monitor on the other side of the signal. A blurry picture appeared on the screen in front of them. When Harry fell out of the channel on the glider, Peter had just finished talking with Ned. The next second, when the golden portal appeared in the laboratory, Parker even thought that Stephen was chasing him. He subconsciously grabbed the box next to him and looked at the portal vigilantly. Ned and MJ saw the iconic Gothic spire and gloomy sky opposite. "Isn't this?" MJ looked at Ned hesitantly. "The portal I opened accidentally." Ned thought that the portal closed by itself. Peter were both called in from such a portal, and they were already on guard. The next second, a dark green figure fell out of the portal, rolling on the ground for several rounds and hitting the wall, followed by a hang glider that was very familiar to any Peter Parker. Parker had even thrown away the box and rushed forward before anyone could react. "This is the Green Goblin." The anger towards Norman Osborn urged Parker to raise his fist and move forward. But when his fist was about to fall on the man lying on the ground by the wall, Spider-Silk suddenly shot at him from behind, and Peter shouted out of control, "Stop!" Parker had no choice but to jump to the side to avoid it. He turned his head angrily and looked at Peter, who was attacking him. Peter carefully squatted beside the man lying on the ground, looking solemnly at his damaged armor and the bleeding side waist wrapped in a black tights. Peter wanted to reach out and turn him over, but he couldn't reach out his hand. The equipment is similar to Norman Osborn's, but not the same. If you look closely, even the body shape is different. Parker calmed down. Peter was feeling very strange now, and everyone had this consensus, so the atmosphere was a little silent. Until the man lying on the ground suddenly began to breathe heavily. He used his arms to support his body and turned over to lean against the wall. The mask was badly damaged, and when Harry turned over, it fell to the ground piece by piece. The injury on his forehead was not a big deal. He was conscious and saw Peter looking at him with a complicated expression. "Hey, brother." This part of the extra story privately sets that the first and second generation Green Goblins look the same, and there is no limit on which one it is. However, their equipment is still based on their respective movies to prevent the second generation Spider-Man from recognizing the wrong person. The first generation Spider-Man, Peter; the second generation Spider-Man, Peter; the third generation Spider-Man, Parker. Chapter 119, No Hero Returns. Harry. Peter's voice was almost inaudible, and even trembled if he listened carefully. Harry, lying in front of him with blood, looked so similar to when he died. Peter seemed to see his eyes darkening again in a trance. "I'm here." Harry leaned against the wall and stretched out his right hand to Peter. Peter just held it lightly at first, and then immediately tightened it. It was not an illusion. He couldn't help but pull Harry towards him and hugged him tightly. The dead person reappeared in front of him. Peter should have had many questions, but no question could compare to, "You are still alive." There was no scar on Harry's face from the explosion. Peter didn't know if this was his best friend who had died in front of him, or maybe earlier, but that didn't matter. This was the living Harry. And Harry didn't respond to Peter's words about being alive. He just patted Peter on the back and said, "I heard you need help." Everyone else in the lab was a little confused about the current situation. Parker wanted to ask what was going on, but seeing Peter's sad look, it was hard to convince himself to disturb him. Only Peter, who was standing next to them, had mixed feelings. Harry Osborn was once his best friend, but he would rather they had never met. The atmosphere in the watchtower was a little quiet at this time. In order to help Bat find Harry, Superman notified more members of the Justice League to come to the watchtower. Watching his boyfriend hugging another man with Batman, it must be said that it was quite exciting. "Is this Peter?" Red Robin stood next to Batman. He couldn't see anything special about this guy named Peter. Batman saw it, of course, but it was common for friends to hug each other to express excitement. He paid more attention to Harry's injuries. After confirming that Harry had only suffered some minor external injuries, he paid attention to observing the environment around Harry. But why didn't the guy named Peter let go? That, Parker finally interrupted them. There was no time for them to waste now. "I'm sorry to interrupt you, maybe someone can explain the current situation to me." Parker's eyes even looked at Ned. He didn't ignore what Ned had just said about the space door opened by him. After calming down, Peter let go of Harry. He wanted to know what happened more than anyone else. "Want to ask me why I'm here?" Harry wiped the blood that had stopped on his head. Even though they had been apart for a long time, Peter looked older than him, much older, but no matter how much time had passed, Peter was still Peter, and he could always see the words that Peter didn't say, and his excitement, nostalgia, sadness, and guilt. "I just saw a golden halo." Harry made a circle with his hands and pointed to the direction where he had just fallen. "He told me that Peter needed help. So I came." He only cared about Peter here. He looked at Peter. "Pete, so what trouble are you in?" That was the name they used when they were close, and no one had called Peter that for many years. Parker and Peter looked at each other, and they confirmed that the other didn't have such a nickname. MJ looked at Ned. "Remember what you said when you released the portal?" "I said," Ned swallowed, "Peter needs help." Peter needed help, so the portal crossed the world and opened in front of Harry. "I just came at the right time." Harry looked at a room full of strangers and was a little confused about the situation, but there was no doubt that Peter was in trouble. This conversation has happened countless times in Peter's mind. He subconsciously responded, "It's good to come a few minutes earlier." This conversation has only happened once in his life. Harry smiled as before. "What can you do?" The replay of the same conversation made Peter sure that this was the Harry he had lost. When he saw Harry's injury, his slightly relaxed mood sank again. "You need treatment." The wound on Harry's waist was still bleeding, and at least it needed to be bandaged. After hearing this, Parker next to him immediately shot out spider silk to stick a medical box to Peter and handed it to him. Here, there are common medical supplies, iodine bandages and so on, and cold medicine if needed. Oh, by the way, there are scissors that can be used to cut clothes and cut bandages and so on. What's going on? Wait, you are Spider-Man. Harry looked at the boy wearing a uniform similar to Spider-Man. Are you not cosplaying? Since this one is, then the other one. Harry moved his eyes to the man wearing a white coat over the Spider-Man uniform. Are you also Spider-Man? In fact, they are more than just Spider-Man, MJ corrected Harry. Peter opened the medical kit and explained, they are Peter Parkers from other universes. So that's how it is. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. This was much easier to accept than Peter finding 2 other Spider-Men after his death. It seems that you are still facing a crisis across universes. You don't seem surprised at all. Peter thought he was mature enough. Before I crossed the universe myself, I must have been surprised. The wound on Harry's forehead was not serious and had stopped bleeding on its own. Peter simply disinfected it, but the wound on his waist was still bleeding. You guys go ahead, they had limited time. Peter could treat Harry's wound himself, and the others could now do other work. I'll be there right away. Peter took a deep breath and returned to his laboratory table first, followed by Ned and MJ. Parker finally nodded to Peter and went back to the other side. Peter, it seems that you have something to tell me. Harry looked at Peter, who lowered his head to cut the tights at the wound on his waist. Some not-so-friendly people from our universe came to this universe by accident. Peter carefully cut Harry's tights, revealing the bleeding wound on Harry's waist, as well as fingerprints. He paused with his scissors, temporarily ignoring this. Sandman Flint Marco, Dr. Octopus Otto Octavius, and Mr. Osborn. Who? Harry asked as if he didn't hear clearly. Peter knew Harry had heard it, and they had hurt each other badly because of Mr. Osborn's death. He didn't repeat it, but continued, Mr. Osborn's personality is now completely suppressed by the Green Goblin. We are about to develop a potion to heal him and those other people. My father is dead. Harry grabbed Peter's hand that was treating his wound. He didn't know what result he wanted from Peter. Peter wouldn't lie, but how could he make him believe this? Peter held Harry's hand in return. To me, you've already. I'm sorry, Harry. Peter looked very sad. For what? For many things. Harry let go of Peter's hand, and Peter also let go and continued to bandage him. You are just like my cousin now, Peter. Just from the appearance, Peter has also left the 20-year-old group. Peter bandaged Harry. Do you have a cousin? No, of course I don't. After resting for a while, Harry felt much better. I mean, our affairs have been over for many years for you, and as for those unpleasant ones, they are only a small part of all our memories. I hope you still remember me because we are as close as brothers, not because you feel that you have hurt me. Peter's blue eyes have been misty, just because we are best friends. Not for anything else, just because Harry's his best friend, so he will always remember Harry. So those unpleasant parts they experienced together are so hard to let go. The atmosphere in the observation tower has improved a lot. Obviously Batman looked calm when watching the surveillance footage, and they didn't know what they were nervous about. They have a really good relationship, until now, Superman said the emotion he had long had. Are we watching something from another universe now? Zatanna looked at Batman in disbelief. Obviously. Cyborg also wanted to know how Batman did it. Will Harry come back? Red Robin thought of Harry's unhesitating look when he left, and looked at Batman with a little worry. He will. This was the first sentence Batman said since the surveillance footage was played. At the same time, he began to try to contact Harry through his inside line. Harry's previous death seemed to be related to Peter Parker. Batman looked at the surveillance video and saw his arm around Harry's waist when he bandaged Harry. He took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed those unhappy emotions. He summarized the current situation. A universe was invaded by people from another universe, and one of the invaders happened to be Harry's father. The Peter Parkers of these 3 different universes had to cure these dangerous people and then send them back to their respective universes. If he guessed correctly, Harry would be sent back at that time, but he couldn't pin his hopes on this speculation. After bandaging his wounds, Harry barely understood the current situation and had a general understanding of what his father did after coming to this world. The Green Goblin's personality completely dominated his father, and his father needed help. I believe my father doesn't want to be like that, Maybe the Green Goblin is evil, but Norman is definitely not. Harry remembered his father's increasingly pale appearance before his death. His father had struggled just like him. I will help you contain him. Parker didn't know whether to believe Harry Osborn or not. He looked at the other two Peters. Peter didn't want to bring his prejudice against Harry into this matter. This Harry was different from the Harry he knew, so he and Parker looked at Peter together. I believe him. Besides Dr. Octopus, Sandman and my father, who else are your opponents? Harry sat on the chair and checked his glider. He planned to act with Harry and the others later. To be honest, with Harry's joining, the success rate of their plan has increased a lot, and everyone's task has become easier. At the very least, Harry has experience fighting Sandman, and even defeated Sandman alone once. At the most, he can even help contain Norman Osborn, Electric Man and Professor Lizard. MJ had nothing to do now, so she explained to Harry, a man who can absorb electricity and then use it to attack, and a professor who accidentally turned himself into a giant lizard during an experiment. That sounds troublesome. Harry held out his hand to her. Harry Osborn. Ned held out his hand next to him. She is MJ, and I'm Ned. Ned leads. Hello. Harry was obviously more interested in MJ, Mary Jane. Michelle Jones. MJ had already remembered the name Mary Jane. He also said the same thing when he met Norman Osborn for the first time. Who is Mary Jane? Harry rolled his chair behind Peter and patted him. Who is Mary Jane? Holding the potion that had been successfully made, Peter turned around with the help of the chair. My wife. I'm glad that you two finally got together. Harry had obstructed them before, but fortunately they were not affected by what he had done. It's a pity that I couldn't attend your wedding. I'm also glad that you found one. Peter thought of the fingerprints and other marks on Harry's waist that were about to disappear. After completing part of the task, he finally had time to talk to Harry about this, a strong lover. Hey. Harry turned his head in shock. How do you know? Harry stopped talking when he remembered what he and Batman did before setting out for the night patrol. He touched the bandage that had been tied around his waist not long ago and closed his mouth. The watchtower seemed to be quiet again in an instant. It was good to hear Bat's gossip, but when the sullen Batman stood next to them, the excitement of listening to gossip would be greatly discounted, and the embarrassment would soar. But someone just couldn't read the air. Barry on the side was curious. How did you tell that he was strong? He doesn't even know who Harry's boyfriend is. Hal quickly took a donut from the side and stuffed it into his mouth. What did you say? Are you hungry? Eat more. Batman ignored them. He was still trying to connect with Harry, while adjusting the fluctuations to try to find the most stable channel. Chapter 120, No Hero Returns. Parker has MJ, and Peter married the person he loves. Peter's serum has been roughly prepared. He saw Parker and MJ comforting each other through the experimental materials. Peter Parker in every world has a lover, the difference is that only he lost Gwen. If it is too late for him, at least Parker will be happy. Peter put his attention back to his experiment that was about to end. His eyes were lonely and sad. Peter, who turned around by chance, saw it. He looked at the Spider-Man who is younger than him. Do you have a girlfriend? No, Peter answered subconsciously. He took a deep breath. You know, I don't have time to be Peter Parker. A Spider-Man different from Peter. Harry, who was checking the equipment, was attracted by their conversation. He didn't have time to be Peter Parker, just like Bruce identified more with his identity as Batman. There will be people who like both sides of you at the same time. Harry turned around with the help of his chair and looked at the two Peters, just like MJ, I mean, Michelle Jones and Mary Jane. Harry didn't wait for Peter to answer. In front of her, you can be both Peter Parker and Spider-Man. But Harry's words seemed to make Peter even more depressed. He looked at Harry for a few times and then looked away. I used to. Once. The Peter Parker in each world might be different, but Harry felt that they would never be indecisive, so why was it once? She. Peter was a little speechless. It was difficult for him to say the word death directly, especially when it was related to Gwen. I lost her. Breaking up will be said directly. When a person talks about loss sadly, the way he lost it must be irreversible. Harry realized that he might have said something he shouldn't have said. He looked at Peter who was avoiding his sight and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry. It was just an apology. Peter stood there with a reagent in his hand. After a moment, he finally looked at Harry. Don't feel sorry. This has nothing to do with you. The apology from Harry Osborn made him feel mixed emotions. But he would never vent his anger for losing Gwen on innocent people. Do you know Harry? Peter could see that he had been avoiding Harry and treating Harry strangely. I mean, your world. If you mean Harry Osborn, Peter lowered his head to test the serum again. We were best friends. It was another past. Peter and Harry looked at each other. They didn't know whether they should continue to ask. Maybe they turned against each other, or maybe the Harry in their world was dead. In short, it was not interesting. But soon they didn't have to worry about it. Parker was ready. The three of them had completely developed the serum and they could set off. Their plan is really simple. Red Robin couldn't help but complain. Lead the enemy to the battlefield they choose, and then defeat them one-on-one. The problem is that they have 5 enemies temporarily, and with Harry, there are only 4 combat forces. It sounds like each enemy is very troublesome. If one person can't stop them, they will definitely lose everything. Maybe they are very strong. Superman thought it was possible. Just at this time, Ned called Peter. The 3 Peters stood up and said in unison, "Here." They looked at each other and said in unison again, "Sorry, you are talking about." I don't know who laughed accidentally, and was covered up again in an instant. I have to say, they don't look very strong, of course, just look. Hal also grabbed a few donuts ready to give to Barry at any time. Are you guys watching a movie? Zatanna had to stabilize the magic channel and follow Batman's irregular changes in power to adjust her strength, so she couldn't watch the surveillance carefully. Their counterparts get along really well. Superman also wanted a brother like this, but the counterpart he had seen was Superman, who is very strong and very bad. It would be great if there were 3 Flashes standing together. Barry ate the donuts Hal gave him without hesitation, but it didn't stop him from talking. 3 Flashes. Cyborg didn't think that was possible. Quiet. Batman finally couldn't help it. It wasn't easy to build a channel between the 2 universes. When he was busy, at least his teammates shouldn't stand by and watch the fun. Peter and his team chose the Statue of Liberty as the battlefield. As the person who would hold back the Green Goblin, Harry would hide in advance and wait for the Green Goblin to show up to hold him back. He stood on the other side of the portal with Ned and MJ on a glider, watching Peter and the other 3 pass through the portal. Will we succeed? MJ was not only worried about Parker, but the situation couldn't get any worse. That's Peter Parker. Harry seemed to be full of confidence in Peter. Spider-Man. 3. You're right. Ned took a deep breath. That's Peter. The 3 Peters were still preparing for the battle. It looked like they were warming up and chatting. Speaking of which, before you showed up, Peter said his best friend. Ned looked up at Harry, who was standing on a hang glider and was several heads taller than him and MJ. That Peter of yours, he said. He said I was dead. Harry could face his own death, so he said this very frankly. Yeah, Ned nodded. He said you died in his arms, and before that you tried to. Ned swore that he had never hesitated to say so many times before as today. Tried to kill him. Harry kindly added. MJ even nervously moved his eyes away from there. Why? Aren't you best friends? Isn't the most important question why I am alive and appearing? Harry didn't quite understand their focus. There's nothing strange about this. MJ also felt that Harry was making a fuss. Aren't the people Peter and the others going to fight also people who died and reappeared? You're right. Harry was about to meet his father, and he urgently needed to say something to relieve his tension. Peter and I are best friends. We grew up together and went to middle school and university together. We played football together, read books together, and even rented the same house to live together when we were looking for jobs. No one knows each other better than we do. By the way, we even liked the same girl for several years. Harry, who now has his true love, can easily talk about the things that he could not let go of before. Mary Jane. MJ also felt that Peter would not be indecisive. Since his current wife is Mary Jane, the person he liked before should be the same. Yes, red hair, very beautiful. Changing the subject. He said a lot, but completely avoided the point about why he wanted to kill Peter. MJ felt that he didn't seem to want to talk about this. She didn't intend to continue asking, but her spirit was really tense and she spoke without thinking. Okay, you found out. Harry took a deep breath and looked to the other side of the portal. Batman knew that Harry had died, but he didn't know why Harry died. If it was just a guess that it was related to Peter Parker, it is almost certain now. The other members of the Justice League didn't know about Harry, and they thought it was a misunderstanding. Soon their attention was attracted by other things girls he had liked before. Red hair. Batman caught the key word. He remembered that when Harry didn't know the connection between Bruce and Batman, he once told Bruce that he liked a girl with red hair. It's better to mind that Harry died in Peter Parker's arms than to mind this. Although I don't mind, it always feels a little strange to listen to my boyfriend talking about a person he once liked, especially when there are many ears around to listen with him. After Batman told them to be quiet, the Watchtower became completely quiet. Barry didn't even sigh when he saw the Statue of Liberty. Why they didn't have it here, but he secretly glanced at Diana several times. Although there is no Statue of Liberty, there is a goddess. Such silence is of course nothing at ordinary times, but it became embarrassing when listening to Harry Osborn talking about his love history. Quiet. Quiet. MJ interrupted Ned. She looked outside nervously. Here it comes. Lightning illuminated the sky in front of them, and flying dust covered the sky. Parker used spider silk to swing in the air and constantly avoided the attacks from the two of them to come to Harry and the others, and quickly threw the box used as bait into MJ's arms at the portal. Looking at the emergency situation outside, Harry couldn't help but want to rush out. Why is this door still open? Ned was still waving his arms to try to close the door. Did you find out? The TV station will broadcast Peter and the others' battle on the Statue of Liberty. They can use this to observe whether the Green Goblin appears, and then Harry can go through the portal instantly. Although it is troublesome, they would rather go through some trouble to protect the box. Why can't it be turned off? I've never turned it off. Ned tried hard. Who knows how to turn it off? Hey, believe in yourself. Harry hadn't experienced such a complicated operation in such a long time, and he had already missed Batman's detailed plan. The flashes of lightning illuminated half of the sky, and even the people inside the Watchtower who were watching their situation through the broadcast could clearly see the scene outside. People who flew out of thin air without the help of any objects continued to discharge electricity to attack, and people who condensed their bodies with sand appeared with deadly sand and stones. Figures in red and blue uniforms jumped between the lightning and kept dodging the huge sand fists. Who would remember Batman's warning in this situation? They started discussing again. This is more dangerous than they said. Is his uniform insulated? Nightwing was a little worried about them. I don't think so. Hal swore that he looked very carefully. It looks like an ordinary piece of cloth. The youngest Spider-Man's uniform is not simple. Cyborg also subconsciously analyzed this. It looks like a very advanced technological creation. Due to various restrictions, they couldn't see more clearly. Only where Harry was could they see the whole picture more clearly. I hope Harry and the others can solve it smoothly. Red Robin also despaired of their plan full of loopholes. Do you really think you are watching a movie? Batman would never say such a thing normally. The Space Channel is already being set up. I will go to the other side in a while. After trying for so long, he can't say that he has completely mastered this strange cosmic fluctuation, but simple use is completely possible, of course, with Zatanna's assistance. Who doesn't want to travel to another world? A circle of people looked at Batman in the middle at the same time. Failed to add more chapters. Double update tomorrow. Chapter 121, No Hero Returns. The plan was disrupted almost from the moment the portal could not be closed. At least Harry's plan to hide and wait for the appearance was completely ruined. If the portal could not be closed, MJ and Ned might be in danger, and they still needed to keep the box. Harry had to protect them and the box at least until it was relatively safe, so he had to stay with them. The attack of Sam Flint and Electric Man Max swept towards Peter and the others, and the sandstorm rolled the electric light forward. The scene was like an exaggerated disaster movie scene. Spider-Man was used to fighting alone, and the sudden teamwork could not make them play the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2, but hindered each other. After seeing an unknown Spider-Man being caught by the Sandman and falling down, Harry almost couldn't control himself and rushed out. However, the portal opened at night was as conspicuous as an ink spot on white paper, and they attracted the attention of Professor Lizard. Professor Lizard doesn't have strange abilities like Sandman and Electro, but that doesn't mean he's not strong enough. His strength and reaction speed are comparable to Spider-Man's, so he won't be easily defeated. In addition, his skin is comparable to most armors in the world. With his flesh alone, he can completely suppress Spider-Man. Although he doesn't have spider sense, Harry, who has developed a reliable intuition in danger, stands in front of MJ and Ned, who keeps trying to close the door. He looks at the other end of the portal vigilantly, with the front end of the glider slightly raised. ready to attack at any time. Harry's sudden vigilance affects MJ and Ned, and they both quietly retreat. Almost at the moment when Professor Lizard flips in from above, Harry turns around and throws him into the wall with his glider. "Get out of here." Harry reminded the two people next to him. Maybe they need a little help. Superman has had this feeling since he saw one Spider-Man break the spider silk of another Spider-Man, but the later scenes rarely show the situation outside. Batman, who also has this feeling, did not refute this. The three Spider-Men may all be superheroes in their own worlds. They are impeccable in terms of ability, but their planning and teamwork are simply terrible. It is easy to remind Batman of the newly assembled Justice League. How many people can be sent through the channel? Hal was already floating up with a green light all over his body. Batman himself must go, and he still needs to control the machine that simulates the fluctuations of the universe, but Zatanna has to stay here to maintain the magic signal. At present, Harry and his enemies are Sandman, Electro, Professor Lizard, and Norman Osborn and Dr. Octopus, who have not appeared yet. These are all learned from their conversation. Norman Osborn and Dr. Octopus are not mentioned for the time being. The most difficult to deal with among the other three is probably Electro, but Superman can easily deal with it, and Sandman can also be dealt with according to his attributes. Professor Lizard, who has no special abilities, can be left to Harry to deal with. In this way, even if it is for the pursuit of a quick solution, only he and Superman need to go. 2. Batman answered without hesitation. "Are you sure you don't need the truth lock?" Diana looked at Batman. Wonder Woman's actions have always been reassuring, and the Green Goblin is likely to have the same mental problems as Harry. In order to defeat him without hurting Harry's father, the truth lock is a good choice. 3. Hey, Batman actually perfunctorily dealt with them without any disguise. Speed Force is useless. Barry asked tentatively. He had just been fed a lot of high-calorie desserts by Hal, and now he was full of energy. Yet, the Green Lantern who tried to recommend himself shut up on his own initiative. While they were communicating, the battle situation on the other side had taken an ultimate turn. A high-temperature flame of more than 1,000 degrees was ejected from the bottom of Harry's glider, and the orange flame enveloped Professor Lizard. However, the short-term burning was not enough to ignite his skin. Professor Lizard, with black marks on his body, screamed and flew out of the range of the flames. He fled to the other side of the portal. Letting the enemy escape is not Harry's style. At the moment when the plan was completely distorted, there was no need to insist on waiting for his father to appear before he appeared. He followed closely behind Professor Lizard. It was not a quick move to chase a flexible reptile on a hang glider in a place built entirely of steel. While tracking, he also took the time to check on Peter's situation. The three of them seemed to have solved the Sandman with mutual cooperation. The sand and dust that filled the surroundings had completely freed themselves from the floating state, and most of them were scattered in the sea. The Electric Man was attacking indiscriminately, and his power was much stronger than Harry had imagined. A beam of golden lightning struck Ned and MJ before anyone could react. At the critical moment, Ned opened a space door next to him, but he and MJ did not go in because Doctor Strange came out of it. Steven subconsciously waved his hand to disperse the lightning, and then he wanted to take the box back from MJ. Harry, who gave up tracking Professor Lizard, was the first to grab the box before he got it. This was the only hope for his father to return to their world and survive. The magic chain obviously didn't catch Harry in time. Steven looked at MJ and Ned angrily. "Who can tell me who this is?" "It's a long story." Parker took over Harry. He held the recovery gas tank that Peter prepared for Professor Lizard. When he pounced on him, he stuffed it into his mouth. The gas tank exploded as expected. Professor Connors gradually lost his sticky skin in a green smoke and returned to his human form. On the other side, Dr. Octopus unexpectedly stood on Peter's side and helped them remove the reactor on Electro, and released all the electricity in Max. At this point, Sandman, Dr. Lizard, and Electro were all restored. Except for Dr. Octopus Otto, their only enemy was the Green Goblin. Doctor Strange, who was half angry, was almost choked by the unexpected reversal. The Justice League members who watched Batman, Superman and Wonder Woman walk into the space channel to help also fell silent. In this situation, it seems that they don't need to help. Harry took the box and stepped on the glider to Peter's side. "Long time no see, Octavius." Otto lost control and became Dr. Octopus when he was developing new energy for the Osborn Group. He and Harry used to be a good boss and researcher. Seeing familiar people, Octavius was obviously in a good mood, especially Peter, whom he admired. As for Harry, I'm glad to see you two reconcile. His memory still stated Harry's intention to kill Spider-Man to avenge Norman, and also stated Harry's words to him not long ago, "Don't hurt Peter." But at that time he had been reversely controlled by a powerful energy. "Let's stop here." Strange followed a box to them. The moment his voice appeared, Harry grabbed the box in his hand, but the box still flew towards Doctor Strange irresistibly. He saw how hard Spider-Man tried to give these people a second chance, and he succeeded, but it was time to end it. Whether it was the three Peter Parkers or the little Green Goblin who was accidentally summoned from another universe, their existence was originally a huge threat to the stability of this universe. "Hey, Strange." Parker stopped Doctor Strange, who was about to activate the box, and Peter also slid to the side on the spider silk. They could be fine, but accidents always come as expected. The pumpkin bombs that locked onto the target flew over quickly, along with the Green Goblin's signature laugh every time he appeared. "Ha ha 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 ha, Spider-Man, are you willing to come out and play with me?" Harry reacted almost instantly. No one knew how to fight the Green Goblin better than him. Of course, except Batman. The same pumpkin bombs aimed at the other several in the air and shot out from the front of Harry's glider. Almost identical bombs collided in the air and then exploded together. Harry quickly took off from Peter and flew in the direction of his father. Norman Osborn, who was not covered by the mask, had a hideous upward curl of his mouth. Harry, whose mask was also damaged, met him in the air. The words he wanted to say were stuck in Harry's throat. Looking at the Green Goblin, who was looking at him with a strange and contemptuous look in front of him, he couldn't call him father anyway. "Look who this is." The Green Goblin's voice was different from Norman's. They were obviously the same body, but gave people a completely different feeling. "Norman's cowardly son. Ha 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 ha." The Green Goblin completely distinguished himself from Norman Osborn. They were incompatible with each other. "Get out of my father's body." Harry would not be saddened by the words of a demon, even if he had the same face as his father. "Are you sure Norman Osborn regards you as his son? He prefers Peter Parker." The Green Goblin did not recognize Harry's identity as his own. As he spoke, he had already attacked Harry. The Green Goblin's glider was very fast, and he did not hold back on Harry at all, but Harry was concerned about his father's body and could not do his best. Pumpkin bombs kept exploding around Harry, and his glider was constantly damaged in the collision with the Green Goblin. The two of them were very fast, and it took less than a minute from the time they met in the air to now. The Green Goblin's target was the box and Spider-Man, and he did not want to waste time with Harry Osborn. If he destroyed the box, he could stay in this new world as the Green Goblin, and Spider-Man was his intended companion or the enemy he had to eliminate. He knocked Harry and his glider away heavily, and the Green Goblin continued to fire pumpkin bombs at the location where Peter and the others were. Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles kept smashing the bombs, and the smoke from the explosion quickly spread around them. Steven didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to activate the magic in the box to send them away despite Peter's obstruction. Almost everyone except the Green Goblin had been given a second chance. Parker knew he should stop Steven, but the image of May lying on the ground covered in blood kept appearing in front of him. He lost his only relative, but he still wanted to save the murderer. "You did the right thing. This is what May told him before she fell to the ground." The spider silk wrapped around the box switch at the last second, and the Green Goblin threw the last bomb in the direction of the smoke. The out-of-control magic was completely released, the intervals in space were shattered, and cracks shining with light spread all over the sky around them. Doctor Strange tried to regain control of the out-of-control magic, and the space above his head was constantly breaking apart. The entire steel frame collapsed due to the sudden explosion, and MJ, Ned, Max, Flint, and Connors all fell with the collapsed steel frame. Parker rushed towards MJ, Doctor Strange's red cape covered Ned, Peter's spider silk covered Connor, Dr. Octopus grabbed Max and Flint. The Green Goblin liked this moment the most, to destroy Spider-Man's hope. When Parker was about to catch MJ, the Green Goblin knocked him away. No. Peter saw all this happen with his own eyes, and he rushed towards MJ regardless of everything. This scene was so familiar, he had lost a blonde girl like this before. If he was faster at that time, Peter would use the falling objects in the air to accelerate himself. If he didn't rely so much on the spider silk, he would stretch out his arms towards MJ, If he caught Gwen. Are you okay? Even in his dreams, he never succeeded in hugging Gwen and asking this question. Obviously he did it, but he was so sad that he wanted to cry. I'm fine. MJ was still in shock. Are you okay? Peter finally smiled and nodded. That's... MJ's pupils dilated and looked at the sky behind Peter. All of them looked up at the Statue of Liberty. A golden space channel opened, and 3 figures emerged from the channel. They stood side by side at first, and then moved separately. One was flying in the air bathed in the morning light, with a red cape fluttering behind him. A lady in armor landed on the shoulder of the Statue of Liberty with a sword in hand, her long curly hair flying. One was dressed in black, holding a long and pointed weapon in his hand, and quickly swept towards them with the help of a bat wing-like cape. Reflect on why you are the only one who appears like a villain, Batman. It is said that there will be 2 updates. The second update should be in the early morning, so you should go to bed early and get up tomorrow to read it. Chapter 122, No Hero Returns. The moment they appeared, the space cracks behind them seemed to be reduced to foil. Everyone immediately became alert, only Harry relaxed instantly when he saw the black figure approaching him. He was still chasing after the Green Goblin, but the uneasiness in his heart about whether he could awaken his father's reason completely disappeared, as if as long as Batman was there, he would have more courage. The sudden appearance of the 3 people not only made Spider-Man and his men more vigilant, but also diverted the attention of the arrogant Green Goblin. Batman found something wrong here the moment he came out. The cosmic wave simulator in his hand detected abnormal data here. The space here was cracking, and other universes were invading. In order to make the data observation more accurate, he landed on the disc under the Statue of Liberty. Doctor Strange watched helplessly as a tunnel opened next to the crack he had been repairing for a long time, and watched helplessly as 3 obviously not simple people walked out of it. He felt that his universe was now like a zoo with its doors open. Anyone could sneak in to visit without paying a ticket, and some even used stones they found to hit the monkeys in their zoo. Who are you? Doctor Strange's wrist was shining, and he kept repairing the cracks in space, while questioning these outsiders in a serious tone. The Supreme Sorcerer always has to take up the responsibility of protecting the Earth at critical moments. Since the King is not here, he will be the Supreme Sorcerer today. Superman consciously took on diplomatic duties. Don't worry, we are not here to cause trouble. Worry. Looking at the space that was still breaking, Strange was exhausted but said stubbornly, there is nothing to worry about. Wonder Woman, who still remembered what she came to do, put away the sword and took off the lasso of truth from her waist. She stood on the left shoulder of the Statue of Liberty and threw the lasso emitting golden light in the direction of the Green Goblin. At the same time, she caught up with Harry, who was riding a hang glider. Harry certainly knew that Wonder Woman was here to help him, and he also knew the effect of her lasso of truth. Thank you. It's nothing, Batman did a lot to find you. Diana accelerated her flight, brought the Green Goblin tied with a lasso down to the ground, and deliberately landed next to Batman's position. It is hard to say whether it was because it was convenient or she wanted to see Batman's family conflict. Harry followed closely on his glider, and the 3 Spider-Men also rushed over. Ho ha, Harry, are you just going to watch your father in such a mess? The Green Goblin didn't seem to care about his situation at all. Looking at him lying on the muddy ground, Harry couldn't connect the crazy man in front of him with his elegant and easygoing father. You are the Green Goblin, not Norman Osborn. Under the effect of the lasso of truth, the Green Goblin couldn't help but say vicious words. I should be the one to control this body. Damn Norman Osborn, he's just a coward. You are as cowardly as your father. Even without the lasso of truth, Harry could hear these words. He raised his hand to catch the serum thrown by Peter. The 3 Peters looked at Wonder Woman, who was holding the other end of the rope with caution, and at the same time secretly watched the man next to him who was covered in black. Don't be nervous. Diana was stunned. It seemed that Superman had just started with a sentence, we are here for Harry. The moment these words came out, the 3 Spider-Men looked at Harry, who was injecting the serum into the Green Goblin's veins. She did help Harry tie up the Green Goblin, there is no doubt about that. For Harry to travel through the universe, their relationship must be close enough. Looking at the lady in armor and ropes in front of him, Peter hesitated. She looked very strong. So, you are Harry's. Peter and Parker instantly connected with Peter's brain circuit. They still remembered the phrase strong lover in the laboratory. Wonder Woman and Batman, who watched the whole movie, also remembered this. Batman, who was collecting data, turned back and looked at Peter coldly. Diana couldn't help laughing at Batman, and then answered Peter, "It's not me." "What?" Peter didn't even finish the question. He didn't know how the lady in front of him knew. "Sorry." Harry focused all his attention on his father. He pulled out the needle with a serious expression and looked at his father, who was lying on the ground, and gradually quieted down. Batman put down the simulator in his hand and walked to his side to wait with him for the moment when Norman Osborn's consciousness awakened. Finally, Norman's eyes gradually became clear. "Harry." He looked at his son in disbelief, and then realized that he was appearing in front of Harry in such an ugly posture. What did I do again?" Wonder Woman put away her lasso. He really doesn't remember what happened before. The fear of being seen by his son in this state was completely unfaithful. Peter even remembered that Norman Osborn's only wish before his death was not to let Harry know his identity as the Green Goblin. Parker was silent. He felt sad for everything. Being looked at by his father with expectation and fear, Harry didn't know how to react. For his father, they were only separated for a day or two, but for Harry, there were several years of life and death between them. "Harry," Batman patted Harry's back gently and whispered beside him, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of losing and regaining. Many people are looking forward to this." Just at this moment, Superman flew over and interrupted them embarrassedly. "Hi." He pointed to the cracks in the sky and the shadowy figure behind. "The current situation doesn't seem to be good." The position of the morning glow in the sky was replaced by pink cracks, and the crisis of the collapse of the world was hidden behind the dreamy color. Parker wiped the blood from his forehead and ran out. "Sorry, I have to go." The whole thing was caused by him. He had to solve it. Now is not the time to reminisce about the past. There are more important things waiting for them to complete. Harry broke free from the complex emotions. He helped his father up from the ground. His father still maintained the appearance before death. He himself also looked young. The pain of several years between life and death seemed to be wiped out from them. They are still themselves who have not experienced those tragic things. When Harry leaned over to help Norman Osborn, Batman returned to the simulator that detected the wave data, and Diana and Superman followed him. Can it be solved? Diana didn't think that this simple machine alone could solve this level of crisis, but this is Batman. It needs some magic assistance. The simulated wave can only send away people who do not belong to this universe, but there is no way to repair the space. Batman quickly covered their original wave frequency and changed it to the opposite frequency of the current wave. Magic? This is easy. Steven is the most powerful magician in the world. Steven. Wonder Woman looked at Superman. Superman pointed at Dr. Strange, who was controlling the expansion of the cracks. "We just talked." Parker still made a resolute decision to let everyone forget about him. He returned here to say goodbye to Peter and Peter. No one is willing to be forgotten by the world, but it seems that no matter which Spider-Man, they are willing to bear this for something. In their words, "This is our destiny." Hey, boys. Diana liked them very much. Don't rush to say goodbye. Batman had already modified the data. He held up the spike-shaped simulator and stabbed it into the ground at the moment when the sun jumped out of the sea. Invisible waves spread from then on. The eyes of the outside world peeping through the plastic film were gradually blinded, and the enemies who tried to invade were pushed away little by little. Steven stopped the spell in progress and switched to another one very smoothly. The color-changing space cracks were filled little by little, and they did not crack again without the impact of external forces. Parker stared at everything happening in front of him in amazement. He was ready to lose everything, but fate seemed far less cruel. Magic. Dr. Strange opened the space door and appeared next to the simulator that was stuck in the ground, his tone doubtful. Batman took a look at the simulator full of technology and replied in a deep voice, "Science. Anyway, you should go." They came on their own, and Steven couldn't send them away. It's impossible. The data of the cosmic wave simulator has been overwritten, Batman explained simply. So, it can only be changed back tomorrow. Batman's eyes stayed on Harry and Norman Osborn, who looked vicissitudes but definitely less than 50 years old next to him. There are so many people. And the last chapter of this extra chapter is finished. The only feeling I have so far is that there is a reason why No Hero Returns has a bad review. I didn't find Norman's age, but he should be less than 50 when he died. If there is, I will set it myself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, No Hero Returns. The sun rose as usual, and the darkness and chaos were gradually dispelled with the sunlight. After a day of collapse, they finally welcomed a peaceful day. Great. Strange looked at the outsiders who stayed here, wishing he could go blind for a day and have some peace. He pointed at Batman and the other two who had just come uninvited. Are you sure you three will leave here tomorrow? No, Batman said briefly, and he looked at Harry. The four of us. The moment he heard no, Strange almost thought he was being fooled, but fortunately they were not going to stay, so he naturally assigned Harry to Batman and the others. Great. One less person he didn't have to send away, which was great. Then, the four of you will leave on your own, and as for the rest. Strange had to think of a way to send away the monsters who had returned to normal. Wait a minute. Norman watched his son being divided into the other side. He looked at the man who was dressed in black and wearing a cat ear mask, pulled Harry next to him, and asked palely, "Where are you taking Harry?" "Home." Batman's voice was still low and cold. Perhaps considering that he should explain it more clearly to Harry's father, he repeated, "Take him home." Superman and Wonder Woman looked at Batman at the same time, but Batman was not affected by their gazes at all, so the two of them looked at each other helplessly. "What are you talking about?" Norman was shocked. He was about to say something, but Harry pulled his hand to stop him. "Father." Harry didn't know how to explain himself. He was no longer just himself. He was living in another world as another Harry. At the same time, if his father returned to before his death, there would be a Harry who had never died waiting for him to go home. Norman noticed Harry's hesitation, so he realized that Harry going home with him might not be as natural as he imagined. He held Harry's hand tightly and looked at Harry expectantly and sadly. Last night, they made too much noise in their fight. Not long after they calmed down, several armed helicopters flew in their direction. "I think you need a place to stay tonight." Strange opened a space door leading to the underground of the Sanctum Sanctorum. He would take care of these people in person. Dr. Octopus brought the incapacitated Sandman and Electro, and dragged Professor Connors, who was obviously in a bad mood, followed by the three Peters, MJ, and Ned. It was not until Harry helped Norman Osborn in that Batman followed Harry. Superman and Wonder Woman were at the end. The underground of the Sanctum Sanctorum was a very dark space. Strange waved his hand and lit a ball of fire above. "I'll find a way. You'd better stay here." Before he took 2 steps, he walked back and opened another space door, pointing at MJ and Ned. "You two should go back and have less contact with these outsiders." Parker went back to settle MJ and Ned, and Peter sat on the steps on the side and chatted casually. They have been racing against time since they came here last night, and now they can finally sit down and rest. "You and Harry Osborn once had a conflict." Peter still remembered what Peter said last night. His best friend tried to kill him. Perhaps every Peter Parker has a similar life experience. His best friend also destroyed his hope with his own hands. Peter smiled and looked at Harry, who was with his father not far away. "He thought Spider-Man killed Mr. Osborn. He tried to kill me, and I almost killed him when I lost my mind." It sounds sad. Peter couldn't guess why they could reconcile, but this didn't stop him from being happy for the two of them. "But at least you are reconciled now." Their reconciliation process was too painful for Peter. Even though Harry was alive and standing not far from him now, he put away his smile and his eyes were complicated again. "When my heart was about to be pierced, Harry stood in front of me. He died for me. No matter what, death is not a good topic." Peter fell silent and didn't ask any more questions. Peter took a deep breath and stopped talking about himself. "What about you? Since you once had a friend named Harry Osborn, Gwen, my MJ, she fell off the clock tower during the fight between me and the Green Goblin." Peter didn't tell anyone this, but Peter Parker was next to him at this time. The spider silk grabbed her, but Harry Osborn took her there with the intention of killing Gwen, and he succeeded. Peter listened to the voices getting lower and lower around him, and finally stretched out his arm and patted Peter's shoulder. Peter tried to smile at his brother beside him, but he failed. Batman took out a small computer from his universal belt and connected to the network of this world. The supercomputer system began to collect information and technology from this world continuously. At the same time, he stood opposite Norman Osborn. "Harry." Norman wanted to know why Harry wanted to go home with him. Harry stood next to Batman. "Father, he is my lover." Norman looked at the strong man opposite and the son standing next to the man in disbelief. "I remember you just broke up with a girl. Why is the new cohabiting partner a tall man?" It was a long time ago that Harry broke up with Mary Jane. Looking at his father, who looked the same as before and had not aged at all, he did not know how to answer this question. "Is this why you want to go with him?" If so, Norman could not accept that his son left him for a strange man for the time being, even if it's Peter. Can't he? Not only Harry and Batman, but even Superman and Wonder Woman not far away and the onlookers in the watchtower, they all briefly focused their eyes on the two Peters sitting together. Peter frowned and looked around at the same time, but the chilling feeling on their backs faded away instantly. "Did you feel anything?" Peter thought it was his illusion. After all, where else was there any danger here? Danger, but it disappeared quickly. Spider sense has never been wrong, but Peter didn't know where this feeling came from. Batman retracted his gaze from Peter Parker. "Feelings can't be replaced at will. Peter is already married to Mary Jane." Harry spoke almost at the same time as Batman, but as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly found that Batman was looking at him disapprovingly. "Even if Peter can't do it, I can find countless strong young boys for you, Harry." Norman completely ignored what Batman said, but did not ignore his existence. "Sir, please let me know your age." "It doesn't matter whether you are male or female." Harry knew that his father had always looked down on feelings, and he did not expect to be blessed. "Even if there is no Batman, I can't go back." Harry finally stepped forward and hugged his father. The hug after several years was strange and familiar. "Dad." Harry lowered his head slightly and leaned on his father's shoulder. He was an adult and capable of doing many things, but when he was sad, he always missed his father's embrace the most. "I miss you so much." Norman was also looking forward to a hug. Even though he had not been separated from Harry for too long in his memory, he was always wrapped in the fear of being controlled by the Green Goblin and the uneasiness of not knowing what he had done. The shocking news could not dilute these uneasiness, and nothing could reduce his fear in the slightest, but the hug from Harry easily comforted him. Norman reached out and hugged his son back. "Harry, my son." After touching the armor on Harry's body, he realized how much he had missed. In his memory, Harry was still sad because Mary Jane chose to be with Peter. There was only friendship and love in his life. Now, his son wore the same clothes as him, with an unhealed wound on his head and a bloody bandage around his waist. He didn't cry because of the pain, and he wasn't afraid of his appearance. How much grievances did Harry suffer when he was away? Parker returned here soon. The smooth resolution of this matter undoubtedly calmed his mood of losing May. He still couldn't forgive the Green Goblin, but Norman Osborn knew in his heart that a person's innocence and unforgiveness were not contradictory. Back in the basement of the Sanctum Sanctorum, Parker walked directly in the direction of the other two Spider-Men. "I will miss yesterday." Peter didn't have a companion like Harry or Ned. He rarely fought side by side with others. That feeling was not bad, especially when they cooperated with each other as if they were half of each other. Peter would say the same thing, "You're like my brothers." "It's the same for me." Parker sat down next to Peter. "It's the only miracle in my life that I can know you." Even if they are not on the same universe, as long as they think that there are two other Spider-Men in the vast universe doing the same thing as him and feeling similar feelings as him, then no matter how many difficulties they have to go through alone in the future, they will never feel alone. There is no need to erase the traces of their existence from the world, and there is no need to watch important people forget about themselves. Although the fact that he is Spider-Man is still floating in the headlines of the news, Parker is no longer afraid of it. He and his friends have been given a second chance to enter school, and the future will always be better and better. As they were talking, Peter suddenly gasped in shock. Parker and Peter looked at Peter in the middle at the same time, and then looked over his eyes that were wide open because of shock. His best friend was kissing the man in the black bat costume. The next chapter will be before 12 o'clock. I will post as many as I can write. Chapter 124, No Hero Returns. Harry didn't want to tell his father about the past, and didn't want to mention his own death, but he always had to tell his father why he couldn't go back. For some reason, I strayed into another universe. He could avoid talking about things he didn't want to talk about. As long as his father didn't die that night, nothing would happen afterwards. Even if we go back together, we can't go back to the same time. Harry's words were a bit evasive, but he was trying. "Dad, There is already a Harry waiting for you to go home." Harry's attitude seemed very firm. Children always have their own ideas when they grow up. It's always understandable that they want to leave home and make their own way, but his own children flew farther away. Norman tried to change Harry's mind. "If you get hurt, I can't even know. I'm very powerful now." Harry withdrew from his father's arms and returned to Batman, "and someone is protecting me. Bruce, Bernard, Alfred, and even Dick." Harry and them protected and defended each other. What if the man next to you is the one who hurt you? Norman had no good feelings towards Batman at all. His son was innocent and easy to trust others. He changed his sexual orientation and fell in love with a man who didn't look young just because he accidentally entered another universe. He had no reason not to suspect that his son was misled. Batman frowned under his mask. "I will never hurt Harry. A man's promise." Norman stared at him and said, "We all know that this doesn't mean anything." "Batman is different," Harry said firmly. "Harry," Norman softened his aggressive tone and looked at his insistent son, "go and play with Peter, okay? I'm grown up." Batman rubbed Harry's hair. "Go." Norman Osborn wanted to talk to him, and it was right of his son. Thinking of the 4 children at home, Batman stopped fantasizing. They were not the same type as Harry. Compared with Harry, they were more reassuring. "Okay." Harry took a few steps to the steps where the 3 Peters were sitting in a row. Looking at the Spider-Man uniforms on them, Harry suddenly missed the time when he was with Peter. If his father hadn't died, they wouldn't have had those disputes later, and he wouldn't have. Harry stopped. If he hadn't died in the past, would he still be in Gotham in the future? Harry, who was facing away from Batman, grabbed his black cape. Batman and Norman looked at him in confusion. Harry looked at Batman with an uneasy face. "If the past is changed, can I still meet you?" Perhaps to comfort Harry, or perhaps it was a subconscious movement of his body, Batman pulled Harry into his arms and patted his back gently. "The future that has already happened will not go back. The future that has already happened will not go back, but it is possible to derive another branch from the change. These are learned from the Night Owl of the Crime Syndicate. He has a very in-depth study of parallel universes and multiverses, although the research is for destruction. If I disappear after I go back." Harry was even afraid of imagining such a possibility. For the first time, Batman's embrace increased his anxiety. Batman can always tell Harry's hidden emotions. He lowered his head and promised Harry in his ear, "I will find you back." Other people's promises may not be worth believing, but this is Batman. Even though the tone of this sentence was very light, it had a heavy weight. The fear of being lost and forgotten was completely suppressed. Harry raised his head and kissed Batman's light lips until he remembered his father, who had been silent for a while. Norman Osborn's face was full of "Is this how you tricked Harry?" Watching Harry walk towards Peter Parker, Batman finally took a deep breath with a headache. It was not easy for Bernard at home to accept him, and now the real parent came. "At least you should believe in Harry's choice," Batman spoke quite politely, but he was helpless and distant and serious. "Harry is young now and doesn't understand the wickedness of human hearts. Norman doesn't know Harry's actual situation, but in his memory, his son has indeed been raised by him to have a simple character, not good at socializing, and attaches importance to feelings, which is completely opposite to him. It has nothing to do with Harry. I just can't believe you." Norman didn't even believe Mary Jane at the beginning, let alone the Batman who looked unfathomable at first glance. The two of them couldn't convince each other, but they insisted on their own ideas. The 3 Spider-Men stared at Harry walking towards them in amazement. Peter and Parker were just simply surprised, but Peter was in a complicated mood. "Mind if I sit here for a while?" Harry was a little embarrassed now. "Of course not," the 3 Spider-Men said in unison. Harry sat next to Peter and looked in the direction of his father and Batman. "Harry, you just..." Peter also looked at Batman, that Batman. If Peter was wearing a Spider-Man mask, he swore that he would ask Harry directly if he was kissing that man just now. "Did you see it?" Harry leaned back on the steps with his elbows propped up. "That's my boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Peter looked back and forth in shock. "So your lover with a strong personality. Please don't mention this again." It was an accident that Peter saw the marks on his waist. Don't make him more embarrassed. What kind of person is he? Peter himself has grown up a lot, but Harry's pace of growth has lagged behind him. Now Harry attaches as much importance to feelings as before, but there are more physical relationships between homosexuals. What if Harry is sincere? But Batman is just playing around. Almighty, Harry said this very seriously. He is the best person in the entire universe. Harry, the second youngest of the four, seemed to be saying something very serious, and Parker, the youngest, retorted, "The best person in the entire universe is Mr. Stark." The topic seemed to be quickly pulled back to the youth channel from the adult channel, and Peter looked at each other helplessly. What does it feel like when you know there is another self outside the universe? When Harry knew it himself, the other self had already died, and he only felt sad for the Harry Osborn of all universes. Shocked. Parker, who was sitting on the other side, answered first, "Unbelievable." And a little surprised. Peter liked both of them. Both. Peter knew that Harry came from another universe. What about you, Harry? Have you seen the other self? It's a pity Harry didn't see the other self. It would be nice if they could chat like Peter and the others. Chapter 125, No Hero Returns. The people watching in the observation tower experienced a kiss with Batman from the first person's perspective. Did you record it? Hal looked at Cyborg. High definition and uncensored. Hey, why are you recording this? Barry didn't understand. After all, he had no interest in watching Batman kiss. This was not even as interesting as listening to gossip. Hal, I remember you were pursuing a lady with blonde hair. Even if I like men, I wouldn't like Batman. But sometimes it's not just about liking someone that makes you want to save a moment. Zatanna turned her head away with difficulty. You'd better not be gay, Green Lantern. Batman and Norman's conversation didn't last long. He couldn't make a father who is worried about his son believe him, and Norman was not ready to accept him at all. You have mastered the technology of traveling through space. Norman looked at Batman with dark eyes. I can't tell you the method. Anyone who mastered this except him would be enough to make Batman feel uneasy. No, although Norman was curious enough about this technology, he knew he was not qualified to ask for it. Teach it to Harry, so that my son can go home when he is sad. Teach it to Harry? Batman was silent. He didn't seem to reject this proposal as much as he thought. Perhaps it was because his trust in Harry had surpassed his desire for control and suspicion. Or perhaps it was because Harry opened everything to him and let him control it, so he could trust him without any worries. In any case, there was no problem with this. But this method required the help of Zatanna and the already unstable space support. Even for him, it was only by chance that he succeeded with the help of the right time and place. If one day Harry wanted to, he would always help Harry. I won't make him sad, but your proposal is fine. Batman looked at Harry sitting on the steps. He seemed to be very happy and was talking to Peter Parker. Harry was indeed well protected by Norman Osborn. Even though Harry once said that his father was stingy in expressing his love to him, he still grew up to be sincere and brave. Batman didn't think Norman was completely innocent in the Green Goblin incident, but at least he had some commendable points. Superman was busy observing the whole world and trying to collect as much information as possible. This was what Batman had agreed with him before coming. Although he knew that this universe was not very peaceful, just like their own universe when he simply watched it through the surveillance screen, he found that reality could be more cruel and bizarre than he imagined after a serious understanding. Half of the population of the Earth was turned into ashes in an instant. 5 years later, they returned again. And all of this was accompanied by a title, The Avengers. Sounds like an organization similar to the Justice League? Superman's brain is like the most sophisticated processor. He constantly receives and processes information from the entire world. As for Diana, she is very interested in Peter and his friends, the honest and kind masked vigilantes, the superheroes who grew up by exploring on their own. She stood at the highest point under the Sanctum Sanctorum, and occasionally saw 3 boys wearing different Spider-Man uniforms discussing something with Harry. Iron Man is the best. You don't think so just because you don't know him yet. Batman will never lose to anyone. No one doesn't like Batman. Why did the topic turn back? Peter thought they were discussing the multiverse. Maybe it's because you asked Harry Osborn why he likes Batman. Peter remembered that Harry started telling them how trustworthy Batman was after he finished this question. Diana walked over when they were arguing about this. Boys, cherish the last time you spend together. When Doctor Strange finds a way to send them away, they may have to part forever. It was a miracle that they could meet each other, and they couldn't pray for a reunion. The 4 people sitting in a row were all depressed. Peter stretched out his arms to hug the 2 Spider-Men beside him, and put his hand on Harry's back through Peter. He didn't say anything, and didn't know what to say. Hey, Don't be like this. Peter's body gently bumped into Peter. Even if we can't meet, we know that there are people outside the universe who accompany us. That's right. Parker didn't want to make the atmosphere silent. Their farewell should be joyful. By the way, Parker hadn't asked who the three of them were. Wonder Woman. Harry introduced Diana to Parker and the others, the most powerful warrior. It can be seen that she is very powerful. The three Spider-Men looked at the sword behind her and didn't want to refute at all. That golden rope seems to be very powerful. Parker only knew that the Green Goblin couldn't break free, and it seemed to have the effect of forcing him to speak. Diana pulled out the lasso, and the golden rope fell at the bottom of the stairs, right next to them. The lasso of truth. Once it touches you, you can only tell the truth. Wow. Parker pulled the rope and touched it. This is great. Batman, who had barely ended his conversation with Norman peacefully, walked towards Harry and Diana. Of course, there were three Spider-Men here, but that was not important. Peter saw it. He had been silently paying attention to Batman, Harry's boyfriend. He never labeled anyone bad when he first met them, including Batman, until Harry just talked about how worthy of admiration Batman was. This alone certainly doesn't mean anything. Although it is not advisable to absolutely admire someone, it is not wrong. It's just that at this time, the purple marks on Harry's waist began to appear repeatedly in Peter's mind. Over the years, he has seen many people use others' admiration for themselves to induce others and make them willing to let him do whatever he wants. Who can guarantee that Batman is not such a person? Maybe Harry is falling into such a painful abyss. Even if he himself is completely unaware. Peter has grown up a lot, and it is inevitable that he will worry more about his best friend, whose age and mind have completely stopped long ago. Batman was already standing in front of them while he was daydreaming. Peter stood up and stretched out his right hand to him. Hello, I'm Peter Parker, Harry's best friend. Batman certainly knew that he was Harry's best friend, but he didn't like the man in front of him, so he just shook Peter Parker's hand for Harry's sake. Is there anything? I suspect you're playing with Harry. Peter opened his eyes wide in shock and covered his mouth. How could he say such a thing? Harry looked at Peter in shock, and even Peter and Parker looked at him with the same shocked expression. I mean, Peter tried to explain, but things often develop unexpectedly. I suspect you're playing with Harry. No. Peter didn't know why he couldn't control his speech. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't breathe. Until Parker pulled out the golden rope that Peter stepped on, he finally knew why he couldn't control himself. This is much more powerful than truth serum. Peter covered his face. Peter, I wasn't. Harry gasped. He couldn't say that he was being played. Wonder Woman put away the lasso silently. She saw with her own eyes that Batman ignored Peter Parker, who was standing there awkwardly, and walked towards Harry. Then, while everyone was puzzled, he removed a lot of monitors and transmitters from Harry's body. The crowd in the watchtower, who were happily watching the surveillance footage, suddenly went off, finally burst into laughter. Peter Parker accusing Batman in person is 10% funny. Batman furiously removing the surveillance is 100% funny. In the early morning in the hotel room, he was madly pressing the screen with his mobile phone. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.